Chapter 102. The third Master Chu and Yudai stared blankly and said, "You're saying that Zhang Xiaohu only borrows one book a day, returns it on time the next day, and borrows another one? Or does he borrow one book at a time without a purpose?" The steward nodded in agreement. The third Master Chu pondered for a moment, but couldn't get the gist of it. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I'll find a time to ask him. Anyway, you're just a registrar, and the fist and blade manuals inside aren't anything special. He's also a member of the martial arts dojo, so let him read them. I know about this matter, you've done very well, so I'll pay more attention in the future. You may leave now." After the steward received the praise of the third Master Chu, he left happily. When the steward was far away, the third Master Chu asked Yudai, "What do you think?" Yudai smiled and said to the third Master Chu, "Doesn't Grandpa Chu already have a plan, and he still wants to test his nephew?" The third Master Chu smiled but didn't say anything. Yudai continued, that Zhang Xiaohu only borrows the fist manuals for his younger brother to read. Although his younger brother is naturally strong, he can't practice martial arts in this life. He's just reading those fist manuals for fun, so let him read them. Even if we let him read all the fist manuals in the library, how can these fist manuals that are widely circulated in Jianghu create a martial arts expert? If that's the case, then wouldn't it be easier for the steward to learn high-level martial arts than anyone else? If one fist manual is changed every month, then I suspect that Zhang Xiaohu's younger brother is really practicing martial arts, or is studying fist techniques. But one book a day, isn't he just blindly flipping through them to pass the time? Think about it, he's just lying in his room, bored and illiterate. Why don't we all read the books to pass the time, while he only looks at the pictures of the fist manuals? Let's just treat it as a picture album. The third Master Chu smiled and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Dai, you've improved a lot. Connecting a lot of information together to get the most logical conclusion. Not bad." Yudai said modestly, "Uncle, you flatter me. It's just that the information is not symmetrical, which made the manager of the library suspicious. This manager is not bad, he's very careful." The third Master Chu said, "Dai, you're right. What is the most important thing in Jianghu? Information. With this information, it's comparable to a peerless martial art." The two of them looked at each other and laughed out loud. They were really confident. However, was that really the case? Not necessarily. What was Zhang Xiaohua doing? He was worried about the many complete fist techniques in his mind. It was funny when he thought about it. Just a while ago, he was worried about not being able to remember a complete set of fist techniques. Now, the situation was reversed, and he was worried about so many complete fist techniques. His original goal was to learn more fist techniques and link them together to form a complete set of fist techniques. Now that he had memorized so many complete fist techniques, how could he link them all together? He was worried. Now that Xiaohua's injury had improved, he wouldn't cry out in pain even if he moved his arm occasionally. At this moment, he was sitting on the Kong bed, staring at the roof in a daze. He had finished reading a new fist manual, so he threw it aside. Zhang Xiaohu was still practicing his fist techniques. He was really a model of never leaving his fists and never leaving his mouth. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a good idea. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to give up temporarily. His attention shifted from the roof to Zhang Xiaohu's fist techniques. Suddenly, he was stunned. His heart skipped a beat, and he cried out, "Second brother, why aren't you practicing the 6E fist anymore?" When Zhang Xiaohu heard Zhang Xiaohua calling him, he stopped. He wiped his sweat and said with a smile, "I stopped practicing the 6E fist a few days ago. You just didn't pay attention to it. When I heard what you said last time, I felt that other fist techniques might not be as good as the 6E fist, but it can be used as a reference." Zhang Xiaohua said happily, "Second brother's martial arts have improved again. I'm so envious. How can my fist technique improve? It's really a headache." "Oh right, your fist technique looked very familiar. I think it's the South Branch fist." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and said, "How did you know?" Then he realized, oh, you've seen this fist technique manual before. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, the second book you gave me was the South Branch Fist Technique Manual. Of course I was impressed. Zhang Xiaohu said, there's a martial arts master in the martial arts center who is proficient in this South Branch Fist. Also, I heard him say that this South Branch Fist is more defensive than offensive, so I learned it from him. Oh, so it's like that. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, second brother, then can you practice it from beginning to end? I want to see it slowly. Zhang Xiaohu said, of course I can. Just watch. After saying that, he got into a fighting stance and started practicing. After a few moves, he asked, how's this speed? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, slow down a bit more. Thus, Zhang Xiaohu slowed down again and slowly practiced the South Branch Fist. But when he finished, Zhang Xiaohua's frown deepened and her face was especially confused. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but ask, what's wrong, Xiaohua? Is the fist technique I practiced different from the one recorded in the manual? Zhang Xiaohua said puzzledly, second brother, it's not that it's different, it's that it's too similar. Zhang Xiaohu said strangely, it's the same, why is it not good? Zhang Xiaohua said, second brother, you don't understand. Actually, I don't understand either. Do you still remember that the fist techniques I learned in the past were rarely the same as what others taught? They were all slightly different from what others taught. But why is it that what I learned from a fist manual is exactly the same as the fist manual? I have a very strange feeling. Zhang Xiaohu said, it's really strange that you're learning fist techniques. Who doesn't learn the same fist technique as a manual? You actually hope that it's different. Then what do you feel? Zhang Xiaohua said with a bitter smile, I don't know either. In short, I just feel that something is wrong. And, if it's not right then it's not right. We'll talk about it tomorrow. It's already late today, so let's go to bed early. Zhang Xiaohu said unhappily. He didn't take Zhang Xiaohua's words to heart. After Zhang Xiaohu blew out the oil lamp, Zhang Xiaohua still didn't feel sleepy. He stared in the dark and carefully searched for the discordant feeling in his mind until midnight. In the next few days, Zhang Xiaohua still couldn't figure out what was wrong. He simply threw this feeling aside and concentrated on memorizing the fist technique and reading the basic course, Shuo Wen Jie Zi, painstakingly. Under Li Jinfeng's wise decision, Zhang Xiaohua was already able to independently study this most basic initiatory book. He had already learned half of the thick book. Seeing this, Li Jinfeng secretly curled his lips and said to himself, this guy is really not ordinary. He can actually memorize half of Shuo Wen Jie Zi. If the scholars of the academy heard this, wouldn't they be so ashamed that they would jump into a well? But, should I also jump into a well? Of course not. If it weren't for me, the wise teacher, how could this guy display his potential? I am the one who deserves the most credit. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua was the one who was studying Shuo Wen Jie Zi at this time. Li Jinfeng had already given Zhang Xiaohua more responsibility by showing him some of the books that he had read in the academy. He even said shamelessly, these are all learned by the initiatory children. When Zhang Xiaohua retorted that he didn't see any students learning this in the Guozhuang house, Li Jinfeng always sneered and said, in the Guozhuang house, it was the Guozhuang house's standard of education. In Pingyang City, it was Pingyang City's standard of education. Many people racked their brains to send their children to Pingyang City to study. Why? It's because the distribution of educational resources is not balanced. It's because the standard of education in Pingyang City is high. Not to mention that there are many schools in Pingyang City that recruit more local students. The initiatory children here have more opportunities to study in better schools. Even the initiatory books are not available in other places. You have the chance to study, but you don't focus on studying. Instead, you are here thinking about other things. Think about when you were young and didn't have any books to study. Think about the children in other places who want to study like you are now. Don't you feel embarrassed to not study hard? Zhang Xiaohua was struck down by these words. He thought about his tragic childhood without any education. Under Li Jinfeng's urging, he studied even harder. He was just short of hanging his head from a beam. Of course, this was because Li Jinfeng saw that he was injured and did not do anything to him. With effort, there would be gains. In an inhumane learning environment, Zhang Xiaohua had achieved exceptionally good results. Although he did not take any examinations, from the way he usually quoted classics and idioms when he talked to Li Jinfeng, it was hard to tell that he was illiterate just a month or two ago. Now, his childish face shone with a scholarly aura. His dark eyes shone with wisdom from time to time. Anyone who saw him would think that he was an accomplished student. These were just some of the appearances that Li Jinfeng and Zhang Xiaohu knew. As for his achievements in the study of fist manuals, it was even more incredible. At first, Zhang Xiaohu borrowed one book at a time. Later, the manager of the library showed some fatigue and asked him to borrow 2 books at a time. He thought that this could delay him for 2 days, but who knew that Zhang Xiaohu would return the books the next day? The manager was completely speechless. He thought that since this matter had already been reported to the third Master Chu, and since the third Master Chu did not say anything, then he could only be unlucky. So be it. If he wanted to record more, then so be it. He would just treat it as if he had taken too much rest in the past few years. This year, he paid a little interest. He would not be long-winded and let Zhang Xiaohu borrow 1 book or 2, but he would return them once a day. In fact, Zhang Xiaohu himself was also puzzled. At first, he thought that Zhang Xiaohua was really reading the fist manuals and memorizing them seriously. After all, he had discussed the South Branch fist with him. But later, he only looked at one of the fist manuals when it was almost dark. When it was time to light the lamp, he threw it aside and did not even move his hands and feet. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to move his hands and feet, but he had to be able to move his hands and feet first. How was this reading a fist manual? It was more like reading a picture album to pass the time. When he started to read 2 books, Zhang Xiaohua continued to read 1 book after another. After he finished reading, he threw the book on the Kong. Zhang Xiaohu confirmed his guess. His younger brother was definitely killing time, or looking for a fist technique suitable for himself to practice. He would practice it after his injury was healed. Originally, he wanted to say a few words to get him to be a little more serious. But when he thought about how Zhang Xiaohua would discover that he was unable to practice martial arts after his injury was healed, Zhang Xiaohu could not open his mouth. Forget it, let him be. Zhang Xiaohu thought to himself, anyway, I'm just going to the library to borrow some books. I'll just treat it as a form of exercise. If he can read like this, he can also be considered to be literate. It would be best if he gets bored after reading for a while and doesn't want to practice martial arts anymore. Then he can fulfill Li Jinfeng's wish and become a top scholar. That would be the best. However, when he thought about how Zhang Xiaohua would discover that he was unable to practice martial arts after a while, how should he comfort him? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Time flew by, and under everyone's care, Zhang Xiaohua's injuries slowly improved. The doctor in the medical hall also came regularly to change his medicine and check on the recovery of his bones. When the weather turned cold, the injury on his wrist was mostly healed, but the fractures on his palm and fingers were still recovering normally. It was just that Zhang Xiaohua occasionally moved his hands, but it didn't hurt too much. Due to Zhang Xiaohu's meticulous care, Zhang Xiaohua's bones didn't grow out of shape or crooked, which made the doctor very satisfied. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua's injuries were extremely dangerous this time. After receiving the third Master Chu's instructions, the doctor didn't say it explicitly. Yu Dai's purple sand palm's internal energy was extraordinary, and if he hit Zhang Xiaohua's fist with full force, then Zhang Xiaohua's fist would definitely be shattered by the internal energy, and there would be no possibility of it being reconnected. Then Zhang Xiaohua's right hand would really be crippled. Yu Dai had only used Zhang Xiaohua's fist to retract his strength, and only used 20 to 30% of his internal energy to hit Zhang Xiaohua's fist. The result was that the bones on his wrist, fingers, and palm were shattered, and not only the joints were broken. Therefore, even though Zhang Xiaohua's hand wasn't completely crippled, he couldn't use any strength. If he used too much strength, he would definitely break the bones that grew back. Therefore, he couldn't say that he was practicing martial arts. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua asked the doctor again when he would be able to practice martial arts, the doctor frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Wait a little longer. When the weather is completely cold, you might be able to practice martial arts. However, you have to remember that in these 3 to 5 years, regardless of whether it's practicing martial arts or working, you can't use too much strength. Otherwise, your bones will break again." When Zhang Xiaohua heard that he would be able to practice martial arts when the weather was cold, he was extremely happy. As for not being able to use strength for 3 to 5 years, he didn't hear anything about it. He just lightly gestured by himself. Therefore, he looked forward to the cold weather every day. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohu was naturally very happy when he saw that his younger brother was getting better day by day. However, there was another matter that troubled him. It had been more than 4 months since he left the Guizhuang house, but he had not sent any news back home. Thinking about how his parents were waiting anxiously at home, Zhang Xiaohu was very anxious. When he first arrived, he and his younger brother did not find a place to stay and did not think of sending a message back home. Then, his younger brother got injured and he could not let his family know about it. Now that his younger brother's injuries had healed, it was time for him to inform his family that he was safe. However, he had no relatives or friends in Pingyang City and did not know anyone else. He did not know who had returned to Lu Town. How should he report this news? With the recovery of Zhang Xiaohua's injuries, his learning had entered a new stage. His personal tutor, Li Jinfeng, no longer came every day. Now, he only appeared once every few days. Every time he came, he would bring a lot of enlightenment books for Zhang Xiaohua to read. He would also ask Zhang Xiaohua questions and answer them one by one. In fact, other than reading, Zhang Xiaohua had also been practicing writing. Every time Zhang Xiaohua would write for Li Jinfeng. Every time Li Jinfeng asked about Zhang Xiaohua's reading progress and saw that his handwriting was becoming smoother and more mature, he would smack his lips and refuse to comment. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what he meant. She only felt that it might not be good. Brother Li was embarrassed to say that he would be more diligent in his studies in the future. But Zhang Xiaohua did not know that every time Li Jinfeng came to supervise Zhang Xiaohua's studies, it was because his confidence had been defeated by Zhang Xiaohua. Every time he saw Zhang Xiaohua's great progress, he could not help but shout to the sky, "Since you was born, why is Liang born? Could it be that this was the legendary genius?" This was really disappointing for normal people. And what made Li Jinfeng feel the most heartache and excitement was that Zhang Xiaohua had already flipped through the basic tutorial of Shuo Wen Jie Zi thoroughly. What kind of people were these? Li Jinfeng did not dare to imagine. A person who memorized a dictionary could only be a fierce and powerful person. And when Li Jinfeng asked how to memorize it, Zhang Xiaohua had a, of course, look on her face. It was indeed difficult at the beginning, but later on, the words in front of her were rearranged. She just had to memorize it carefully. At the last stage, she read dozens of pages together. Li Jinfeng flipped open Shuo Wen Jie Zi again to confirm that he had not taken the wrong book. Of course, he was also very happy that his method was correct. He imagined that if he were to lose his job in the future, he could find a kindergarten teacher. This was a part-time job that seemed to have a bright future. And Zhang Xiaohua was completely unaware of Li Jinfeng's thoughts. He only thought that he had done something that ordinary children in Pingyang City would do. There was no joy in it. His fondness was deeply hidden in the fist manual. Zhang Xiaohua had already finished borrowing all the fist manuals in the library. That was to say, Zhang Xiaohua had read through all the fist manuals in the Lotus Escort Agency's martial arts training hall. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already memorized more than 100 sets of fist techniques that were circulating in the pugilistic world. Every set was a complete version with no missing parts. Zhang Xiaohua's memory during this period of time did not disappoint Zhang Xiaohua. Now, Zhang Xiaohua no longer constantly recalled the fist manuals from the day before when he woke up. This was because he knew that as long as he was willing, that little figure would be able to show him the fist manual that he wanted to know from start to finish at any time. Other than the fact that he could not practice, Zhang Xiaohua was very satisfied with his current life. He had 3 meals a day. Yu Dai did not reduce the quality of Zhang Xiaohua's meals just because his injuries were getting better. This made Zhang Xiaohua have a very good impression of him. Occasionally, Yu Dai would come to visit Zhang Xiaohua in the room. Zhang Xiaohua also had a pleasant expression and was not as resentful as before. Now that he thought about it, Yu Dai had indeed been careless. Although the consequences of this carelessness were serious, he seemed to have heard from Li Jinfeng that these rich playboys all had these small problems. Compared to others, at least his attitude and actions of apologizing were much better. For example, people like Lu Zhen, whom Zhang Xiaohua had always held a grudge against. With this comparison, Zhang Xiaohua naturally did not hate Yu Dai anymore. Not to mention that he had actually read countless fist manuals because of his injuries. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to laugh even in his dreams. Chapter 103. The weather was gradually getting colder. It was a good autumn. By now, Zhang Xiaohua had already finished reading all of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's fist manuals, but hadn't read any of the blade or sword manuals. There was once when Zhang Xiaohua helped him return the last fist manual and conveniently took a sword manual. When the library's manager was registering it, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that he had only begged the third Master Chu to borrow the library's fist manuals. He nervously watched the manager register it, but who knew that the manager didn't even ask much and was only surprised that he had only borrowed 1 manual this time. This allowed Zhang Xiaohu to let out a sigh of relief. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to have the aptitude to learn sword manuals. He flipped through it no less than 10 times, but still couldn't understand the contents. This made him feel very strange. He could recognize the words and understand the sword moves, but he just couldn't understand it and couldn't remember it. Thus, he could only throw it to the side. From then on, Zhang Xiaohu no longer went to the library to borrow books. This made the busy manager feel very strange. His idle days made him feel very uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaohua spent most of his time learning from Li Jinfeng. He only closed his eyes in the evening to recall his own fist techniques. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua sat on the Kong and flipped through some of the books that Li Jinfeng had given him. Just as he was reading with interest, Zhang Xiaohu pushed open the door and came in. Zhang Xiaohua happily said, "Second brother, why are you back so early today?" Zhang Xiaohu's smile was a bit forced as he said, "I practiced fist techniques in the martial arts hall all morning today. I'm a bit tired." Also, speaking to hear, his tone was a bit hesitant. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her second brother didn't continue and felt very strange. She said, "What's wrong?" "Second brother, did something happen in the martial arts hall?" Zhang Xiaohu lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, "It's like this. Xiaohua, the dojo is going to teach me Nigong mantras tomorrow, so they told me to come back early to rest and prepare for tomorrow's work." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was so happy that she almost jumped off the Kong bed and said, "That's great, second brother. I didn't think that the dojo would teach you internal strength so soon. I really have to congratulate you. I thought it would take at least a few years. Ha ha ha, when you learn it, you can teach me. I can also learn the Nigong mantra. Let Yu Luan be envious of me. I am Superman Xiaohua." Before Zhang Xiaohua could finish rejoicing, he suddenly remembered the expression on Zhang Xiaohu's face when he first entered the room. Immediately, he knew that things were not as simple as he thought. There seemed to be a problem. As expected, there was no joy on Zhang Xiaohu's face. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and asked, "Second brother, what's going on?" "It's probably because you can't teach me." Zhang Xiaohu nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes, Xiaohua. Today, the third Master Chu told me that he was going to teach me the Nigong mantra tomorrow. I asked him if I could teach you after I learned it. But the third Master Chu said that the Nigong mantra was a secret of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Only the people of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency could learn it with special permission. Don't look at how many people in the dojo are learning it. Those who could get the third Master Chu to agree to learn the Nigong mantra were few and far between. Heh, you don't know, but Xiaohua, the third Master Chu, also knows how to form cliques and factions. He just had to hint to me that I should join their camp. I don't even know who this escort agency belongs to or what factions they belong to. Of course I was happy to agree. People say that they can enjoy the shade of a big tree behind them. I'm not so stupid as to not accept this olive branch. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of disappointment as he pursed his lips and said, "What kind of lousy Nigong mantra is this? It's so secretive. How about, second brother, you secretly teach me and I won't tell anyone? How about it?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled wryly and said, "It would be great if it were that simple." The third Master Chu also said that Nigong mantra isn't like fist techniques or blade techniques. The practice of Nigong mantra isn't something that can be done in a day. Only after practicing to a very deep level can one have the qualifications to teach others. If I teach you right after I start practicing, then to be honest, I'll be harming you and you'll really go crazy. If I teach you after I've practiced to a certain level, you'll probably have other opportunities by then. I think the third Master Chu's words make a lot of sense. What do you think? Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua spread out her hands and said, "Second brother, how would I know? I've never practiced Nigong mantra before. Sigh, forget it. If you don't want to teach me, then don't teach me. I don't care about this lousy Nigong mantra anyway. I haven't even learned my own fist techniques yet." Zhang Xiaohu didn't believe her and continued to ask, "You're really not going to pester me to teach you anymore?" Zhang Xiaohua giggled and said, "Forget it, really forget it. However, you still have to tell me some of your cultivation experiences, okay?" Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his chin and said, "About this, I don't think the third Master Chu mentioned it before. It should be okay." Zhang Xiaohua clapped and said, "Then it's settled. I want to see what kind of Nigong I can learn in the future. I want to see if it's you or me who's better at it." Zhang Xiaohu's heart ached and said, Of course it's you who's better. I have a premonition." Actually, the third Master Chu still had some words that Zhang Xiaohu didn't tell Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's right hand was already crippled. Not only could she not do heavy work or carry heavy objects, but the meridians in her hand might have been destroyed. Without the meridians in her hand, how could she have complete Nigong mantra? In other words, Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to cultivate any Nigong mantra. Thus, Zhang Xiaohu spent most of his time in the room practicing Nigong mantra, sitting cross-legged on the Kong bed with his 5 centers facing the sky. His eyes focused on his nose, and his nose focused on his heart as he cultivated Nigong mantra. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her second brother's appearance and was curious and amused. Could it be that this clay bodhisattva was cultivating Nigong mantra? It was really strange. However, she knew that Zhang Xiaohu was also a beginner. Even if she asked, he wouldn't be able to explain clearly. Thus, she shut her mouth and carefully watched from the side. She was afraid that she would make a sound and disturb her second brother. Actually, cultivating Nigong mantra required silence. Only by remaining silent in one's body would one be able to create Nigong mantra. Most beginners would use a quiet room to practice. Zhang Xiaohu also used a quiet room when he was at the martial arts dojo. When he returned to the room, he knew that it wasn't suitable for him to cultivate Nigong mantra. However, he was used to working hard and didn't have any room for improvement in Nigong mantra. Of course, it was fine if he was the only one in the room, but if there was someone else, it would be dangerous. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was injured and couldn't move. She also knew that she shouldn't disturb her second brother, so nothing happened. Today, Zhang Xiaohu went to the martial arts dojo to practice, leaving Zhang Xiaohua in the room. She was sitting on the Kong bed, bored. Someone knocked on the door and waited for someone to come in. It was Mr. Li Jinfeng. Li Jinfeng smiled as he entered the room with some books in his hands. He had been busy with his homework recently and hadn't been here for a long time. First, he asked about Zhang Xiaohua's injuries. When he heard that she had recovered, he was very happy. Then, He chatted with Zhang Xiaohua about the books he left behind last time. Zhang Xiaohua was also reading very seriously. She had a lot of questions in her heart, so the two of them talked very lively. Some questions even caused the two of them to fiercely defend themselves. As the two of them were talking, someone knocked on the door again. Zhang Xiaohua was very strange. No one came to her second brother's room. Why were there two people knocking on the door today? He raised his voice and said, "Come in." However, the door didn't open and no one came in. Zhang Xiaohua was even more confused. Who was it? He shouted again, "There's someone in the room. Come in." The person still didn't come in. Li Jinfeng looked at Zhang Xiaohua and walked to the door. When he opened the door, he saw a young woman standing outside. He cupped his hands and said, "Miss, who are you looking for?" The woman said strangely, "Did I find the wrong room? Is this where Zhang Xiaohu lives?" Li Jinfeng saw this and hurriedly said, "Miss, you found the right room. This is where Zhang Xiaohu lives, but he's not here for the time being." "Oh, I see." The woman's expression relaxed and said, "Then is his brother Zhang Xiaohua here? I'm from Huanxi Manor. I came to see him." Li Jinfeng heard and said, "He's here. Zhang Xiaohua is sitting on the Kong bed. He's injured. The doctor said that it's a critical period and he should try not to get off the Kong bed, so he hasn't come out. Please come in." The woman said, "Was the person who spoke just now Zhang Xiaohua?" Li Jinfeng said strangely, "Yes, he was the one who asked you to come in. Haven't you heard him speak before?" The woman said, "His voice doesn't sound right." After saying this, Li Jinfeng invited the woman into the room. After the woman entered the room, Zhang Xiaohua saw who it was and was extremely happy. He shouted, "Qiu Tong's sister, why are you here?" As he said this, he was about to jump off the Kong bed. Qiu Tong took a few steps forward and pressed on his shoulder, saying, "Zhang Xiaohua, don't get off the Kong bed. Didn't your friend say that the doctor didn't want you to move? Quickly sit down." Zhang Xiaohua said happily, "It's okay, Qiu Tong's sister. I've been playing under the Kong bed a few days ago. It's just that the doctor saw me and said that this is the last period and I have to be very careful. I don't want to waste all my efforts. That's why he asked me to guard this Kong bed." After saying this, he was about to swing his arm. Li Jinfeng saw this and hurriedly ran over. He held him down and said, "Don't force yourself. You can play in a few days." Seeing that the two of them were concerned about him, Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and sat back on the Kong bed. He said to Qiu Tong, "Qiu Tong's sister, this is my teacher. His name is Li Jinfeng." Qiu Tong was puzzled again and asked, "Teacher?" Li Jinfeng blushed and said, "Miss Qiu Tong, don't listen to Zhang Xiaohua's nonsense. I'm just a student who came to Pingyang City with him. I hit it off with him and his brother at first sight. Recently, I saw that he was injured, so I came to take a look." After that, he briefly told Zhang Xiaohua about how he taught her how to read. In the end, he said, "It's nothing. Xiaohua is very smart. It's just a piece of cake for me. I can't be considered an enlightened teacher." Qiu Tong was happy to hear this. She said, "You taught Xiaohua how to read, so naturally you're her teacher. This title is fixed. However, if you treat him as a younger brother, he can call you brotherly. That's fine." "Oh right, Zhang Xiaohua, you can actually write now. That's amazing. When you're better, you have to write for me." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and was about to stand up. She said, "I write with my left hand." "Qiu Tong's sister, I can write for you now." When Qiu Tong heard this, she suddenly realized that she was using her left hand. She quickly said, "No need, there's no need to rush. You can do it in the future." However, now that Zhang Xiaohua had a chance to show off, she wanted to share something fun with others. She insisted on writing now. Hence, Li Jinfeng put the brush and ink on the Kong bed. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua's few words were as good as Li Jinfeng's praise. Qiu Tong was very happy for Zhang Xiaohua and kept praising him. Zhang Xiaohua's smile became even brighter. After asking about the recent situation, Qiu Tong then explained the purpose of her visit. A few months ago, third Uncle Chu sent someone to the village head to say that you were injured at the escort agency and wanted to stay there to recuperate. I wanted to ask the village head to let you return to the village to recuperate. The people in the escort agency are all men. How would they know how to take care of you? However, the village head said that you were considered a member of the agency. Moreover, your brother is here. If you were to recuperate in the village, your brother would miss you very much. Hence, I didn't send you to the village. After that, I went to the south to settle some matters. I just returned recently and saw that you still hadn't returned to the village. Since I had some matters to attend to in Pingyang City, I decided to visit you. Since your injuries have healed, a few more days won't make a difference. You might as well recuperate in the escort agency before returning. Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, elder sister Qiu Tong, and elder sister village head, you guys are so good to me. I've only been working at the village for a month and I've already stopped. I'm still recuperating here. You guys must have delayed all your work at the village. I'm really sorry. Qiu Tong smiled and said, it's all right. We all treat you as a cute little brother. Although the village head hasn't met you, she is a kind and soft-hearted person. You came out at such a young age and even got injured. How could she blame you? Moreover, Lu Er came back a month after you got injured. You didn't delay any work at the village. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, Lu Er came back. Then can I still return to the village? Don't tell me you guys don't want me anymore. Qiu Tong smiled and said, that won't happen. Xiaohua, third Uncle Chu has already spoken to the village head. You can stay at Huanxi village in the future and don't have to go anywhere. Moreover, there are many things to do at the village. Even if you don't do Lu Er's work, you can still do other things. The village head will definitely want you. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest and said, that was close. I got injured and no one wants me anymore. That would be a huge loss. I was lucky. Qiu Tong glanced at Li Jinfeng and said, it's all thanks to your brother Li. Actually, you are no longer the same as before. You can read and write so well. You can live anywhere. Of course, in the village, you have the protection of the village head. Of course, it's much better than outside. If the village head knows that you can read, she will be very happy. That's why you have to thank this teacher of yours. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, Sister Qiu Tong is right. Brother Li is so good to me. I really have nothing to say. It's just that I can't repay you. I can only wait for the future. Li Jinfeng evaded and said, Xiaohua, you don't have to be like this. Being able to teach you is also satisfying my desire to be a teacher. Being able to show off in front of others as a teacher is also an opportunity you gave me. I won't thank you and you won't thank me. Don't even mention the word repay in the future. Qiu Tong looked at Li Jinfeng and felt that this person's words were quite interesting. He didn't seem like the vulgar people she usually met. Then, she said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, I haven't seen you in a few months. Why has your voice changed? It used to be a little soft, but now it's a little hoarse and low. Could it be that this injury and the internal injuries in your body haven't been treated yet? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She raised her head and carefully said, Then, she said in confusion, there's no change, Sister Qiu Tong. Qiu Tong smiled and said, if there's no change, why didn't I hear it when we were outside? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, the doctor in the clinic didn't say that there was an internal injury. I heard from Yu Dai that his internal energy didn't rush into my meridians. He only injured my fist. At this moment, Li Jinfeng interrupted and said, well, Miss Qiu Tong, young people will change their voices when they are in their teens. In the past, it can be called a child's voice. It's very sharp. Xiaohua is changing her voice now and it's a little hoarse. After a while, her voice will be fixed and she won't be able to speak as loudly as before. However, Xiaohua's voice sounds pretty good. It's quite magnetic. Qiu Tong smiled and said, Mr. Li is really knowledgeable. You even know these things. Li Jinfeng's face was slightly red. He said humbly, these are all things that I read in books. I only dabbled a little and understood them after putting them into practice. I don't dare to claim credit. Qiu Tong's impression of him improved when she saw him like this. Then, Qiu Tong asked again, Xiaohua, when will your injury recover? Let me calculate the time. The next time I come to Pingyang City for business, I'll bring you back with me. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and said, actually, we can go back now. However, I don't think the doctor at the escort agency will agree. I think it should be fine in about 10 days. When Qiu Tong heard this, she said readily, all right then, I'll come and fetch you in 10 days. Anyway, the manor has many things to do in Pingyang City. Even if I don't come, they'll send someone else. However, Li Jinfeng said, Miss Qiu Tong, Xiaohua's injury may not recover in time. Why don't we wait for him to recover? I'll send him over with his second brother. That way, you won't have to worry about coming over to fetch him. Qiu Tong felt that it made sense. She said, that's good too. If I can make it in 10 days, I'll come and fetch him. If not, you can send Xiaohua over to see the environment of the manor. Don't worry about Xiaohua. After speaking, they chatted for a while more before Qiu Tong took her leave. Zhang Xiaohua insisted on getting off the Kong bed. She walked her to the door and watched reluctantly as Qiu Tong turned into the corridor. When Qiu Tong was far away, Zhang Xiaohua turned and went back into the house. When she entered the house, she realized that Li Jinfeng did not follow her in. She turned around and saw that this fellow was still staring blankly at the empty corridor. He seemed to be thinking about something. Zhang Xiaohua shouted, Brother Li, what are you doing? Did you meet someone you know again? Li Jinfeng turned around and smiled at Zhang Xiaohua. He said, what do you mean by, someone I know? Everyone in this escort agency is a martial artist. Not many of them will take a liking to a weak scholar like me. How can I make friends? As he spoke, he held Zhang Xiaohua's right hand and carefully helped him onto the Kong bed. Please add it to your collection. Thank you. Chapter 104. He waited for Zhang Xiaohua to settle down before asking with a grin, Xiaohua, are you very familiar with this Qiu Tong? Zhang Xiaohua said, of course, it was big sister Qiu Tong who told me to go to Huanxi Mountain Villa. Of course we're very familiar with each other. Then how old is Qiu Tong? Where is she from? Is there anyone else in her family? Also, is she married? Li Jinfeng asked a long list of questions in a row. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and mumbled, we are familiar with each other, but we've only met 2 or 3 times. I'm really not too sure about the questions you're asking. Why don't I help you ask big sister Qiu Tong the next time I see her? Li Jinfeng put his index finger in the middle of his mouth and made a shuv sound, saying, it's too embarrassing to ask her these things in person. When you have time, you can find a chance to slowly ask her. However, you have to be careful not to let her know that it's me who wants to ask, okay? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, why? It's what you want to know in the first place. Why do you have to be so secretive? Li Jinfeng clasped his hands behind his back and looked out the window, saying, Guan Guan Zhujiu, in the continent of the river, a gentle and graceful lady is a good match for a gentleman. Xiaohua, you're still young. When you grow up, you'll know for yourself. Zhang Xiaohua was confused and asked, where did this saying come from? Why haven't I heard of it before? Li Jinfeng smiled and said, Xiaohua, there are so many books in this world that we can barely read 10% of them in our entire lives. That's why there's no end to learning, but there's a limit to my heart. Only by reading more books can I keep up with the pace of the times. This saying is from a legendary song in a book. When you have the chance to read it, you'll naturally know the specific meaning. Even if I tell you now, you won't understand. Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips, but she agreed with him in her heart. She had only learned for a few days, but Li Jinfeng had been studying for decades. Of course, his knowledge and experience could not be compared to hers. At this stage, whatever he said was the truth. There was no way she could argue with him. They were not on the same level after all. The two of them chatted for a while. Li Jinfeng would intentionally or unintentionally ask Zhang Xiaohua about Qiutong. Unfortunately, ever since Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Huanxi Manor, she had not seen Qiutong once. All she knew were some trivial things that she heard from others. Even so, these were still very interesting to Li Jinfeng. Later on, Li Jinfeng suddenly thought of something and asked Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, you've only been in Pingyang City for a few days. How did you suddenly get to know Qiutong? I've been in Pingyang City for much longer than you. Why didn't I have this opportunity?" Zhang Xiaohua recounted how she met Qiutong. Li Jinfeng sighed and said, "You even got such a good opportunity. If only it were me. I would definitely be able to bring that thief to Qiutong." Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips again and said, "If it were you, where would my rice bowl be? A guy who only has the opposite sex but no friends. You even have to scheme against someone's livelihood. Moreover, with your character, how can you catch a thief? If it weren't for me that day, you wouldn't have known that your money pouch had been stolen." When Li Jinfeng heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He said, "In that case, Qiutong and I both met a thief. It was also because of you that our money pouches didn't go missing. It seems that Qiutong and I are really fated." Looking at Li Jinfeng's extremely narcissistic look, Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes. At this point, even if Zhang Xiaohua thought with her heels, she knew that Li Jinfeng was very interested in Qiutong. However, this was the first time Zhang Xiaohua had seen someone like Li Jinfeng who forcefully pulled fate together. It was probably the first time in Pingyang City as well. If this was also fate, then Yu Lao's red string was too worthless. At night, Zhang Xiaohu returned. Zhang Xiaohua told him about what happened today. Zhang Xiaohu was very happy and felt as if a rock had been lifted from his heart. Previously, the third Master Chu had promised Huanxi Manor. However, as long as Zhang Xiaohua didn't receive news from the manor, he naturally wouldn't feel at ease. He had also met Qiutong before. She was the one who brought Zhang Xiaohua to Huanxi Manor. Zhang Xiaohu still believed Qiutong's words very much. For the next few days, although Zhang Xiaohua was still lying on the Kong bed to recuperate, she felt as if a cat was scratching her heart. She didn't want to stay on the Kong bed anymore and kept thinking about returning to the manor. She wasn't even in the mood to read the books that Li Jinfeng brought her. Zhang Xiaohu was also a little frustrated. After all, the cultivation of internal energy was not as easy to see the results as practicing fist techniques. He had been studying internal energy for such a long time, but he still hadn't reached the threshold. Naturally, he couldn't calm down. Therefore, when the two brothers were in the room, they couldn't help but stare at each other. After a period of boredom, Zhang Xiaohua asked Zhang Xiaohu, second brother, "Why don't I go back to Huanxi Manor first? After staying in the escort agency for a few months, I haven't even left this room much. I'm tired of it. No matter what, I know some people in the manor. It's also a big place, like our Guozhuang house. Anyway, I can move now, so I'm not afraid of hurting my bones again. I can't move anymore." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and nodded, "That's good. It's not interesting to see you being absent-minded here. Tomorrow, I'll find the doctor in the medical hall to take a final look and then send you back." "That's right, I heard you say that the carriage company has carriages. After the doctor is done, we'll find that carriage company and get a carriage to send you back." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Second brother, I heard from my roommate, Ma Jing, that this carriage doesn't seem cheap. I think I'd better walk back myself. After all, I haven't moved for a long time. It's good to walk." "That's right, this is my monthly salary for working in Huanxi Manor. Take it first and give it to father and mother when you have time." As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua took out the money that she had been carrying for several months and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu. She continued, "The main purpose of coming to the escort agency this time was to see you and give this money to you. In the end, I ended up staying here for several months. It's really fate that makes fools of people." Zhang Xiaohu looked at the money in his younger brother's small hands and felt sour in his heart. He didn't know what to say. After a long time, he finally opened his mouth. "Xiaohua, take this money first. It's inconvenient to be outside compared to being at home. You're alone in the manor and I'm not by your side. There are many places where you need money. You should also buy more things for yourself. Father and mother at home want you to be healthy and live a good life. You can only take care of yourself first and then consider giving it to them." Zhang Xiaohua insisted on putting the money into Zhang Xiaohu's hands, saying, "It's all right, second brother. I don't leave the manor. Everything is ready-made there. I don't need to buy food or clothes myself. What else do I need to buy? Besides, this is the first time I've received my monthly allowance. It's very important and has a very important meaning. I must give it to father and mother. They've worked very hard to raise me. This money is a symbol of my growth and is also my filial piety to them." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "This Li Jinfeng is really not bad. He's taught you to be refined and refined. When you speak, there are many reasons. Since you've said so, I'll take it first. When there's a chance, I'll have someone else bring it back. However, you've just recovered from a serious illness, so it's best that you don't tire yourself out. I've already received my monthly allowance from the escort agency for several months. I'll pay for you to take that carriage back." However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't willing and tried to refuse. Zhang Xiaohu felt sorry for his younger brother and persisted. Even when they were about to go to sleep, there was still no result. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua had Zhang Xiaohu bring her to the medical hall and let the old physician take a look. The physician carefully looked at her and then wrapped her in a bandage. He smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "The bones are growing very neatly and have recovered very well. Moreover, the recovery time was unexpectedly short. It seems that you've been stifled for a long time. From today onwards, you can move your right hand freely. However, you mustn't use too much strength at first. For the time being, it's just a normal extension and contraction. Remember, don't use your right hand to lift heavy objects. When you're working, try your best to use your left hand. Oh right, try your best to use your right hand when you're eating." Zhang Xiaohua anxiously asked, "Then when can I practice boxing?" The physician looked at Zhang Xiaohua's expectant gaze and then looked at Zhang Xiaohu. He kindly said, "You can move your right hand first. After a few days when this bandage is removed, you can try to practice boxing. However, you must remember that practicing boxing is only to strengthen your body. Being competitive is not the purpose of practicing boxing. In the future, you must try your best not to compete with others or cause trouble." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What was the point of practicing boxing if he wasn't going to fight? However, he still nodded as if he didn't fully understand. Zhang Xiaohua happily followed Zhang Xiaohu back. As he walked, he eagerly wanted to move his arm. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly stopped him and said, "Although the physician has already allowed you to move, there should be a limit. Don't move so much. Try to move as little as possible first. Wait a while before practicing your boxing." "Oh right, I think that young Master Li's words make sense. Why don't you read more books? Maybe practicing is more interesting." Zhang Xiaohu still tried to persuade Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly walked quietly and replied disapprovingly, "Practicing is boring. Although those books look interesting, if you study them every day, it's boring. I still want to practice boxing and practice internal strength." Zhang Xiaohu said, "What internal strength? Let's not talk about how you don't know where you can learn internal strength techniques. I've been practicing this internal strength technique for so long and haven't made any progress. Practicing martial arts is too difficult. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, second brother, didn't you always say that as long as you work hard, an iron pestle can be ground into a needle? Why are you saying such discouraging words now? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and said, that depends on what kind of iron it is. Let's not talk about it anymore. Maybe when the time comes, you'll know how difficult it is. If I say it now, you won't believe me. However, since you insist on practicing martial arts, then you must do it step by step. Slowly move your right hand. When the time is right, then you can start practicing boxing. As the two talked, they returned to the small room. At this time, there was someone waiting in front of Zhang Xiaohu's room. When he saw Zhang Xiaohu return, he hurriedly said, Zhang Xiaohu, where did you run off to? Sixth Master Li is anxiously looking for you. It seemed that the person was in a hurry. Zhang Xiaohu didn't have time to say anything to Zhang Xiaohua. He only told him not to go back to the villa and to wait for him to come back. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to leave by himself, but when he saw his second brother's glare, he obediently waited in the room. Just as he was bored waiting, he heard someone shout from outside, Zhang Xiaohua, where are you? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this familiar voice, he happily jumped down from the Kong bed. Before he left the room, he loudly replied, I'm here, brother Ma, I'm here. It turned out that the person outside was Zhang Xiaohua's roommate, Ma Jing. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua hadn't seen this roommate of his for several months. He even threw some of the resentment in his heart to the back of his mind and rushed out of the room. When he reached the door, Ma Jing also followed the sound and came over. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua come out of the room, he was very happy. He went forward to hold Zhang Xiaohua's right hand. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was already used to using his left hand, so naturally, he reached out his left hand. Ma Jing was stunned and quickly changed his hand. When Zhang Xiaohua understood, the scene of him scratching his feet immediately appeared in his mind. However, it was too late. His left hand had already been enthusiastically grabbed by Ma Jing's hand. His right hand also very naturally patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to withdraw his hand or his shoulder. He only heard Ma Jing enthusiastically say, brother, long time no see. I missed you a lot. How did your voice become so nice? You actually chased after me. You have a bit of my style in the past. Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his hand and wanted to let Ma Jing into the room, but Ma Jing held his hand tightly. Without waiting for him to speak, he continued, brother, did you know that day? I was thinking about going back to the manor to lead the way for you, so I went back before it was midnight. When I didn't see you at the entrance of the manor, I thought you went back to your room. However, I didn't see you at the entrance of the manor either, so I felt strange. You said that if you didn't go back, I wouldn't have to go back so early. Xiao Tao. Oh, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the manor for a while. Otherwise, you won't be able to find a place to stay when you come back at night. Moreover, you still didn't come back the next day, so I missed you even more. Brother, she is also right. Although we're roommates, you can't let me do all your work alone. In any case, you should let others share some of your work, right? Without you, I'm so tired. I've been waiting for you like the stars and the moon. However, I heard from Brother Shi that your hand was injured. I'm going to faint. You can't let me do all your work, right? Fortunately, Brother Shi still has some humanity and didn't let me do all of it. However, compared to before, it's also more tiring. Look at how thin I've become. This is the after effect of that time. Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, Brother Ma, it's really been hard on you. Little brother apologizes. In the future, little brother will admire Brother Ma more. After saying this, he took the opportunity to pull out his left hand. However, as soon as he pulled it out, Ma Jing held it even more passionately. Ma Jing said with tears in his eyes, Brother, you can see it too. However, don't admire Brother Shi. Brother Shi only has this shortcoming of taking pleasure in helping others. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only stretch out his left hand and let Ma Jing hold it. However, he secretly swore in his heart, in a while, I must wash my hands 8 to 10 times. Moreover, I must practice my body movements well. Next time, I definitely won't let Ma Jing get close to me. Then, Ma Jing talked about the trivial matters of the life of the people in the villa, as well as the trivial quarrels. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua only wanted to wash her hands. He was just playing the lute to a cow and casting pearls before swine. Finally, Ma Jing made a concluding statement. Fortunately, after you were injured for a month, my closest comrade and roommate, Lu Er, came back and saved me from the sea of labor. Oh right, you haven't seen Lu Er yet, right? Come here, let me introduce you. After saying this, he pulled Zhang Xiaohua's hand and stepped aside, revealing a short and honest figure behind him. Ma Jing's figure was not tall, but this fat man was actually shorter than Ma Jing. It was no wonder that Ma Jing blocked him and Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see him. However, this person's height was not as tall as Ma Jing, but his body was almost twice as fat as Ma Jing. Thinking about the food in Huanxi Villa, Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood. Zhang Xiaohua quickly took the opportunity to pull her hand out and saluted the short and fat Lu Er, saying, Lu Er Gu, I've heard of your name for a long time, but I didn't meet you until today. That Lu Er also returned the salute and said in a very low voice, Zhang Xiaohua, how are you? Have you recovered from your injury? Zhang Xiaohua said, thank you for your concern, Lu Er Gu. I'm much better now. Then, Zhang Xiaohua said to the two of them, two big brothers, please come in and sit. Ma Jing stopped walking and looked at the sky, saying, Xiaohua, it's already late. We didn't come here to see you. Zhang Xiaohua was disappointed and said, why are you leaving so soon? Why don't you sit and chat for a while? When my second brother comes back, I'll go with you. Anyway, my injury has recovered and I'm discussing with my second brother about going back to the villa. Ma Jing continued, yes, I didn't come here to see you. I came out to do some business and bring you back to the villa while I'm at it. Ma Jing emphasized the word see. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she suddenly understood. This Ma Jing's habits never changed. Zhang Xiaohua said, how about this, Ma Gu, Lu Er Gu, you two go into the house first. I'll go find my second brother and let him know. I'll go with you two immediately. When the two heard this, they entered the house. However, when the two of them entered the house and Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the small courtyard, she realized that she didn't know where to look for Zhang Xiaohu. There were many people in the escort agency and the place was big. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't so stupid as to think that everyone in the agency would know Zhang Xiaohu. She had a vague impression of the martial arts center, but today, Zhang Xiaohu had been called away by 6th Master Li. She didn't know where the guards were, so she could only return to the house for the time being. When she returned to the house, Ma Jing asked, how come you're done talking to your second brother so quickly? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, not yet. I don't know where my second brother went either. I'd better pack up first or write him a note later. Ma Jing was stunned and said, you know how to write? I remember that you don't know how to read. Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, Ma Gu, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Moreover, we haven't seen each other for more than 3 months. Don't tell me I can't write? Ma Jing said enviously, Xiaohua, you're not lying to your brother, right? No matter how I look at you, you don't look like someone who can write in 3 months. Zhang Xiaohua said as she packed up, all right then. After I pack up, I'll perform for you. Let's see if I can write or not. Please bookmark it, thank you. Chapter 105. At this moment, Lu Er, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up, we're not literate either. Who knows what you're writing? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, yeah, second brother isn't literate either. He won't understand what I'm writing. However, she immediately changed her mind. If she didn't know, she could ask someone else. This wasn't a difficult thing to do, so she didn't stop. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have many things. When she came a few months ago, she wanted to stay at the escort agency for a while before returning to the villa. She didn't bring anything at all. Now, she only packed some books and miscellaneous items. She finished packing in no time. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Ma Jing and Lu Er, she skillfully spread out the paper and was about to look for a pen when she felt someone walk out of the house. She looked up and saw Zhang Xiaohu push the door open and enter. Zhang Xiaohua's senses were very sensitive now. Zhang Xiaohu walked out of the house with extremely light footsteps. Ma Jing and Lu Er didn't hear it, but Zhang Xiaohua could clearly feel it. Zhang Xiaohu pushed the door open and entered. Seeing a stranger in the house, he couldn't help but be startled. Zhang Xiaohua quickly introduced them to each other. Zhang Xiaohu quickly bowed and said, "Brother Ma, thank you for taking care of Xiaohua and the villa." Ma Jing also returned the greeting and said, "Brother Zhang, you're welcome. Xiaohua is young and can be considered our little brother. It's only right to take care of him." Zhang Xiaohua was the only one who cursed in her heart. Taking care of her was rare, but little shoes were endless. After Zhang Xiaohua explained the purpose of their visit, Zhang Xiaohu's face lit up and said, "You two came at the right time. I originally wanted to send Xiaohua to the villa, but I was called over by 6th Master Li early in the morning. It turns out that there is an escort mission that requires us to go out today and we don't have time. You two coming has fulfilled my wish." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she asked anxiously, "Second brother, where are these darts going? Is there any danger? This is your first trip out, so you must be very careful." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "I can't tell you the exact location. This is the rules of the escort agency. However, it shouldn't be a problem. The place we're heading to is very close. Not only is it my first time going there, but the agency has also sent out most of the newbies who haven't been out before for the sake of training. They even made me the vice captain, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. Moreover, there's also a highly skilled and experienced bodyguard, Captain Ren, who will guide us. You can rest assured." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was slightly relieved. When Ma Jing saw that Zhang Xiaohua's small bundle had been packed and the two brothers were still reluctant to part, he said to Zhang Xiaohu, "It's getting late. Brother Zhang, we still have to rush back to the villa before noon. We can't stay here any longer. We'll take Zhang Xiaohua back now. If you have time, you can come to our villa to play." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he agreed and said, "Brother Ma is right. It's right to hurry back to the villa and complete the mission. Let's go, I'll send you out." After saying this, he picked up the small bundle on the Kong bed and invited Ma Jing and Lu Er to go first. The carriage of Huanxi Villa was parked at the entrance of the escort agency. It was the same carriage that Qiu Tong used to take Zhang Xiaohua to the villa. Zhang Xiaohu stood in front of the carriage and looked at his younger brother. During this period of rest, Zhang Xiaohua had put on a lot of weight. His face was a little puffy and he didn't grow any taller. However, when he saw that his hands were still wrapped, he still felt a burst of bitterness. Zhang Xiaohu put the small bundle on the carriage and reminded him, "Remember what the doctor said just now. Do some restorative activities first. Don't do any heavy work. If you're not careful and your bones crack again, it'll be big trouble." Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient when he heard this and said, "I know, second brother. You've said it many times. Didn't I also tell you about the work in the villa? It's not tiring. Anyway, I can use my left hand very well. If I can't do it, I'll use my left hand. Actually, I just want to practice my fist techniques earlier. Since the doctor won't let me do it now, I'll wait a few days." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to listen anymore, and that he had said enough today. Perhaps saying more would make him suspicious, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and nodded. He then said to Ma Jing and Lu Er, "Xiaohua's injuries have healed. However, the doctor said that he can't fully use his right hand for the time being. Please take care of the villa. This one thanks you in advance." After saying this, he bowed deeply. Ma Jing and Lu Er hurriedly returned the bow and agreed. Then, the three of them got into the carriage. The carriage slowly started and sped away. Zhang Xiaohu stood in front of the escort agency and waved his hand continuously. It wasn't until the carriage disappeared from sight and Zhang Xiaohua's small waving hand could no longer be seen that he turned around and entered the agency. On the way, Ma Jing pulled Zhang Xiaohua aside and asked him all sorts of questions. When he heard Zhang Xiaohu repeatedly tell Zhang Xiaohua not to practice his fist techniques, he was very puzzled. He remembered that when Zhang Xiaohua first arrived, didn't he say that he didn't know martial arts? How did he know how to practice his fist techniques? When Zhang Xiaohua was practicing his fist techniques with He Tianshu at the villa, he didn't intend to avoid Ma Jing and the others. Unfortunately, the green-clothed and hat-wearing people were from two different worlds from the Misty School's disciples. Usually, they only interacted with each other during meals and rest. Other than that, they didn't interfere with each other. In fact, the green-clothed and hat-wearing people had a faint sense of inferiority and didn't set foot in the Misty School's disciples' area of activity. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't know about this. After he entered the villa, he ate and worked with Ma Jing and the others. Other than that, he spent his free time with He Tianshu and the others. Therefore, Ma Jing didn't know anything about Zhang Xiaohua learning fist techniques. Now that Ma Jing asked, Zhang Xiaohua told him everything in detail. Ma Jing was very puzzled, but more than that, he felt admiration. Although he didn't say it out loud, he was muttering in his heart. With his aptitude and handsome appearance, why didn't He Tianshu take a fancy to him? Could it be that the heavens were jealous of his handsome appearance? Perhaps he should still sigh at his luck. He even thought about whether he should express his goodwill to the Misty School's disciples at breakfast tomorrow. After knowing that Zhang Xiaohua could perform a few fist techniques, Ma Jing was even more curious about how he was injured at the escort agency. After Zhang Xiaohua finished explaining the situation, Ma Jing immediately dismissed the idea of practicing martial arts and put away his goodwill. Tomorrow, he would still be hostile. What a joke! Why would he practice fist techniques? He had only been practicing for a month and had only learned a few moves before he was beaten to death. If he were to practice martial arts, he would definitely be better than Zhang Xiaohua. Then, wouldn't he be beaten to death with a single palm strike? He thought about what Zhang Xiaohua said. His second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, was 10 times stronger than him. Wasn't he also beaten to a pulp by Yu Dai and almost lost his life? He was still wise to not walk the path of martial arts. He patted his chest and was secretly happy that he had embarked on a career with a bright future. The honest Lu Er beside him only listened and occasionally smiled to express his agreement. He faithfully performed all the actions that a minor character should do. The carriage arrived at Huanxi Manor in a short while. They entered through the side door as usual. The carriage stopped at the side door and waited for the guard to inspect it. Ma Jing and Lu Er were not like Xiu Tong. They didn't need any waste tokens and could even bring strangers into the manor. They obediently took out their waste tokens and handed them over. Then, the guard looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and then patted her forehead. Yes, she had received a waste token when she left the manor a few months ago. Naturally, she had to return that waste token now. However, where did she put that waste token? She hadn't used it for a long time and seemed to have forgotten about it. She seemed to have used it as a paperweight when she was learning to read and write from Li Jinfeng. She didn't pay attention to whether she had put it in when she was packing her bag. The small bag had to be knotted. Knots were easy to tie, but difficult to untie. Zhang Xiaohua's left hand and injured right hand were very difficult to untie. Ma Jing was at the side and naturally took over the bag and helped untie it. Zhang Xiaohua flipped through the things inside. Sure enough, she found the missing waste token among a few books. She picked it up and casually handed it to Ma Jing. Ma Jing didn't care and casually glanced at it. He turned around and was about to hand it to the guard. Just as he was about to reach out, he suddenly thought of something and said, "Eh?" He retracted his hand and carefully looked at the waste token. He looked at it up and down, left and right. Then, he frowned and asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, why is your waste token different from ours?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She took the waist token and looked at it carefully. She said, "This is it. I don't have any other waist tokens, only this one. It should have been given when I left the manor last time. Could it be that this waist token doesn't belong to our manor? It's broken. Did I lose it?" Ma Jing was also stunned. He said, "This waist token should belong to our manor. It's similar to ours. Also, it looks familiar to me. I think I've seen it somewhere before." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Why? There are many types of waist tokens in the manor?" Ma Jing said, "Yes, according to the work they do, everyone's waist tag is different. Just like Nye Er and the others who are next to us." I remember now. When Nye Er first came here, he went to Pingyang City with me. His waist tag was like this. At that time, I even held 2 waist tokens and compared them. That's why yours looks more familiar. How can you hold this kind of waist token?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a bitter smile, "Brother Ma, this is also my first time holding a waist token. How would I know the reason? You might as well ask the guard." Ma Jing heard and felt that it made sense. He handed the waist token to the guard. The guard took it and carefully checked it. After registering it, he kept it. At this moment, Ma Jing went up to him and asked, "Brother guard, can I ask you a question?" That guard nodded. Ma Jing asked, "Brother guard, can you tell me why this little brother of mine can receive this kind of waist token?" When the guard heard this, he laughed as if he was looking at an idiot. He replied, "I don't know either. I'm only in charge of verifying if it's a real waist token and letting people enter the manor. As for who uses what waist token, I don't care. You have to go to the front and ask the person who gives out the waist tokens." Ma Jing was unhappy when he heard this. What was the difference between this and not saying anything? However, he didn't dare to show his dissatisfaction. He put on a fake smile and thanked the guard. That guard didn't say anything. He waved his hand and let the horse carriage enter the manor. He slandered in his heart, "I know you're unhappy. You say thank you, but who knows what you're saying about me in your heart." The horse carriage dropped the 3 people at the entrance of the small courtyard and went elsewhere. Zhang Xiaohua got off the car and looked at the familiar outer sect. He sighed with emotion. Time flew by and people changed. He hadn't seen them for a few months, but he had many feelings. When he first arrived, he was like a child, unfamiliar with this place. In a month, he had entered and exited the outer sect countless times, as well as the empty space beside the outer sect. He was covered in sweat and had dozens of incomplete moves. Then, he went out alone, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. When he looked back, he was already injured. Fate made fools of people. Fate was cruel. Carrying his small bag, Zhang Xiaohua followed Ma Jing and Lu Er into the courtyard. It was already noon, but the others hadn't come back yet. The courtyard was quiet. Zhang Xiaohua was a little absent-minded. He followed the 2 into the small house. Then, he threw the bag on the Kong bed that he used to live in and sat down casually. However, he soon found that Ma Jing was looking at him strangely. Lu Er was also looking at him uncharacteristically and laughing foolishly. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. He looked down at his body and then at his feet. He didn't step on dog shit. What was there to see? But when he raised his head and looked around, he couldn't help but jump down from the Kong bed. It turned out that the Kong bed had been replaced with a different bedding. The things on the small table on the Kong bed were also different. Zhang Xiaohua then remembered that before he came to the mountain villa, Lu Er was in the same room as Ma Jing. Since he came back and he wasn't in the mountain villa, Lu Er naturally continued to live in the original room and Kong bed. He didn't care and made others laugh. Zhang Xiaohua blushed and was about to say something when Lu Er quickly said, "It's okay. Zhang Xiaohua, if you're tired, sit on the Kong bed for a while. You just recovered from your injury, so you should pay more attention." Zhang Xiaohua was touched. What a good person. It was rare to see someone like him in green. Lu Er continued to say, if you're used to sleeping on this Kong bed, I'll go find Brother Shi and have him arrange a room for me. You can stay with Brother Ma. Zhang Xiaohua woke up as if struck by lightning. He quickly waved his hand and said, don't. A gentleman doesn't take what others love. Since it's Brother Lu Er's original Kong bed, I naturally have to give it up. There's no way for me to continue sleeping there. It's better for me to go out and find another place. Lu Er said, I'm used to sleeping anywhere. You're an injured patient. It's better for you to stay in the original place. The power of habit is endless. It's also beneficial for your recovery. Thus, the two of them fought over the Kong bed. They both wanted to give the best Kong bed to each other. Ma Jing, who was watching from the side, sighed with emotion. They were both good people. It's also because of my good character that the people who live with me can be influenced to become gentlemen. Just as the two of them were arguing, a burst of noise came from the courtyard. Presumably, Tian Zhongxi and the others had returned. Zhang Xiaohua happily ran out of the small house. It wasn't only to escape Lu Er's enthusiasm, but also to see these Tian friends that she had struggled with for a month. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared in the courtyard, the green-clothed people were very surprised. They all surrounded her and asked her all sorts of questions. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't that familiar with them. Moreover, in this short month, she hadn't really integrated into their circle. It was only a few months that they hadn't seen each other, so everyone felt a sense of novelty. Moreover, they had heard that this Zhang Xiaohua had actually been injured in a martial arts competition and had almost lost her life. Naturally, they were very curious. One of them said, Zhang Xiaohua, I heard that you challenged that strongman of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and heavily injured you with one slap. Is that true? Another one asked, Zhang Xiaohua, I heard that you fought with 12 experts of the escort agency in a row and finally died of exhaustion. Is that true? Another one said, Zhang Xiaohua, I heard that you were bewitched by the female escort of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. She even used the yin-yang harmony powder to knock you down. You are our idol. That's right, how was that female escort's figure? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she felt a burst of dizziness. What was going on? She originally wanted to tell them in detail, but she suddenly didn't have the strength to say a single word. She could only smile and respond with a "ee" and "ah." Tian Zhongxi, on the other hand, stood outside the circle with a calm expression. No one knew what he was thinking about. When everyone had made enough noise, he put on a stern face and scolded, everyone, disperse. Zhang Xiaohua is back. If you want to know anything, there will be plenty of opportunities and time to ask in the future. She hasn't fully recovered yet. If you guys bump into her, be careful that you guys have to pay Zhang Xiaohua's medical fees. These words were really effective. The group of people in green immediately distanced themselves from Zhang Xiaohua. Even if Zhang Xiaohua were to fall down now, they definitely wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Tian Zhongxi continued, hurry up and tidy up to eat. After that, there's still a lot of work to do in the afternoon. If you delay, don't blame me for docking your wages. These words were even more effective. Who would want to refuse their own wages? They immediately dispersed and returned to their own rooms. Their warm feelings of concern immediately vanished like smoke in thin air. Tian Zhongxi looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was surprised by everyone's quick actions, and said, Zhang Xiaohua, come with me. After that, he didn't wait for him and walked back to his own room. Zhang Xiaohua felt strange when she saw Tian Zhongxi's indifferent attitude towards her. However, now was not the time to think about it. Seeing that Tian Zhongxi was about to enter the room, she quickly followed him. Tian Zhongxi walked into the room and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua, who ran into the room. He said in a flat tone, Zhang Xiaohua, how's your injury? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Tian Zhongxi carefully and said, it's okay, brother Shi. Although I haven't fully recovered, I can work with my left hand. It won't affect the work assigned to us by the villa. Tian Zhongxi said, Hee, this is not under my control. I'm relieved that your injury has recovered. After all, you used to be my little brother. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't feel good. These words were strange. Zhang Xiaohua still didn't understand. However, Tian Zhongxi pointed to a pile of bedding on the idle Kong and said, That's your bedding. See if there's anything missing. Then follow me. I'll arrange a place for you to live in the future. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was like a monkey whose tail was burned. She immediately jumped up and said, Brother Shi, please, don't arrange for me to live in Brother Ma's room again. Please, please. Chapter 106. Tian Zhongxi looked at Zhang Xiaohua's fawning face and couldn't help but smile. He said, Bring me the bedding first. It's not up to me to decide where you live. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled again and asked, Brother Shi, then, who has the final say? Tian Zhongxi ignored her and waved his hand. Come, follow me. You'll know when you get there. After he finished speaking, he pushed the door open and walked out with a deep look on his face. Zhang Xiaohua was confused. She had to take the bedding and follow Tian Zhongxi out. Tian Zhongxi went out and turned left. It was in the direction of Ma Jing's house. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Moreover, Tian Zhongxi's footsteps stopped in front of Ma Jing's house. Zhang Xiaohua's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She complained in her heart, He said he wouldn't let me live in this house. It turned out that he was tricking me. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see Tian Zhongxi's face, but there was a smile on his face. The corners of his mouth were also upturned. It seemed that he was playing. When Zhang Xiaohua's heart jumped to her throat, he moved forward again. The pitiful Zhang Xiaohua didn't realize that he was being toyed with at all. He let out a long sigh and thanked the gods in his heart. Only then did he cheerfully follow. Tian Zhongxi didn't stop until he reached the end of the row of houses. He knocked on the door. Another voice that Zhang Xiaohua was very familiar with came from the house. Who is it? Come in. This was actually He Tianshu's room. Speaking of the people Zhang Xiaohua wanted to see most in Huanxi Mountain Villa, He Tianshu was definitely one of the candidates. She thought that she could see him after dinner. Who knew that she would meet him in such a situation as soon as she returned to the villa? Zhang Xiaohua followed Tian Zhongxi into the house with the bedding. Seeing the face that she hadn't seen for months, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to cry. This kind of thought didn't arise when he woke up after being injured and saw Zhang Xiaohu. Tian Zhongxi looked at He Tianshu and said, Captain He, I've brought Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua stood alone at the door of the room. She hugged the blanket with her left hand and called out timidly, Captain He was like a child who had been bullied. He felt wronged but did not dare to tell his family. He could only swallow his teeth. His eyes were pleading for help, hoping that his family would stand up for him. He Tianshu looked at his stupid disciple and thought about his half-baked and incomplete fist technique. He thought about how he persistently practiced his fist technique in the middle of the night under the moonlight. He thought about how he actually dared to face a powerful opponent and bravely extended his little fist in order to save his brother's life with his right hand. Although He Tianshu did not see it with his own eyes, he could imagine Zhang Xiaohua's stubborn gaze and his determined footsteps even with his eyes closed. He even remembered the horse stance that he had personally taught him. However, He Tianshu didn't take another look at Zhang Xiaohua. He retracted his gaze and smiled at Tian Zhongxi. Okay, sorry to trouble you. Leave it to me. Tian Zhongxi nodded and didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, Zhang Xiaohua, from now on, Captain He will be in charge of you. Take care of your body. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to say anything and walked away. Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to understand what had happened. She just stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do next. Fortunately, at this moment, He Tianshu walked up and asked gently, Zhang Xiaohua, how are your injuries? Zhang Xiaohua came back to her senses. She smiled and said, Captain He, it's nothing serious. I can move around a little. Then, Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, Captain He, I'm sorry. He Tianshu was stunned and asked, sorry? Why? Zhang Xiaohua said strangely, I was injured during the competition. Naturally, I lost face for you. However, you can punish me however you want. Just don't expel me from the sect. He Tianshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, who told you this? Zhang Xiaohua said, isn't it written in the books? Isn't it true? He Tianshu was stunned and asked, aren't you illiterate? You heard it from someone. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and said proudly, Captain He, I can read now. I can even write. I read all these in books. He Tianshu was even more stunned. He said, in just a few months, you can read and read? Not bad, you're really a good child. Zhang Xiaohua heard He Tianshu's praise and blushed. She said modestly, I didn't learn much. I just learned the Shuo Wen Jie Zi that children used to learn. I also read a few books that they must learn. What? The Shuo Wen Jie Zi that is used to teach children. This time, it was He Tianshu's turn to be confused. You said that you finished learning the Shuo Wen Jie Zi? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she felt embarrassed and said, Captain He, I was wrong again. I shouldn't have boasted. I know that this is something that children in Pingyang City learn. I won't say it again. He Tianshu fell to the ground with a thud. Then, he flipped himself up and stood steadily in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him with stars in her eyes. She thought to herself, idle, idle. What a graceful posture. I don't know when I can learn it. Poor He Tianshu patted his forehead and thought, Shuo Wen Jie Zi, a children's first lesson? Am I having a fever? Then, He Tianshu asked, where's your first lesson book? Let me see. Zhang Xiaohua then remembered and said hurriedly, oh, I forgot it in Ma Jing's room. I'll go get it now. With that, she turned and ran out. He Tianshu immediately stopped her and said, there's no need, Zhang Xiaohua. Let's talk about it in the future. Zhang Xiaohua obediently stopped in her tracks. He Tianshu said, whether you heard it or saw it yourself, you can't take it seriously. First of all, you're not my disciple. I'm only teaching you fist techniques. This is something that's widely spread in the martial arts world. It's not my unique technique. You're not my disciple, so I can't chase you out. Secondly, you did very well this time. Even if I'm your master, I won't blame you. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, really? Captain He, you also think that I did very well. But I was defeated. I couldn't even take a slap from him. He Tianshu patted her shoulder and said, silly Hua, you've only learned fist techniques for a few days. How many years did he learn? What kind of fist techniques did you learn? What kind of inner strength mantra did he learn? Although the purple sand palm isn't some profound inner strength mantra, against someone like you who hasn't even seen the shadow of martial arts, it's like an adult against a newborn child. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Oh right, let me take a look at your injuries. He Tianshu held up Zhang Xiaohua's right hand and said, put the blanket on the chair first. Zhang Xiaohua placed her blanket on the chair next to her and obediently allowed He Tianshu to carefully pinch her fingers. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's right hand was still wrapped in bandages. He Tianshu didn't unwrap the bandages and only felt them carefully through the bandages. When He Tianshu felt the bones of her right hand's fingers and wrist, he looked at He Tianshu's fluctuating expression and said cheerfully, Captain He, you're recovering well, right? The doctor at the escort agency said that I can't practice fist techniques for the time being and can only do so in a few days. Sigh, I really can't wait. I want to be able to practice the horse stance right now. He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's excited expression and wanted to say something but stopped himself. He smiled and said, alright, I'll take a look at your injuries in a few days and we can practice fist techniques together. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, really, Captain He, you can teach me fist techniques again? Aren't you afraid that I'll forget again? Hearing this, He Tianshu immediately came to his senses and said regretfully, this. Well, I'll let second brother Nye teach you. When you're almost done learning, I'll teach you then. Zhang Xiaohua said cheerfully, then I'll definitely learn from second brother Nye so that I won't embarrass Captain He in the next fist technique competition. He Tianshu smiled a little reluctantly and said, alright, I believe you can do it. Then, He Tianshu said, but before you start practicing, I have to arrange a place for you to stay. Oh, didn't brother Shi say? Zhang Xiaohua paused and said incredulously, Captain He, could it be that the person brother Shi was talking about is you? He Tianshu smiled and said, didn't Tian Zhongxi say just now that he's leaving you to me? Didn't you hear him clearly? Or are you so stupid that you can't even understand this? Zhang Xiaohua grinned and said, these things, I'm sometimes confused and sometimes I understand. Of course I know that you're arranging for me, but I can't believe it. I'm just a manservant in the villa. You're a Misty School student who came to the villa to plant herbs. We're not related at all, so how can I be managed by you? This is what I'm puzzled about. He Tianshu scolded with a smile, how do you know that you're a manservant in the Huanxi villa? You didn't come to the Huanxi villa as a manservant, but as a member of the Lotus Escort Agency. You're different from those people who wear green clothes and hats. You hang out with them every day and don't have any awareness of being an escort agency. Think about it, if you were just a manservant, the villa lord might not have let me teach you fist techniques. Zhang Xiaohua finally understood and said, oh, I know. No wonder the waist tag that was given to me when I went out was different from that of Brother Ma and the others. So it was like this. Yes, it's like this. He Tianshu nodded and said, when you first came, you were indeed replacing Lu Er's work. However, if that's the case, wouldn't it be a waste of the strength of your arms? The villa lord would never let you do ordinary work. You were just there to adapt to the environment. However, plans can't keep up with changes. Before I could adjust for you, you had an accident. I thought that I wouldn't be able to see you again, but it just so happened that the third Master Chu of the escort agency came to the villa lord to plead for you. The villa lord also took pity on you and put you back into my team. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua beamed with joy and said, I understand, Captain He. I'll be in your care in the future. Oh right, I haven't met Sister Villa Lord yet. She's really a good person. I'll have to thank her properly in the future. He Tianshu smiled and rubbed his head, saying, yes, you should really thank the Villa Lord. She's really good to you. Alright, come with me. I'll arrange a room for you first. I still have to go eat. After he finished speaking, He Tianshu picked up the bedding on the chair and was about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't let him take it. He quickly used his left hand to snatch the bedding and said, Captain He, I'll take it myself. He Tianshu didn't return it to him and said with a smile, your hand isn't convenient. I'll take it for you. It's only a matter of 2 steps. When Zhang Xiaohua heard He Tianshu's words, he thought that it made sense and didn't insist. He Tianshu took the bedding and led Zhang Xiaohua out the door. He turned right and walked to the front of the 5th room. He pushed the door open and went in. No one lived in the room, but it was very clean. The layout of the room was the same as the room Zhang Xiaohua used to live in. He Tianshu threw the bedding onto a kong and said to Zhang Xiaohua, from today onwards, this room is yours. You don't have to work for the time being. Take care of your injuries. If you can't stay idle, you can go with Nye Xiao, to the medicine field to take a look. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the empty room and said in confusion, Captain He, there's no one else in this room. I'm the only one living here? He Tianshu smiled and said, yes, our treatment is different from Tian Zhongxi and the others. We all live in a room alone. Nye Xiao, and the others are the same. Don't tell me you want to live with them? But even if you want to, they won't be willing. You should be at ease and live alone. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her head and said, It's nothing. I'll live alone then. But I haven't lived in a room alone since I was young. I'm not used to it. He Tianshu said, Yes, slowly get used to it. If there's anything you need, you can tell me. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, or ask Nie Xiao, and the others. You're familiar with them, so you'll probably be bullied by them. Haha. Then, he patted his belly and said, Zhang Xiaohua, it's already past noon. Are you hungry? I'm so hungry that my front is sticking to my back. Do you want to eat with me? Zhang Xiaohua cheered and said, Okay, I haven't eaten the food from the mountain villa. I miss it very much. Captain let's go together. After saying that, the two of them walked to the dining room one after the other. When they walked into the dining room, everyone's lunch was coming to an end. He Tianshu's entrance didn't attract anyone's attention, but Zhang Xiaohua behind him attracted everyone's attention. Some of the people in green who had finished eating and were preparing to leave also sat down, as if waiting for something. Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall and naturally walked to the two tables of the people in green. However, she noticed that the two tables were full of people. There wasn't a single empty seat. It seemed that she had encountered the awkwardness of the first meal. Could it be another small trap by the people in green? Zhang Xiaohua's seat used to be Lu Er's, but now that Lu Er was back, that seat was naturally taken by Lu Er. Of course, there was no empty seat for Zhang Xiaohua to sit. And those people in green who had finished eating didn't leave their seats. Then, where could Zhang Xiaohua sit? It seemed that this was the reason why the people in green sat down again. Unfortunately, the joke in their eyes was that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't at a loss like before. They saw Zhang Xiaohua take a few steps forward and suddenly patted her forehead. She changed direction and went in another direction. The people in green thought that maybe Zhang Xiaohua was going to get a chair. However, they still sat firmly in front of the dining table and didn't move at all. It seemed that they were clinging to the dining table and didn't relax. If there wasn't any free space, what was the use of taking a chair? However, when Zhang Xiaohua walked to He Tianshu's table, she didn't continue to look for a chair as everyone thought. Instead, she sat down unceremoniously. Everyone was stunned for a moment before snickering. Who didn't know that the bunch of people from Ethereal's sect had always looked down on people in green robes and hats? Now that a new manservant was sitting among them, wouldn't he be kicked back by them? The people who were expecting to see Zhang Xiaohua embarrassed didn't expect to see someone being flattened. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. They waited for the wonderful moment when Zhang Xiaohua was kicked away. Just as dozens of pairs of eyes were watching, Nie Er from the Misty School raised his hand. The people in green shouted in their hearts, 1, 2, 3, clap. When they shouted, clap, in their hearts, Nie Er didn't send Zhang Xiaohua flying with one slap as they expected. Instead, he gently landed on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. His face was smiling like a flower as he said, Brother, you're finally back. Are your injuries better? Hurry up and eat some drumsticks. I heard that eating something is good for nourishment. Ding dang, clang clang, plop. A series of chaotic noises were heard. The people in green clothes and small hats all had their glasses fall off. Some had their eyeballs fall off. Some had their eyeballs fall off. Some had their jaws drop. They were in a state of panic. Some even fell to the ground. After everyone sat down again and tidied up their faces, they stood up in exhaustion. They didn't see the excitement that they had hoped for and could only entertain themselves. They walked out of the dining room and collectively looked at the scorching sun in the sky. They shouted in unison, how strange, the sun didn't rise from the west. Afterwards, the people in green all stared at Zhang Xiaohua, who was happily eating as if they were looking at a traitor whose life was about to come to an end. They fiercely stared at her for a few times before resentfully leaving. They almost spat a few mouthfuls of phlegm on the ground. It wasn't that they didn't want to vomit, but they were afraid that they would be fined by the middle-aged woman on duty in the villa. There was no invoice, so even if they were fined, they wouldn't be able to find anyone to reimburse them. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know about the petty thoughts of the people in green all the time. Perhaps she didn't want to know. She was doing her best to eat the delicacies in front of her. In the past, she already felt that the working meals of the people in green all the time were not bad. In the past few months, Yudai's meals had also raised Zhang Xiaohua's appetite. Her taste was also a bit tricky, and she was no longer as ignorant as she was when she first came here. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua realized how ignorant she was at that time. She actually thought that Tianshu and the others ate too little and didn't have enough food. Alas, the ancients said that one could never get tired of eating good food. Oh, right, there was also a saying, the ignorant are fearless. There is a survey for authors. Please select it. Please add it, thank you. Chapter 107. By the time Zhang Xiaohua slowly finished his first lunch after returning to the manor, the people around him had already left. Zhang Xiaohua and Tianshu had arrived late. Seeing that Tianshu had hurriedly finished his meal, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to stand up but was stopped by Tianshu. He told her to eat slowly and not to rush. Anyway, he did not arrange any work for her in the afternoon. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua sat down obediently and ate this and that. She only left the dining hall when she felt full. The afternoon sun was very warm, especially when she was full. Zhang Xiaohua walked leisurely under the sun, her steps light. It was rare to have such a beautiful afternoon and she should enjoy it. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was squinting when a female voice called out to her, "Zhang Xiaohua? Did you just finish eating?" She turned around and saw that Qiu Tong had seen her from the small courtyard in the distance. Zhang Xiaohua ran over happily and called out, "Sister Qiu Tong, why are you here?" Qiu Tong smiled and said, "The manor lord is in a bad mood today, so I went to the dining hall to take a look. What delicious food do you have here? Can I bring some back for the manor lord?" Zhang Xiaohua asked with concern, "What happened to Sister Manor Lord?" Qiu Tong said with a bitter expression, "You don't know about the matters of the manor. Don't ask too much." Oh, Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic very honestly and said, "Sister Qiu Tong, I only returned to the manor this morning. Ma Jing and Lu Er went to the escort agency to fetch me." Qiu Tong smiled and said, "I know. I was the one who asked them to go. I was not free during this period. Today, Tian Zhongxi happened to say that someone was going to Pingyang City to purchase something, so I asked them to bring you back." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Qiu Tong gratefully and said, "Sister Qiu Tong, thank you. You are so good to me, just like my sister Lu Qian." "Lu Qian?" Qiu Tong was stunned and said, "Who is that?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister Lu Qian is my sister-in-law now. Before marrying my big brother, I called her big sister." Qiu Tong smiled and said, "Xiaohua, everyone likes you because you're a good child who knows how to endure hardships. It's not just me." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "That's right. There's also Sister Manor Lord. When will I have to properly thank her?" Qiu Tong said, "Yes, there will be a chance. Just keep it in mind for now." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I know, Sister Qiu Tong." Qiu Tong asked again, "How are your injuries now?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Okay, the doctor said that other than not being able to carry heavy things, everything else is fine." Qiu Tong nodded and said, "I'm sure you already know that I've assigned you to Captain He's place this time. He's already arranged a place for you to stay." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, when I came back, Brother Shi brought me to Captain He's place and then arranged a room for me. See, I just had a meal with them and was about to go back." Qiu Tong said, "That's good. You haven't fully recovered yet, so don't do anything too heavy. First, you can learn from Captain He. He has some problems that are difficult to solve, so you probably won't need to do anything." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "What problems? Is it serious?" Qiu Tong said, "You'll know when you go and take a look." Sigh, this is also the Manor Lord's sore point. If you can solve it, you'll be doing the Manor Lord a great favor. It's much better than thanking her. Pfft, look at what I'm thinking. Xiaohua, you don't have to take it to heart. I'm just saying. Even they can't do anything about it. What can a child like you do? Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm in a hurry to go back. You should take care of yourself too. You've just recovered and your body is still weak. Don't get sick again. That'll only make things worse. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Alright, Qiu Tong Jijia. I'll be careful. I'm leaving. With that said, the two waved goodbye and went their separate ways. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua was still thinking, what kind of problem did Captain He and the Manor Lord encounter? Even the Manor Lord is so worried that he can't eat. But if they can't do anything, then I can't do anything either. I'll go take a look first. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua returned to his room. His bag was still in Ma Jing's room. They must have gone to work now. It wasn't appropriate for him to go get his things now. It was better to wait until they came back at night. Although Captain He had told him that he didn't have to work in the afternoon and that he could rest in his room, how could he calm down? He was a teenager and didn't have the patience to sit down. Moreover, he had spent the past few months on the Kong bed. He rarely went out of Zhang Xiaohu's room. Now that he had the opportunity, how could he stay at home alone? After closing the door, Zhang Xiaohua followed the path that he had walked before to find He Tianshu and the others. He didn't know exactly where He Tianshu worked. However, he used to listen to Ma Jing's nagging, so he knew the general location. It wasn't too far away from the green-clothed men. Along the way, he saw many green-clothed men busy watering and weeding. Many people also saw Zhang Xiaohua. Some were even whispering to each other and even pointing at him. Zhang Xiaohua thought of Ma Jing and naturally knew that they were jealous. He didn't care and just walked forward. He Tianshu's medicine field was separated from Tian Zhongshi's. There were some simple barriers in the middle to prevent the green-clothed men from going over. It was obvious from afar. In the past, Zhang Xiaohua only looked at it from afar and didn't have the intention to go closer. Now, as he walked over, he didn't feel nervous at all. After passing the barrier, he looked up. There wasn't much difference between this side and the other side. There were just a few medicine fields. However, the medicine fields here were not very neat. Some of the fields already had medicinal herbs growing, but some were bare, as if they had just been reclaimed. He Tianshu and the others were also busy. When Zhang Xiaohua came closer, they noticed. He Tianshu smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohua, why didn't you rest in the house? Why did you come over? Zhang Xiaohua said, Captain He, I can't stay idle. I'll follow you. If I understand it, it'll be easier for me to do it in the future. He Tianshu said, the medicine fields here are not much different from the other side. It's just that the medicinal herbs are more important. Some medicinal herbs may need to be planted more carefully. I heard from Tian Zhongxi that you did a good job there. You grew up in the field since you were young, so it shouldn't be a problem. Later, follow Nia Xiao Air and watch carefully. He'll tell you the special places to pay attention to. But Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, but what? He Tianshu said, but I hope your memory won't be as bad as when you practice boxing. Make Nia Xiao Air repeat it 180 times. Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said, no, Captain He, my memory is quite good. Even young Master Li praised me before. But I'm just bad at boxing, hee. He Tianshu asked, which young Master Li? Zhang Xiaohua explained, it's Li Jinfeng, young Master Li. He's studying at the academy. He's the teacher who taught me how to read. He Tianshu's eyes lit up and said, the teacher who taught you with Shua Wen Jiezi? Hee, he's really interesting. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet him. Zhang Xiaohua said, Captain He also knows that he's interesting. When I see him next time, I'll tell him to come and see you. He Tianshu waved his hand and said, "Don't say that he wants to see me. If there's a chance, let's all meet up together." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Okay, young Master Li is also a very easygoing person. He won't have any objections." After that, Nie Xiao'er brought Zhang Xiaohua to work while explaining to him. The medicine field here was indeed more complicated than the other side. Every medicine had to be watered at different times and amounts. There were also many things to take note of and the specific details of the operation that needed to be carefully memorized. Luckily, Zhang Xiaohua's brain was better than when he was practicing boxing. Otherwise, He Tianshu would really be worried. There weren't many medicine fields under the care of the medicine hall, only a few pieces. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be He Tianshu and the others who came. However, in these few fields, there was still a small portion of the land that wasn't planted with medicine. But just as Zhang Xiaohua was learning the details from Nie Xiao'er, Zhang Xiaohua actually saw He Tianshu bringing someone with him to water those empty fields. He even carefully squatted there and occasionally picked up the soil to look at it, frowning as he thought about something. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and asked Nie Xiao'er, "Big brother Xiao'er, what do you think Captain He is doing? Why is he watering the empty fields and spacing out?" Nie Xiao'er glared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I'm warning you. Don't call me Big Brother Xiao'er in the future. Why does it feel like you're calling a waiter? No matter what, your big brother Nie is still a disciple of the Misty School. He has some status in the pugilistic world. Why does it sound like this in your mouth? This is the last time. Call me Big Brother Xiao Nie in the future." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I know. Hurry and tell me what's going on with Captain He, Big Brother Xiao'er." Nie Xiao'er's nose was crooked from anger. He gave a humph and ignored him. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly apologized and said, all right. "Big Brother Xiao Nie, I was wrong, okay? Please be magnanimous and don't be angry, okay?" Seeing that Nie Xiao'er still didn't speak, Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "If you continue to be angry, when my injuries heal, I'll find Captain He and have him assign you to teach me fist techniques." When Nie Xiao'er heard this, he immediately surrendered and said with a smile, "Big Brother Xiaohua, you're going off topic. If you want to learn fist techniques, just tell your big brother Nie. We don't need to trouble Captain He. You see, isn't he worrying about something right now? Let him worry about the farm. Actually, speaking of this matter, we have to start from planting medicinal herbs. You might have heard from Ma Jing and the others about how we opened up this medicinal field. It's specifically for the medicine hall's use. The herbs planted here aren't normal herbs, but some of the herbs that our Misty School obtained from other places and have already been lost in the pugilistic world. Otherwise, why wouldn't they let Ma Jing and the others plant it and instead have us come here from Misty Mountain Villa?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "This, I do know a little about it. But what does it have to do with this empty space?" Nie Xiao'er smiled mysteriously and said, "Big Brother Xiaohua, open your wise eyes and take a look. Or use your strict thinking to think about it. If it was an empty space, would Captain He have gone crazy and poured water there?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Could it be that it's not an empty space?" Nie Xiao'er said matter-of-factly and said, "Of course it is. There are seeds planted there." Zhang Xiaohua was even more confused and said, "Then why haven't they sprouted? Haven't the other medicinal fields sprouted long ago? Some of them have already grown very tall." Nie Xiao'er spread out his hands and said, "Yes, why haven't they sprouted? This is the reason why Captain He is so worried. If I knew, I would become a captain. Or, I wouldn't be a burden to Captain He." In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua understood and also understood what Qiu Tong meant when she saw her in the morning. The seeds of these herbs had been planted for more than half a year, but they still hadn't sprouted. Presumably, they didn't know the reason, so they couldn't cultivate more herbs. There was no way for a lost herb to reappear in the Misty School. No wonder He Tianshu was worried. Big Sister Village Head didn't eat. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was just a normal child. He only knew how to cultivate crops. Now, he even knew how to cultivate normal herbs. He didn't think that he would be able to solve these problems. Looking at the pitiful He Tianshu, Zhang Xiaohua still focused on her studies. She slowly familiarized herself with Nie Xiao air and tried to get into the role as soon as possible. The afternoon passed as Zhang Xiaohua studied diligently. At night, Zhang Xiaohua took her little bag out of Ma Jing's room. Ignoring Ma Jing's persistent attempts to pull her hand and his resentful gaze, she ran back to her room like a wisp of smoke. She had finally escaped Ma Jing's demonic feet. How could she want to stay a moment longer? When she thought about how Lu Er didn't seem to feel any discomfort while staying there, Zhang Xiaohua's admiration for Lu Er immediately surged like a torrential river. Nighttime was still the time for He Tianshu and the others to practice. Zhang Xiaohua went to the training room as usual. Not long after, He Tianshu and the others arrived. He Tianshu said, "Zhang Xiaohua, don't practice boxing yet. Try to get into the horse stance. See if your right arm can withstand it." Zhang Xiaohua tried and said, "Captain He, my arm is fine. However, the bandage on my right hand is still there. I can't make a fist." He Tianshu said, "Then don't make a fist. Try the horse stance. You haven't done it for a few months, right?" Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said, "That's right. In the beginning, I stayed on the Kong bed all day long and didn't dare to move. Later on, when I got better and could move, I hurt my bones again. I just walked around the room. I've long forgotten about the horse stance." He Tianshu smiled and said, "That's right. You didn't practice the horse stance at all. How could you care about it? It's not your fault that you don't know how to cherish things that you get easily. I'm guessing that you've already returned those moves to me." Zhang Xiaohua argued, "No, Captain He. I still remember those moves. If you don't believe me, I'll show you." After saying that, she was about to get into the stance and start practicing. He Tianshu hurriedly stopped her and said, "Don't blindly show off. If you can't even make a fist, how are you going to practice? Wait a few days. However, it's fine if you've forgotten those moves. It might be better to practice them again." After saying that, he laughed and went to practice. Zhang Xiaohua had nothing to say. She could only get into the horse stance and watch the others practice. Seeing Nie Xiao, and the others practice set after set of fist techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, etc., Zhang Xiaohua was very envious. When would she have such a day? He Tianshu, on the other hand, was practicing under a tree. His movements were very slow, but Zhang Xiaohua could clearly feel the power of each move. Each move could bring about a kind of power. It was not like when he was practicing his own boxing. It was just a move. Only the offensive moves had pure power. He could not help but be moved in his heart. Was this the internal energy that Zhang Xiaohu was talking about? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua concentrated on watching He Tianshu practice, hoping to discover something from it. Unfortunately, when He Tianshu finished practicing a set of fist techniques, he could only feel that the other person's fist techniques were vigorous and vigorous. He couldn't see anything else. Even the moves were vague. Could it be that the Zhang Xiaohua who forgot the moves was back again? Or was the feng shui of Huanxi Mountain Villa not as good as the Lotus Escort Agency? After He Tianshu finished practicing the fist techniques, he walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's motionless body, he said with satisfaction, "Zhang Xiaohua, your horse stance is really good. Other than your right arm, the other parts are the same as what I taught you before. Your horse stance level is really not ordinary. When our Misty School has a horse stance competition, I will definitely recommend you to go. You will definitely get first place." Zhang Xiaohua said happily, "Really, Captain He, if there is such an opportunity, you must call me. When will it be?" He Tianshu smiled and said, "Okay, no problem. When the time comes, I will definitely call you. Okay, you should take it too. Rest early. Tomorrow, you should follow Nie Xiao, You don't want to stay in the house alone anyway." Zhang Xiaohua jumped up and said, "Okay, I know." But in her heart, she was still thinking, when would the time come? Following behind He Tianshu, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, "Captain He, when you were practicing just now, did you use internal energy?" He Tianshu stopped in his tracks and turned around to ask, "How did you know?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "I saw that your fist techniques were different from mine. It seemed like there was power hidden in the moves. My recruitment was purely based on the moves." He Tianshu was silent and said, "Your eyesight or intuition is really good. It's like this." Zhang Xiaohua probed, "Captain He, this internal energy cultivation method, can you teach me?" He Tianshu smiled and raised his hand, "Internal energy cultivation method? You learned it from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Yes, I heard it from my second brother. He is an escort at the escort agency and is now learning internal energy at the martial arts school." He Tianshu was stunned and asked, "Your second brother is an escort, but he is learning internal energy at the martial arts school?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Yes, it's like this." He Tianshu said, "It seems that your second brother is not like you. He should be an expert in martial arts. Most martial arts schools only teach internal energy cultivation methods to the elites." Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, "Yes, my second brother is a genius. That's why he can learn internal energy at the martial arts school." Then, she asked expectantly, "Do you think I can learn it?" Chapter 108. He Tianshu sighed and said, "Xiaohua, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but, first, the inner strength method that I learned is only for the disciples of the Misty School. It cannot be taught to anyone who isn't a disciple of the school. If it is discovered that it was taught privately, not only will I be punished by the discipline hall, you will also be crippled of your martial arts. Second, this inner strength method is not like fist techniques. It requires talent. If your talent is not good, then you will not have any progress after practicing for several years. Did your second brother also tell you this? He can't teach you inner strength." Zhang Xiaohua nodded disappointedly and said, "Yes, second brother also said this." He Tianshu rubbed Zhang Xiaohua's head and said, "Go back. Everyone has their own fate. The heavens have already arranged it. If you have this fate, then perhaps in the near future, you will be able to get what you want. Otherwise, even if you try your best, you will gain nothing." Zhang Xiaohua lowered his head and disappointedly followed He Tianshu back. Under the oil lamp, Zhang Xiaohua carefully read a book. This was not a fist technique, but some books that Li Jinfeng had left for him. During the period of recovery, he had developed a habit of reading some books at night. No matter if it was a fist technique or a book, if he didn't read it, it would seem that something was missing. He had read all the fist technique manuals that could be read, and only the books were left. There were countless books, enough for Zhang Xiaohua to read for a lifetime. Suddenly, he saw the words, "reviewing the old to learn the new," and "learning while practicing," in the book. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be moved. He carefully put down the book and closed his eyes to think about the fist technique manuals that he had memorized. There was no special reason why he didn't tell He Tianshu this today. It was like a child who had gotten his favorite toy and would not immediately tell the adults. The child would take it out to show off at an unexpected moment to surprise the adults. He would then look at the adults' stunned expressions and laugh loudly. That was all. Zhang Xiaohua also had the same thought, but most importantly, he still did not have confidence in himself. He was afraid that he would not be able to master these fist techniques. Rather than saying it now, it would not be too late to say it when he really mastered them. Fortunately, with Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts, that fist technique was like a river, and she could still clearly recall it. However, Zhang Xiaohua's expression did not change. She raised her right hand and looked at the bandage. She touched it with her left hand for a moment, but still did not take it off. Late at night, Zhang Xiaohua blew out the light and fell asleep peacefully. In the next few days, Zhang Xiaohua followed Nie Xiao to familiarize herself with the planting of various medicinal herbs during the day, and practiced the horse stance at night. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that Elder Yu, whom he hadn't seen for several months, would come to visit them every night. That night, Zhang Xiaohua was still reading under the oil lamp when she heard someone knocking on the door. Zhang Xiaohua was startled. This was the first time someone had knocked on the door at night. Thus, she put down her book and opened the door. Using the light in the room, it was actually the one-armed Elder Yu. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. "Elder Yu, how are you? Please come in." After Zhang Xiaohua invited Elder Yu into the room and invited him to sit on the chair, she said, "Elder Yu, I've been back for many days, but I haven't seen you. Are you very busy?" Elder Yu smiled. "Not to mention that you've only been back for a few days. How many times have you seen me during the month you stayed in the villa?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's because I haven't seen you for several months, so I'm a little surprised." "Why are you here today?" Elder Yu said, "It's nothing much. I just heard that you're back, so I came to take a look at your injuries." Zhang Xiaohua was a little flattered. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Yu. I should be fine now. I'll get Captain He to take a look tomorrow and remove the bandage." Elder Yu waved his hand. "There's no need to wait until tomorrow. I'll help you remove it now. The recovery of a bone injury isn't something that can be determined in a day or two." Zhang Xiaohua was more curious about Elder Yu's attitude. From the first time they met, he was neither cold nor indifferent to her. Why was he so concerned about her today? It was thought-provoking. However, Elder Yu was an old man after all, and he was concerned about her. Zhang Xiaohua also respected her elders, so Zhang Xiaohua allowed Elder Yu to remove the bandage on her hand. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua's injuries were already healed. The bandage was just a form of psychological sustenance. Just as Elder Yu said, there was no difference whether he removed it today or tomorrow. Thus, even though Elder Yu only had one right hand, he was still able to remove the bandage easily with Zhang Xiaohua's help. Zhang Xiaohua's right hand didn't look any different from before. It was just that her skin was abnormally pale, probably due to the lack of light. Elder Yu didn't immediately examine Zhang Xiaohua's fingers. Instead, he said, "Try clenching your fist first." Zhang Xiaohua obeyed and tried to retract her fingers. This was a very normal action in the past, but now, it was abnormally clumsy. Even her fingers didn't seem to listen to her. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua's fingers were retracted to a certain extent. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move them further. In other words, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't even clench her fist. Zhang Xiaohua panicked. "Elder Yu, what's going on? My hand. Why is my hand like this?" Elder Yu said amiably, "Don't be anxious. It's always like this after an injury. In the future, you have to practice retracting your fingers frequently. It'll take time for you to recover. Now, let me take a look at the details of your bones." Then, Elder Yu used his thumb and index finger to pinch Zhang Xiaohua's fingers. He examined them inch by inch. After a long while, he finally finished examining. Elder Yu raised his head. Under the light of the oil lamp, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see his expression. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask, but when she looked at her hand, she didn't see anything wrong with it, so she didn't ask. Elder Yu also didn't tell Zhang Xiaohua about the recovery of her bones. Instead, he asked her, "Why do you want to learn martial arts?" Zhang Xiaohua was baffled. She didn't understand and replied, "Of course it's to protect my family." "Other than protecting your family, what else will you do if you learn martial arts?" Elder Yu asked. Zhang Xiaohua furrowed her brows and answered honestly, "No, I haven't thought that much. Right now, I just want to practice my fist techniques." This time, it was Elder Yu's turn to furrow his brows. He asked again, "Then after you learn martial arts, will you help the weak and help the strong? Will you help the weak?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's mind immediately flashed with the scene of her and her father being bullied in Lu Town, and the scene of her and her elder brother being trampled on the ground by the strong people of Shichui Mountain. She couldn't help but feel her blood boil. She spat out, "Of course I will. If I learn martial arts and have the ability to help others and help the weak, of course I will do it." Elder Yu asked again, "Then are you sure that the weak are wronged and should be helped?" Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. "Elder Yu, I don't understand. If the weak don't have a reason, why would they provoke the strong?" Elder Yu smiled and said, "This question is a bit difficult. You're still young and don't understand people's hearts. Perhaps you'll understand in the future." Then, he asked again, "Then if you want to help the weak and help the strong, but the strong person's martial arts are stronger than yours, will you help?" This sentence made Zhang Xiaohua not know how to answer. This time in Lu Town, of course, it was Zhang Xiaolong who stepped forward bravely. He wasn't afraid of the strong, but the result was also disastrous. She remembered it clearly. Mr. Lu and Lu Kai also reminded her to act according to her ability. This question was really hard to answer. However, in an instant, a thought flashed through her mind. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Isn't this the reason why I have to continuously practice fist techniques and even internal strength?" Elder Yu furrowed his brows and then relaxed. He didn't ask Zhang Xiaohua any more questions. Instead, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's right hand and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, although the bones in your right hand have healed, it was still damaged by internal strength. It's no longer the same as before. It's like a broken vase. No matter how much it's repaired, it can still be used. However, the cracks in the vase still exist. This can't be repaired easily. If you're not careful, it can still be broken. This will be a huge hindrance to your martial arts. You must be mentally prepared." Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand the seriousness of the problem. She smiled and said, "This situation, the escort agency's doctor has already told me. I'll slowly recover. Bones can grow back. After all, it's different from a vase. As long as I can practice fist techniques and internal strength, it's fine. I'm not thinking of saving the entire martial arts world." Elder Yu sighed and didn't say anything else. He only nodded his head and told Zhang Xiaohua to rest early. He then turned around and left. Zhang Xiaohua sent him to the door. Looking at Elder Yu's back in the night, she was very puzzled. This old man had stayed in her room for so long and asked so many questions. What exactly did he want? Zhang Xiaohua didn't think that it was as simple as removing the bandages and checking on her injuries. However, what exactly was the reason? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't figure it out even after thinking for a long time. However, time was the answer to all questions. When the time came, she would naturally know. Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep as she thought about it. She didn't even blow out the oil lamp. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua went to the place where He Tianshu and the others were practicing martial arts as usual. As he walked, he stretched and stretched his fingers, continuously practicing. As usual, Zhang Xiaohua was the first to arrive. He didn't get into the horse stance. Instead, he clenched his fists and tried out a few fist techniques. He realized that even if he didn't clench his fists, he could still execute a complete move without any discomfort. It was just that when his right hand changed between fist and palm, it was a little sluggish and his fingers were a little stiff. Presumably, through his continuous practice, it would gradually improve in the future. Thinking about how he didn't dare to practice martial arts for fear of affecting the recovery of his fingers, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but find it funny. If he had known earlier, he would have started practicing martial arts a long time ago. He wouldn't have to watch He Tianshu and the others practice martial arts every day while he himself was in the horse stance. However, he had forgotten that he couldn't clench his fists before removing the bandages. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was happily practicing, He Tianshu and the others came over. He Tianshu smiled and greeted Zhang Xiaohua. "Zhang Xiaohua, why are you up so early? Are you impatient to remove the bandages?" Zhang Xiaohua grinned as he stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist. He boasted, "Captain He, look, I've already removed the bandages. It's just that my fingers still can't bend completely. I still need to train more." He Tianshu scolded with a smile, "Child, you're really impatient. Didn't we agree to remove it today? Why did you remove it by yourself?" Zhang Xiaohua replied seriously, "Captain He, you're wrongly accusing me. I listened to you and was prepared to let you remove it today. However, Elder Yu came to my room last night and removed it for me." He Tianshu asked curiously, "What's going on?" Thus, Zhang Xiaohua told He Tianshu everything that happened last night. He Tianshu was also confused, but when he heard Elder Yu's questions for Zhang Xiaohua, he furrowed his brows. Elder Yu was clearly admiring Zhang Xiaohua's character. Could it be that Elder Yu wanted to take in a disciple? However, He Tianshu wasn't too clear about Elder Yu's background. He had only vaguely heard about him from others. He could be considered a figure in the pugilistic world. If he was interested in Zhang Xiaohua, then it was Zhang Xiaohua's fortune. But what about Zhang Xiaohua's hands? He Tianshu couldn't help but feel suspicious. Then, he felt relieved. This was someone else's business. He couldn't accept Zhang Xiaohua no matter what, so why should he worry about it? Then, he thought of the few questions Zhang Xiaohua had answered and thought to himself, this Zhang Xiaohua is really an honest child. If he was a little smarter, he would have climbed up the pole long ago. Even if he didn't fill the sky with lotuses, he would definitely not give up. At the very least, he would have made a statement for justice, for peace, and for the happiness of the people of Jianghu. Sai, who knew that this Zhang Xiaohua only cared about protecting his family and practicing his fist techniques. He actually didn't understand the hidden meaning in Elder Yu's words. If he did, he would have knelt on the ground and begged Elder Yu to accept him. What a pity. But, if that was the case, would she still be Zhang Xiaohua? He Tianshu shook his head. This Zhang Xiaohua wasn't the down-to-earth Zhang Xiaohua that everyone liked. The pugilistic world still needed people who could do things. When Zhang Xiaohua saw He Tianshu shaking his head and knitting his brows, he couldn't help asking, "Captain He, Elder Yu is doing this for my own good. He wants to take a look at my injuries, so please don't be angry." He Tianshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glared at her and said, "Am I that petty? Are you angry that someone took off your bandage first?" Zhang Xiaohua stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to speak. Then, she said, "Captain He, since you're not angry, then I've removed the bandage. I want to practice my fist technique. Can you give me some pointers?" When He Tianshu heard this, he immediately took half a step back and prepared to use his qinggong. He said, "How about this, you first do some recovery exercises and revise your previous fist techniques. As for the new fist techniques, I'll ask Nie Xiao Er to teach you, okay?" After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua's reply and ran away with his qinggong. Zhang Xiaohua was left behind and asked curiously, "Why did you run away so fast?" "Captain He, I didn't plan on asking you to teach me. I've already memorized a lot of fist techniques. I just wanted you to watch from the side. Why did you run away?" Then, just as she was about to look for Nie Xiao, and the others, she found that they were nowhere to be seen. Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of admiration. It was so good to have qinggong. Since there was no one to guide her, Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind. She had so many fist techniques in her mind and every set was deeply engraved in her memory. If she wanted to perform them all, it wasn't impossible. She didn't need anyone to teach her. Thinking about this, the corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth slowly curled up. She thought to herself, "Wait until I've practiced all the fist techniques. See if I don't get a dustpan to collect your dropped jaws." Thus, Zhang Xiaohua took up a stance and began her first practice after recovering from her injury. Zhang Xiaohua had a lot of fist techniques in her mind. She didn't deliberately choose one and just randomly picked one. She narrowed her eyes and searched her memory. Then, she started practicing with the figure in her mind. After the first practice, it could be said to be perfect. It was almost exactly the same as Zhang Xiaohua's memory. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely happy. Could it be that she really wasn't trash? Was there a problem with Captain He's teaching method? Could it be that only by looking at the fist techniques and memorizing them in her mind could she truly learn the complete fist techniques? A series of questions prompted Zhang Xiaohua to immediately practice a second time. The result was very satisfactory. He didn't miss any moves. Unfortunately, it was already late. There wasn't much time for Zhang Xiaohua to verify it a third time. He hurried to the dining room. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't, or maybe he didn't even notice that the figure in his mind had faded a lot. It wasn't as clear as before. Now, Zhang Xiaohua had already gotten into character. He followed Nia Xiao to do some basic chores. He was already very used to using his left hand. His left hand could complete everything very flexibly. However, when he wasn't very busy or felt that he had time, Zhang Xiaohua insisted on using his right hand, even though it was a little clumsy. Today, he deliberately used his right hand, such as holding a small shovel, small scissors, and so on. This was because he knew that only by training his right hand as soon as possible could he truly learn the fist techniques as soon as possible. This was because he could already perform a complete set of fist techniques today. Just thinking about it made his heart burn. After dinner, Zhang Xiaohua went to the practice area early. However, he didn't stay in the same place. Instead, he walked outside for a while, far away from He Tianshu and the others. However, he didn't have to worry that He Tianshu couldn't find him. Although it was far away, there were lanterns hanging on the trees. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, as soon as He Tianshu and the others went out, they saw Zhang Xiaohua's lantern from afar. They thought that he was shy and didn't want to show his incomplete moves. He Tianshu even praised Zhang Xiaohua in his heart. Now that his injury was healed, he knew how to be shy. In the past, he was very thick-skinned when practicing fist techniques. He forgot one move after another without blushing. Zhang Xiaohua stood under the tree and calmed his emotions. He slowly practiced the set of fist techniques again in the morning. He could actually finish it without missing a move. He was naturally very happy. He could finally confirm that he could finish a set of fist techniques. How could he not be happy? Just as he was about to run over to He Tianshu to report the good news, he remembered that He Tianshu was also practicing. He could wait until tomorrow. Thus, he began to think about whether he could practice the second set of fist techniques. He practiced as he wished. The moves of the fist techniques were all in his mind. Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop practicing the second set. Sure enough, the effect was as obvious as the first set. He could still perform it completely. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua was very excited. He practiced the two sets of fist techniques from beginning to end, over and over again. Please collect it. Thank you. Chapter 109. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that as he practiced over and over again, his moves were slowly changing, gradually breaking away from the original records in the manual. Moreover, the figure in his mind was slowly blurring, as if he was forgetting the deeply engraved moves in the manual. Zhang Xiaohua, who finished practicing, felt very comfortable. He read a book under the oil lamp for a while, then went to bed early. Even in his dreams, there was a smile on his face. When he woke up in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua excitedly ran to the training grounds, full of joy. He waited there as if he was presenting a treasure, wanting to give He Tianshu and Nia Xiao a surprise. He Tianshu and the others saw Zhang Xiaohua standing there early in the morning, but they didn't find it strange. This guy woke up so early every day, who knows where the sleepiness of a youth went. Everyone greeted him normally and then went back to practicing. Only He Tianshu smiled and asked, Zhang Xiaohua, why did you run so far last night? Were you practicing some peerless martial arts? You're even hiding it and not letting us see. However, any peerless martial arts requires a good body to practice. You have to first take care of your body. You have to know that the body is the capital to roam the Jianghu. After He Tianshu finished teasing, he prepared to leave. Zhang Xiaohua mysteriously said, Captain He, I really did practice some peerless martial arts yesterday. Do you want to see? He Tianshu stopped in his tracks and raised his eyebrows, secretly thinking, not bad, you actually know how to counter lust. This child can be taught. However, if you want to spar with me, you're still too inexperienced. Thus, he went with the flow and crossed his arms in front of his chest, shouting loudly, little ones, come over. Zhang Xiaohua wants to show us some peerless martial arts. Nye Xiao, and the others heard the captain's call and immediately used their movement skills to gather. Everyone looked at Zhang Xiaohua, their eyes full of smiles. The four of them knew Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude. Who would expect Zhang Xiaohua to practice some peerless martial arts? They just didn't see each other last night. What kind of fortuitous encounter could there be? Their actions today were just adding to the jokes in their lives, treating Zhang Xiaohua as their own cute little brother. Zhang Xiaohua saw that everyone's eyes were fixed on him. He was originally full of confidence, but now he was a little nervous. He muttered, it's not some peerless martial arts. It's just that I practiced 2 sets of fist techniques yesterday and can perform them completely. Everyone was surprised, is that so? Really? It must be a peerless martial art. Our little blossom wouldn't be able to remember ordinary fist techniques. Zhang Xiaohua ignored their teasing. He calmed himself down, got into a horse stance, and prepared to start practicing the fist technique he had practiced the day before. However, when he raised his arm, he didn't know where to hit. He had actually forgotten. His mind went blank. What was going on? Zhang's his, how he's yesterday, he was very familiar with it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua raise his arm to hit but stop, everyone's heart was like a mirror. They smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohua, hurry up. We can't wait to see it. After Zhang Xiaohua's panic, he was slightly disappointed. He could only say, I forgot this set. Watch my next set. He thought to himself, sigh, it's not the first time I've been mocked by you guys. I'll get used to it. However, the gods passing by must bless me. Please don't let me forget the next set of fist techniques. Even if I can remember 1 or 2 moves, it's fine. Sure enough, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua's prayer was effective. A god flew over Zhang Xiaohua's head. In short, Zhang Xiaohua really performed 2 sets of fist techniques in front of He Tianshu and the others. However, these 2 sets of fist techniques were not connected to each other. He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's 2 sets of fist techniques and thought for a long time. He asked, Zhang Xiaohua, these 2 sets of fist techniques seem to be from the South Branch fist. However, the way you're fighting seems to be different from what I know. Zhang Xiaohua clasped his hands and stood there pitifully. He didn't know what to say or do. He really wanted to prove that he wasn't a good-for-nothing. He really wanted to show He Tianshu all the fist techniques he knew according to the fist technique manual in his mind. However, he was afraid that all the fist techniques would be yesterday's reenactment, and he would forget them the next day. In that case, he might as well not let them know that he had memorized a lot of fist techniques. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, He Tianshu's heart ached. He walked up to him and patted his head, saying, Zhang Xiaohua, I know you're in the escort agency. Although you're recuperating, I'm sure you still want to practice your fist techniques. You must have learned these 2 sets of fist techniques from the escort agency and now you want to show them to us. I didn't see all of your moves today, but I believe you must have worked hard and learned them before. So, Zhang Xiaohua, you have to pull yourself together. If others can learn it after practicing it once, you can practice it 10 times, 100 times. You can do it. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were filled with tears. When he heard He Tianshu's words, he couldn't help but feel shocked. He wiped his tears with his left sleeve and asked unconfidently, Captain He, can I really do it? He Tianshu nodded and said firmly, yes. However, he prayed in his heart, gods and Buddhas all over the sky, please forgive my lies. I'm doing this for Zhang Xiaohua's sake. Only you guys will know if it's true or not, right? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be really encouraged. The dispirited look on his face was swept away. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll definitely work hard and not let you down, Captain He." He Tianshu smiled and said, "I believe that. You definitely won't." However, in his heart, he thought, "I don't have any expectations at all. You won't let me down at all." The three people beside him also said, "Xiaohua, you must work hard. We all have high hopes for you." After breakfast, He Tianshu was going to lead the four people to work in the medicine field. However, Zhang Xiaohua asked He Tianshu for leave and wanted to rest for a day. He Tianshu naturally agreed without hesitation. Zhang Xiaohua's injuries had just healed and he was still resting. A few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua had insisted on working. He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's somewhat injured right hand and felt very uncomfortable. Today, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take a day off. He even said that he wanted Zhang Xiaohua to rest for a few more days. Zhang Xiaohua stayed in the room alone and thought carefully. The memories of the two sets of fist techniques from yesterday no longer existed in his mind. However, there were two more moves that were similar to the Arhat fist. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand that the fist techniques he learned from He Tianshu were no different from the fist techniques he learned from the manual. It wasn't that he suddenly became enlightened. He would still forget the moves. The moves that were left in his mind were only memories. He hadn't mastered them yet. When he started practicing, those complete fist techniques would be the same as when he learned from He Tianshu. He would forget the moves one by one. He really wasn't made for martial arts. However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that everyone's path of martial arts was not the same. He had already thought about it when he was recuperating. It was just that he was blinded by his clear memory of the fist techniques and thought that he could learn the complete fist techniques. Now that he had returned to the starting point, it wasn't considered a failure. He should just obediently combine his own fist techniques and wait until he could link up a complete set of fist techniques. However, it was also good that he could clearly remember the fist techniques. It was equivalent to finding himself a master. He didn't need to look for others to learn fist techniques. It provided him with good materials to combine his fist techniques. There were more than 100 sets of fist techniques in his mind. He didn't know if he could complete a complete set of fist techniques after he finished practicing them. Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua didn't think about it anymore. He pushed open the door and went out. He still went to the place where he practiced last night. He gathered his thoughts and started yesterday again, according to his memory. In fact, the most important thing in doing anything was to find the goal and not the twists and turns in the process. From Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts practice process, it deeply illustrated this point. What Zhang Xiaohua didn't lack was that kind of hard work and that kind of tenacity unique to country people. What he didn't have was that kind of vision from a high vantage point. There was also no one to guide him and give him pointers. There was also no one to tailor his clothes and assign a one-on-one training plan for him. Even if He Tianshu liked this young man very much and could teach him martial arts fist techniques, there were times when he wouldn't specifically work hard for him. After all, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't his disciple and wasn't his blood relative. He Tianshu could teach Zhang Xiaohua so much and enlighten him on his fist techniques. It was already quite good. Otherwise, this country youth could only wave a small medicine spatula and dream about his martial arts. Nia Xiao Air was the same. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had found the path that suited him, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Naturally, he was unstoppable. He practiced a certain fist technique in his memory over and over again, experiencing the changes in his memory. But what surprised him was that no matter how he practiced, the memory in his mind remained the same. It didn't become blurry because of the familiarity of the moves. This was really strange. So he started practicing the second set of fist techniques. This time, he didn't practice too much. He only practiced it twice to familiarize himself with the fist technique before practicing the third set. This third set, he practiced it about 10 times and confirmed that he was very familiar with it. On this day of holiday, Zhang Xiaohua was practicing his fist techniques from morning to night. He practiced about 10 sets of fist techniques. Except for the morning practice, when he paid more attention to the fist techniques in his memory, Zhang Xiaohua didn't deliberately observe the other fist techniques. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the foot of the tree with uneasiness and anticipation. He took up his stance. Sure enough, as Zhang Xiaohua expected, the fist techniques that he had familiarized himself with the day before had all disappeared from his memory. What was left behind were the fragmented moves that he had memorized deeply. It was difficult to forget them even if he wanted to. As for whether these moves were the same as the ones in the manual, it was easy to figure out the answer. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't disappointed because of the past. Instead, he was faintly excited. It seemed that he had found an unusual path. Whether this path was correct or not was still unknown. He needed to continue working hard and slowly explore. However, as the saying goes, everyone has a time when they cross the river by feeling the stones. Wasn't making a mistake just like paying tuition? Zhang Xiaohua was still young. If he made a mistake, even the heavens would forgive him. Since it was a set of fist techniques, no matter if he practiced it 3 times, 10 times, or even dozens of times, he would eventually forget it. The moves would have to be changed. Zhang Xiaohua naturally wasn't stupid enough to practice each fist technique dozens of times. He successfully practiced 3 sets of fist techniques in one morning. During the day, Zhang Xiaohua didn't officially start working in the herbal field. Therefore, he just followed behind Nie Xiao Air. In his free time, he was still recuperating in the escort agency. He slowly combined the remaining moves in his mind. However, perhaps it was because he didn't have many moves now. He could only link the previous 2 moves together. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel a little uneasy. He didn't know if his choice was correct. At night, Zhang Xiaohua was still practicing his fist techniques like he was in the morning. He stayed far away from He Tianshu and the others. However, Zhang Xiaohua still found that he could still practice the fist techniques that he practiced in the morning at night. He couldn't spend the night watching it. Could it be that something would happen at night? Or was it because he was so stupid that he couldn't take a good rest? Zhang Xiaohua had his doubts for the first time. Practicing fist techniques in the morning and at night, and building blocks in the day. This was Zhang Xiaohua's happy life. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was enjoying this comfortable life, a pair of eyes kept observing him. It was the one-armed elder Yu. However, his qigong was so good that even He Tianshu might not be able to detect him, let alone Zhang Xiaohua. However, when Elder Yu saw Zhang Xiaohua diligently practicing the fist techniques that were popular in the pugilistic world, he was very surprised. He didn't know where this child learned so much rubbish. Didn't he know that it was better to eat a fresh peach than to eat a basket of rotten apricots? What was the use of practicing such rubbish? He really didn't understand. Elder Yu secretly shook his head. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's messy, incomplete, and error-filled moves in the morning, he almost fell down from the wall he was standing on. What kind of talent was this? It was simply the best in the world. Elder Yu's head shook so hard that it almost hit Grandma's bridge. The only thing that made him feel gratified was that Zhang Xiaohua would practice his fist techniques under the tree whenever he had the time. This hard work was really worthy of praise. However, how much could hard work be worth? Zhang Xiaohua's passion finally ignited at noon one day. On his way back, his mind kept thinking about those unrelated moves of his. Suddenly, there were 2 moves that were perfectly combined. Zhang Xiaohua was so happy that he almost jumped up. What did this mean? It meant that he had chosen the right path, and it was the right path for him to practice martial arts. At night, Zhang Xiaohua was even more hardworking. He practiced a few sets of fist techniques in a row. He wasn't tired, but the fingers on his right hand were really sore. He couldn't continue practicing. If he didn't make a fist, then it could only be a palm technique. If he made a mistake, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to try. Day after day, the fist techniques in Zhang Xiaohua's mind were slowly forgotten. In another river of memories, there were more and more incomplete moves, and there were more and more moves that could be combined. Zhang Xiaohua was constantly accumulating and improving. As for He Tianshu and the others, when they saw Zhang Xiaohua hiding under a tree and practicing alone, they really wanted to ask about it. However, when they thought of his amazing memory, they retreated. Anyway, Zhang Xiaohua was only practicing fist techniques and wouldn't go crazy, so they just let him be. In fact, He Tianshu might not have other thoughts. He knew about the injury on Zhang Xiaohua's right hand. Although he wasn't a doctor, for such a serious injury, as long as one practiced martial arts, most people would have a certain idea. That was, his right hand was crippled. Why? Fists were used to hit others. If it was a fracture, it would be fine. After the injury was healed, when the fist was used as a weapon, other bones could be used as support to protect the fractured area. However, Zhang Xiaohua's fracture was the entire palm. Imagine if such a fist was used, where could it exert force? People often say that to kill 1,000 enemies, you lose 800 of your own men. If one's fist couldn't exert force, how could it exert force on the opponent? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua was born with great strength. One arm had the strength of 250 kilograms. He was afraid that before the 250 kilograms of strength could make the opponent beg for mercy, the rebound force would cause Zhang Xiaohua's right hand to break again. Therefore, He Tianshu also intentionally or unintentionally wanted to stop Zhang Xiaohua from progressing further on the path of martial arts. What fist technique could Zhang Xiaohua practice by himself over there? It was just the same few moves over and over again. There wouldn't be any major mistakes. He was too lazy to look at it and let Zhang Xiaohua play by himself. There was always an end to everything. That night, Zhang Xiaohua finally practiced all the fist techniques in his memory. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. While practicing, the combination of moves also improved greatly. Not only were there many moves that were linked together, there were even 4, 5, and 10 moves that were perfectly linked together. However, practicing fist techniques was a simulated process while combining them was a real process of racking one's brain juice. This gave Zhang Xiaohua a headache. But fortunately, today was the last night. When he woke up tomorrow morning, it would be the time to see the real deal. He didn't know if these moves could really be combined into a complete set of fist techniques. That night, Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep with a heart full of worries. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua came to the tree early. He was already very familiar with the results of his practice. There were only 5 moves left that he still remembered clearly from yesterday's practice. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to use this time to combine these 5 moves into the fist technique that had already begun to take shape. But the result made Zhang Xiaohua surprised and happy. He was happy that these 5 moves were still perfectly complemented. He was surprised that this set of fist techniques still wasn't completely linked together. Zhang Xiaohua carefully thought for a moment in his mind. He realized that there were 101 moves in this set of fist techniques that he had combined. In the middle, there were 7 places that weren't linked together. He didn't know if it was because he was missing 7 moves or more. Zhang Xiaohua repeated these 101 moves twice. The gaps in the middle were only random links. He was sure that he had memorized it. As for whether he really remembered it, he could only think about it tomorrow. Now, what he needed to consider was where he could find fist arts manuals and learn more fist arts to supplement his combination of fist arts. Chapter 110. Zhang Xiaohua happily walked towards the dining room. He had gained a lot from this morning, and it was also the most fulfilling and important morning he had ever had since he started practicing his fist arts. Everything pointed to a beautiful future, and all that was missing was that final push. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He jumped in fright and quickly stopped in his tracks. When he saw clearly, he patted his chest with lingering fear and said, "Elder you, even if your qinggong is powerful, you don't have to show off in front of me like this. As the saying goes, people can scare people to death. You appear and disappear so mysteriously. Fortunately, my heart is very strong. Boss Yu said with a straight face, how's your messy fist arts coming along? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and shouted, Elder Yu, this is my privacy, how can you peek at it? If you want to see it, you can tell me. If you don't tell me, how would I know that you want to see it? If you don't tell me, you're hurting my heart. I'm going to report you to the village head. Elder Yu curled his lips and said, I wouldn't even bother to look at your erroneous moves even if they were placed in front of me. Peeping? I don't have that kind of free time. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, if you didn't see it, how would you know that I'm practicing my fist arts? How would you know that it's messy? Elder Yu said, who can't see you hiding under the tree every day to practice your fist arts? Everyone only knows that you can't remember the entire set of fist arts, but I'm too embarrassed to say it. Do you think I don't have ears? Zhang Xiaohua's face turned red. He wanted to tell Elder Yu about his progress, but whether he was doing the right thing, and whether he could still remember the fist arts tomorrow, was still unknown. Thus, he told himself in his heart, I'll endure it, okay? Then, he raised his head and asked Elder Yu, just treat it as me exercising my muscles and bones. You should at least encourage me. Why are you attacking my enthusiasm for no reason? Enough, what exactly do you want? If you don't say it, the food in the dining room will be finished by Nye Er and the rest. Elder Yu rolled his eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and said, nothing much, I just wanted to tell you to wait for me under the tree where you practice tonight. I have something to tell you. Zhang Xiaohua drooped her head and said, Elder Yu, you've defeated me. Didn't you say that I wouldn't go tonight? Do I need you to tell me? Elder Yu's crafty scheme seemed to have succeeded as he said, I deliberately told you because I wanted you to pay attention to it and be mentally prepared. Secondly, there's a dish of pork belly this morning. It said that it's very delicious. Nye Er said that you always fight with him for it. He saw me just now and told me to tell you to go in a little later. He'll let you in after he's done eating. It's about time now. You should go. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Elder Yu's disrespectful behavior and said fiercely, Elder Yu, you're ruthless. After speaking, she dashed into the dining room like a wisp of smoke, as if there was a dog chasing after her. At night, Zhang Xiaohua waited under the tree as Elder Yu said. Elder Yu didn't say when he would come over, so he calmly practiced his set of martial arts. When he was done, he heard someone cheering beside him. He looked up and saw that it was Elder Yu. Elder Yu said with praise, Zhang Xiaohua, I see that you're quite smart. These messy moves were actually practiced by you. It's almost like a real set of martial arts. It seems like I have to look at you in a new light. Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, Elder Yu, I don't have a choice. You said this morning that I really can't remember the entire set of martial arts. I can only practice it myself. It's better than not having any martial arts to practice. Elder Yu nodded and said, your determination to pursue martial arts is really good. There are thousands of paths to success in this world. As long as you can find one and persevere, even if there's no result, you won't regret it. One day, when you look back, you'll be able to console yourself with pride that you've worked hard. Zhang Xiaohua thanked him, thank you for your guidance, Elder Yu. I'll work hard myself. Elder Yu asked again, Zhang Xiaohua, this set of martial arts of yours seems to be intermittent. You can't practice it in one go. It's like you can't finish a sentence and have to pause in the middle. Although the competition doesn't have to be particular about routines, an intermittent set of martial arts will cause you to not be able to practice to the best effect. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Elder Yu, I heard that the highest realm of martial arts is to have no moves. My intermittent set of martial arts might be an evolution towards that realm. Elder Yu smiled and said, I don't know about the realm of no moves. That's a legendary realm. Perhaps only the top few in the martial arts world have it. Perhaps it's just a legend. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to ask, Elder Yu, do you have a set of martial arts manuals? I want to take a look. Can you lend it to me? Elder Yu was stunned and said, set of martial arts manuals? I do. How come you know how to read them? That's impossible. Aren't you illiterate? Zhang Xiaohua said, Elder Yu, you're looking down on me too much. I was illiterate before, but that doesn't mean I won't be able to read now or in the future. Elder Yu thought for a moment and said, oh right, the last time I went to your room, you were reading a book. Could it be that you learned how to read while you were recuperating? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Elder Yu is wise. Elder Yu smiled and said, but martial arts manuals are different from reading. Being able to read doesn't mean you can understand them. Zhang Xiaohua said, Elder Yu, you don't have to worry about this. I've seen their collection of martial arts manuals at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. I should be able to understand it. Elder Yu said, all right then. Come to my room when you have time. I'll find a set of martial arts manuals for you to read. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, then I'll have to thank Elder Yu. She then asked, oh right, Elder Yu, why are you looking for me tonight? Elder Yu looked at the full moon in the sky and said with a nostalgic tone, once you're in the martial arts world, you can't imagine the splendor of the martial arts world. Once you're in the martial arts world, time will make you grow old. Do you know, Zhang Xiaohua, there's a saying that goes, a person in the martial arts world has no choice. Only you have one foot in the martial arts world. But whether or not you're willing, the winds and waves of the martial arts world will blow you away, leaving you no choice but to go with the flow. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and said, Elder Yu, why are you telling me this? I haven't thought of entering the martial arts world yet. Elder Yu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said seriously, Zhang Xiaohua, as long as you want to practice martial arts and learn fist techniques, then you will inevitably be contaminated by the martial arts world. You can't avoid this. Although you're still young, you seem to have already chosen this path. Unless you give up on practicing martial arts now and wholeheartedly focus on farming in this villa. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, I only practice martial arts to protect my family. Although I'm envious of the hot-bloodedness of the martial arts world, with my skills, it's still too early for me. Oh right, don't tell me you're going to tell me about the martial arts world today? Elder Yu said, don't be anxious, Zhang Xiaohua. I'm telling you about the dangers of the martial arts world because I want you to know that if you insist on practicing martial arts, then you must have the awareness to enter the martial arts world. And to survive in the martial arts world, the most important thing is to have the means to protect your life. Zhang Xiaohua still didn't understand. Elder Yu sighed and said, actually, I'm telling you so much because I want you to know the dangers of the martial arts world and dispel your thoughts of practicing martial arts. You don't seem to understand the severity of the injury on your right hand. Zhang Xiaohua asked anxiously, how serious is it, Elder Yu? Didn't the doctor say that I can still practice fist techniques? Elder Yu said, the doctor didn't lie to you. You can practice fist techniques, but your right hand is already crippled. It's not very possible for you to really compete with others. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and said, what's going on? Elder Yu, you must explain it to me clearly. Thus, Elder Yu told her about Zhang Xiaohua's injury from beginning to end. Zhang Xiaohua's face was ashen. She really didn't think too much about it and thought that it would be fine as long as her bones healed. But now that she heard Elder Yu's words, she realized that things were far from as simple as she thought. Since her fist couldn't effectively attack others, then it was naturally crippled. Then what was the use of practicing fist techniques? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's expression was strange, Elder Yu didn't continue speaking and waited quietly for a while. When Zhang Xiaohua's emotions calmed down a little, he asked again, then, do you still want to practice martial arts now? Zhang Xiaohua still nodded and said with a determined gaze, practice martial arts, why not? Didn't you say just now that I found my own path, I have to walk it to the end? Even if there's no result, I won't regret it. My right hand is crippled, but I still have my left hand. Even if I use my left hand, I can still practice fist techniques well and protect my family. Elder Yu's expression was as expected and said, child, you're really a person who walks the path to the end. I came here today for 2 reasons, and I've already said one. Since you don't want to give up on practicing martial arts, then I have a second suggestion. Are you willing to listen? Zhang Xiaohua sucked in her lips and said, of course I'm willing, Elder Yu. I know you're doing this for my own good. Elder Yu said with gratification, it's good that you know. I don't know how you moved me, but I actually find you pleasing to the eye. Then, he continued, actually, in the martial arts world, the fist isn't the only thing that can save a life. Most people use weapons, such as sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and the like. Now that your fist is crippled, you can still practice with weapons. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and said, that's right, Elder Yu. You're really amazing, you even know this. Elder Yu smiled bitterly and said, this is just common knowledge in the martial arts world. Only an inexperienced child like you wouldn't know. Don't admire me so much, it'll make me feel ashamed. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I don't have a choice, I can only admire you. But, what weapon do you think I should practice? Elder Yu said, actually, you can practice any weapon, as long as you can practice it well. Although there's a saying in the martial arts world, the spear is the king of 100 weapons, 100 staff skills, 1,000 sabers skills, 10,000 sword skills, and so on, a person's aptitude and opportunities are different. Not all people practice the same weapon. In your right-hand situation, it's best to practice a staff technique. Zhang Xiaohua frowned, staff technique? I've never seen anyone practice it before. Elder Yu, where can I find someone to teach me? Elder Yu was happy and said, with your aptitude and right hand, how can anyone teach you staff techniques? Don't even think about it. Zhang Xiaohua said worriedly, if no one teaches me such a simple staff technique, what's the point of saying so much? Elder Yu waited for a moment and said, I don't know staff techniques. Zhang Xiaohua pouted and said, if you don't know staff techniques, how are you going to teach me? Elder Yu said again, our sect's martial arts will not be taught to outsiders before we accept a disciple. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, Master, please accept this little disciple's bow. She was about to kowtow when she finished speaking. However, she was stopped by Elder Yu's arm and said, forget it. With your aptitude, I'll be angered to death if I teach you. Just save it and let me live for a few more years. When Zhang Xiaohua steadied himself, he continued, although I can't take you as my disciple, it's a coincidence that I know a sword technique. I learned it by chance, so I can consider teaching it to you. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, really, Elder Yu, you can teach me this sword technique. Elder Yu smiled and said, this sword technique is not a secret of my sect, so I naturally have the right to decide. I can teach it to you. Zhang Xiaohua said, then, thank you very much, Elder Yu. Why is there only one sword technique? Can't you teach me a few more? Don't be too stingy with me. Elder Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you lack the foundation of Jianghu. When will I enlighten you? This sword technique is different from a fist technique. A fist technique is a complete set that contains both offense and defense. It's a complete set that can strengthen the body. Some fist techniques can even be used to cultivate internal strength. On the other hand, most sword techniques are a complete set that can be used from start to finish like a fist technique. However, there is also a sword technique that has only one move. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and said, one move? How do you do it? You can't possibly do it like the fist technique I practice, right? Elder Yu explained, in a competition between weapons, it's important to use one move to defeat the enemy. If you use a sword for half a day to determine the winner, then you'll be at a disadvantage. In a competition between experts, it's fine if you don't move, but once you move, the winner will be determined. Zhang Xiaohua stuck out her tongue and said, then Elder Yu's sword technique with only one move, is it a high-quality sword technique? Elder Yu smiled and said, whether it's high quality or not depends on the person using the sword. If I use it, then it's a killing sword technique, but if you use it, then it might be for others to watch. However, Zhang Xiaohua still asked, why don't I understand? It's just a sword technique, how can you practice it? Elder Yu said, whether this sword technique is a complete set or if there are other moves, I don't know. At that time, I only practiced a single move with 19 variations. Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted and said, one move? 19 variations? Elder Yu said with a smile, that's right. Just this one move has 19 variations and they're all offensive moves. I believe there are other defensive variations or moves, but I don't know of them. Zhang Xiaohua asked again, then, Elder Yu, I want to ask, is there anything different between sword techniques and fist techniques? It's just that there are usually different variations in one sword technique. Elder Yu nodded and said, you're right. Normal sword techniques are like this. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua understand why she could understand fist techniques but not sword techniques. It turned out that there were so many things to pay attention to in the two techniques. Thinking that she could learn a more profound sword technique, Zhang Xiaohua became even more enthusiastic and said, Elder Yu, then please teach me now. Elder Yu said, I'm only telling you tonight. I can only teach you the specifics in the morning. You won't be able to see the subtle differences in the sword technique at night, so it's not easy to learn. Zhang Xiaohua said again, then, Elder Yu, can you let me see the power of this sword technique? Elder Yu pondered for a moment and suddenly pulled out his sword from the scabbard with one hand and pierced towards Zhang Xiaohua's throat from a strange angle. Although Zhang Xiaohua could feel the sword's momentum and direction, her body's reaction wasn't fast enough. Before Zhang Xiaohua could move, the tip of the sword was already at her chin. Zhang Xiaohua didn't pay attention to it and threw a punch at the sword. The sword retracted and changed its angle at lightning speed, stopping in front of her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sword tip that stopped in front of her and felt a sense of helplessness. This kind of mysterious sword technique was simply too powerful. Elder Yu saw that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't moving, so he put the sword back into the scabbard. He said, how is it? Zhang Xiaohua, is this move good? Zhang Xiaohua said in annoyance, of course it's good against a rookie like me, but I wonder how others will fare. For example, Captain He. Elder Yu said proudly, in front of this sword technique, you and He Tianshu are the same. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were filled with stars. She wanted to learn this powerful move as soon as possible, but Elder Yu wasn't in a hurry and said, since I promised you and came looking for you, I will naturally teach you this sword technique. However, you have to promise me two things. Zhang Xiaohua said, please tell me. Even if it's to wash your socks for 10 years, I'm willing to do it. Elder Yu said, first, you can't tell others that I taught you this sword technique. Even if others know that you know this sword technique, you can't say that I taught it to you. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand, but she didn't ask. She only said, that means I can't tell Captain He and my second brother either. Elder Yu nodded. Zhang Xiaohua said again, then, can I teach this sword technique to my second brother? Elder Yu thought for a moment and said, this sword technique is too sharp. If it's spread, it will cause a storm in the martial arts world. It's better not to spread it. Zhang Xiaohua agreed. Elder Yu continued, the second thing is that once this sword technique is used, there will be no return. Blood will definitely be spilled and it will harm heaven and earth. I hope that you won't use it casually, and you won't use it unless your life is in danger. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua fell into deep thought. Seeing that she understood, Elder Yu said, I'm sure you understand now that this is a very powerful sword technique. I'm teaching it to you today so that you can save your life. I don't want you to bring it to greater heights. I hope you won't let me down and stain your sword with the blood of innocence. Zhang Xiaohua bowed sincerely and said, Elder Yu, I understand your intentions. I will definitely remember what you said tonight and won't harm the innocent. Elder Yu smiled and said, actually, with your temperament, I'm not worried. You've been practicing martial arts from morning to night. Although your aptitude isn't good, you're not afraid of hardships and work tirelessly. I'm sure you'll have a bright future in the future. Being able to learn this sword technique can be considered a bright pearl that doesn't need to be covered in dust. However, when you enter the martial arts world in the future, you have to be more careful and not be too hot-blooded. What you see may not be true. Zhang Xiaohua was confused. What you see may not be true. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 111. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua went to the tree as usual. Elder Yu hadn't moved yet, so Zhang Xiaohua stood still and started practicing his incomplete fist technique. Since he knew that Elder Yu would teach him a sword technique, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care as much as before about whether he would forget this fist technique. He was like a naughty child who was very concerned about his favorite toy and was suddenly given an even more interesting toy by an adult. That child's longing for his old toy would fade away, and he wouldn't cry as much as before even if he lost it. Although he had such thoughts, when Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing the fist technique that he had learned last night, he still felt a burst of excitement. After all, according to his experience, this incomplete fist technique had been tested by his powerful memory for an entire night. Since he was able to practice it now, he was sure that he wouldn't forget it in the future. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to howl at the sky. The heavens have pity on me, Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohua, can finally practice the incomplete fist technique. Moreover, there was a sucker coming to teach him a sword technique that he had never dreamed of. This kind of good luck was truly indescribable. Could it be that it was the culmination of his good luck over the past 10 years? He couldn't help but raise his head to look at the rising sun and take a deep breath of the cool air. This was truly the blissful life of the countryside youth, Zhang Xiaohua. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, a figure flashed past. Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. Although he couldn't see clearly, he could still feel that person's aura. It was undoubtedly Elder Yu. As expected, before that figure arrived, Elder Yu's voice could be heard. Zhang Xiaohua, you're already here? Zhang Xiaohua replied respectfully, yes, Elder Yu. I've already practiced a fist technique. Elder Yu said, hee, you're up pretty early. Looks like you're someone who can endure hardships. My judgment was right. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself, it's not that I don't want to sleep. The heavens have mercy on me. As soon as the sun rises, I have to wake up. I can't sleep anymore. Do you think I don't want to sleep more? Elder Yu naturally couldn't hear Zhang Xiaohua's silent criticism, so he continued, actually, even though you're early, you should have said, Elder Yu, I just arrived too, out of courtesy. That would have made me feel that you're a sensible child who's considerate of others. You should remember that when you're dating girls in the future. Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin. She was very puzzled, but she still firmly remembered it in her heart. Elder Yu was very satisfied with Zhang Xiaohua's attitude and said, all right, let's not talk about it anymore. Come, let's go over there. My sword technique is extraordinary, we can't let He Tianshu and the others steal it. After saying that, he brought Zhang Xiaohua around a few corners and arrived behind a tree. Even if He Tianshu wanted to see them, he would have to look around a few corners. When the two of them stood still, Elder Yu said seriously, Zhang Xiaohua, I've already told you the pros and cons of this sword technique last night. Do you remember it clearly? Zhang Xiaohua also put away her other thoughts and said, yes, Elder Yu. I've already remembered it. I'll definitely do as you say in the future. Elder Yu continued, I obtained this sword technique from a damaged sheepskin. I don't know the name of the sword technique, so you can call it the nameless sword technique. Actually, a simple sword technique is the same as a simple fist technique. It won't be able to withstand a single blow from a vast amount of internal energy. However, a sword technique uses the sword as a medium. If it's used properly, an ingenious sword technique might be able to break through a person's internal energy defense. This sword technique is also different from other sword techniques. It has its own set of incantations that can drive your internal energy to support the sword and body, achieving the best timing to attack. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua interrupted, but, Elder Yu, I don't know how to use internal energy. Elder Yu frowned and said, don't interrupt me when I'm talking. It's easy to disturb my thoughts. If I forget a sentence or two, don't blame me if your cultivation goes berserk in the future. Zhang Xiaohua covered her mouth and nodded vigorously, indicating that she understood. Then, Elder Yu shook his head and recited a famous sword technique. If you want to cultivate a divine technique, you have to castrate yourself with a blade. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she felt that it was really profound. Why couldn't she understand it? But if she couldn't even understand the first sentence, how was she going to cultivate the sword techniques in the future? She couldn't help but feel anxious. She covered her mouth with her left hand and waved her right hand vigorously. When Elder Yu saw this, he frowned and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, what's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohua let go of her left hand and took a deep breath before asking, "Elder Yu, what do you mean by, castrate yourself with a blade?" Elder Yu was stunned and said, "Why do you have to castrate yourself with a blade?" Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned and said, "Wasn't the first sentence of your sword technique, if you want to cultivate a divine technique, you have to castrate yourself with a blade?" When Elder Yu heard this, his old face turned red and he patted his forehead and said embarrassedly, my mistake. I've read too many wuxia novels. Reality and fantasy overlap. The sentence I said earlier wasn't right. I'll repeat it again." Thus, Elder Yu seriously recited that awkward sword technique again. It wasn't much, only a few dozen words, but Zhang Xiaohua couldn't understand it no matter how hard she tried. Elder Yu didn't explain and only let Zhang Xiaohua firmly remember it. With the previous example, how could Zhang Xiaohua dare to believe it? She let Elder Yu recite it 3 times. After she remembered it, she recited it a few more times in front of Elder Yu. She only relaxed when she saw Elder Yu nodding his head continuously. Then, Elder Yu drew out his long sword and formed a sword stance as he explained the first change to Zhang Xiaohua. Everything in the world seemed easy when others did it, but it was difficult when you did it yourself. Elder Yu explained the changes in this sword technique twice and Zhang Xiaohua already understood it. However, when she picked up the branch and tried to execute it herself, she couldn't do what Elder Yu wanted no matter how hard she tried. After repeating this a few times, Elder Yu was annoyed. He looked at the sky and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, let's stop here for today. Go back and think about it carefully. Try to figure out the changes in the sword technique. That sword technique has to be constantly recited, so you must remember it well." Zhang Xiaohua asked awkwardly, "I know the changes in the sword technique, so I will naturally practice it diligently. However, I don't know anything about this sword technique." Elder Yu didn't think much of it and said, "The sword technique is the general principle of the changes in the sword technique. I will explain it to you in detail when you have a slight understanding of the sword technique. This general principle is related to the use of internal energy. Right now, you don't have any internal energy, so it won't be good if I explain too much. You just have to memorize it well." Zhang Xiaohua finally understood and nodded in agreement. Then, Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Elder Yu, you promised me yesterday that you would let me borrow your fist technique manual. I wonder when is the right time?" Elder Yu thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it after you have comprehended the first change. Looking at a fist technique manual will distract you. This is your first time coming into contact with a sword technique, so let's talk about it after you have made some progress." Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and felt that it made sense. Moreover, perfecting this fist technique wasn't something that could be done overnight. She had already waited for several months, so there was no rush. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua kept revising the sword technique in her mind for the entire day. Whenever she had time, she would think about the changes in the sword technique. When she was free in the room, she would take out a tree branch and continuously practice it. However, she still couldn't perfectly execute it. Actually, this wasn't only the first time Zhang Xiaohua came into contact with a sword technique, so she couldn't understand it very well. Moreover, his right hand was injured, so his fingers couldn't be as nimble as usual. He couldn't control the strength and angle well, so it was very difficult for him to execute the first step of this sword technique. After dinner, Elder Yu slowly demonstrated the variations of the sword technique under the cover of dusk. He also explained the things that Zhang Xiaohua needed to pay attention to and the techniques to execute the sword technique. Zhang Xiaohua listened attentively and combined it with his own thoughts during the day. When he executed the sword technique, it looked quite good. However, Elder Yu still shook his head. Zhang Xiaohua practiced for a while more, but there was no progress. She couldn't help but feel discouraged. She looked at her right hand and thought to herself, "Is my right hand really crippled? From Elder Yu's words, this move doesn't seem too difficult. Why can't I practice it well? Then, her eyes lit up and she asked, Elder Yu, look, my right hand isn't very nimble. Can I use my left hand to execute it? Elder Yu didn't nod as she expected. Instead, he said quietly, Zhang Xiaohua, are you trying to avoid some difficulties when you encounter them? If that's the case, then it's fine if you don't learn the sword technique. Why do you have to suffer? Zhang Xiaohua argued, no, Elder Yu, I just feel that my right hand is too clumsy. I can't control the strength and position of the branch. That's why I thought of using my left hand. Elder Yu smiled, actually, I've already thought of the problem that you're thinking about. It's just that most of the sword techniques in the pugilistic world are right-handed. There are very few left-handed sword techniques. These sword techniques are also recorded with the right hand as an example. The sword technique that I obtained is also recorded with the right hand. Moreover, the meridians of the left and right hand are different. The internal energy circulation in the sword technique is also recorded with the right hand. Naturally, I can't use the sword technique to teach you with the right hand. Moreover, where did I get my left arm from? Without a left arm, I can't change the sword technique from a right-hand sword to a left-hand sword. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was silent, Elder Yu continued, therefore, I can't teach you how to use the sword with the left hand. Actually, there's another reason why I'm teaching you this sword technique. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled, so he asked, there's another reason? Elder Yu nodded his head solemnly and said, the most important part of this sword art is the palm and wrist. Your right hand is already injured, and if you don't train it properly, it might not recover. I'm imparting this sword art to you because I want you to train your right hand diligently. When you train for a long time, perhaps the heavens will open their eyes and let your right hand recover? If you retreat in the face of difficulties now, I reckon that not only will you not have any achievements in swordsmanship, but you will also not succeed in fist techniques. Zhang Xiaohua finally understood and bowed deeply, Elder Yu, thank you for your kind intentions. This little one understands. I'll practice properly now. Elder Yu smiled, all right, there's no need to be so pretentious. It's only when you're able to practice well that you're truly capable. Zhang Xiaohua nodded his head and picked up the branch to practice again and again. He gradually got better and better, so much so that he didn't even notice Elder Yu's departure. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was practicing, the branch suddenly fell down. Zhang Xiaohua was startled awake and felt that his right hand was in extreme pain. Not only was his wrist sore, but his 5 fingers were also in extreme pain. Zhang Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that the wound had ruptured again? He could only stand there and didn't dare to practice anymore. Only after a long time did the pain slowly lessen. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the wound didn't rupture again. However, there was a limit to how much he could train his fingers. He had overdone it today, so he had to be more careful in the future. If he overdid it every day, not only would it not achieve good results, it might even cause his fingers to become deformed and his bones to rupture again. Since he couldn't practice his sword technique, Zhang Xiaohua thought of his fist technique. Thus, he stood still and executed his 100 fist techniques one by one. Even though it wasn't continuous, it was still very satisfying. After he finished practicing his fist technique, Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was getting late. He used his left hand to carry the branch and slowly walked back. Zhang Xiaohua swung the branch as he walked. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Even though Elder Yu stopped him from trying to use his left hand, Elder Yu didn't say that he couldn't use his left hand. Even though the meridians in his left and right hands were different, he didn't have any internal energy right now and couldn't use any sword techniques. That meant that the sword techniques in his right hand could also be executed with his left hand. Elder Yu couldn't teach him how to use his left hand because he didn't have a left hand and couldn't understand the changes in his right hand. So why couldn't he use his left hand to execute the changes in his right hand? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more excited he became and the more he felt that it was possible. He looked around and felt that there was no one around. Thus, he placed the lantern to the side and walked to the side with the branch. He carefully thought about Elder Yu's teachings and slowly executed them with his left hand. After using his left hand for the past few months, even though Zhang Xiaohua wasn't born left-handed, his left hand was now more agile than a left-handed person. Elder Yu's teachings in the morning were actually executed as smoothly as flowing water when Zhang Xiaohua slowly executed them with his left hand. The first time was still a little clumsy and uncoordinated, but after he finished, the next few times became more and more natural. This unexpected discovery made Zhang Xiaohua extremely happy. It was as if he had found another way to practice his sword technique. After he practiced a few more times and confirmed that he could really use his left hand, he picked up the lantern and went back to his room to rest. When Zhang Xiaohua woke up in the morning, he wanted to tell Elder Yu the good news as soon as possible. However, when he started practicing again, he encountered the same problem as when he was practicing his fist technique. That was, the changes in the sword technique he executed with his left hand were different from what Elder Yu taught him. There were many deviations. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua didn't forget anything this time. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless as he looked at the sword technique that he had used that had changed beyond recognition. The thought of reporting the good news to Elder Yu had been forcefully extinguished. Forget it. Rather than being mocked by others, I might as well enjoy it myself. Thinking that Elder Yu was about to arrive, Zhang Xiaohua stopped practicing with his left hand and stretched his muscles. Just as he was about to execute the 100 moves of his fist technique, Elder Yu arrived. Elder Yu asked about last night's practice. Zhang Xiaohua honestly told him about the condition of his right hand. He opened his mouth and wanted to say that he was using his left hand, but in the end, he didn't. When Elder Yu heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, his expression became serious. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's right hand and carefully touched it. You practiced a little too much yesterday. Just as you guessed, your right hand is a little stiff. Rest for today and think about the changes during the day. Practice again at night. After he finished speaking, he once again reminded Zhang Xiaohua not to practice his sword technique during the day. Only then did he float away and go straight to the dining room. Seeing that she didn't have to practice her sword technique in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua could only continue practicing her fist technique. She practiced the 100 moves over and over again. The more she practiced, the smoother it became. This made her even more determined to complete the fist technique as soon as possible. She was very much looking forward to the feeling of practicing it from beginning to end once she completed the fist technique. After she finished practicing her fist technique, she looked at the sky. There was still some time before breakfast. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but put her thoughts on the sword in her left hand. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared into the forest. Holding a tree branch in her left hand, she executed the changes of the sword technique that she had memorized. Over and over again, her execution was very smooth. It seemed to be at the same level as Elder Yu's that day. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was immersed in the world of the sword in her left hand, suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua felt that there seemed to be a warm current flowing along her left arm following the changes of the sword technique. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but stop. But when she tried to sense it carefully, there was no trace of it. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua slowly executed it again. Still, she didn't feel anything. It seemed to be her imagination. Zhang Xiaohua quickly executed it again. Still, there was nothing. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. She really thought that it was her imagination. However, when Zhang Xiaohua continuously executed the sword technique again, she inadvertently felt the same feeling again. Only then did she know that she wasn't wrong. Thinking about it carefully, the appearance of this warm current seemed to be related to the speed at which she executed the sword technique. Just as she was about to try different speeds to find the warm current, a shout interrupted her. Zhang Xiaohua, where are you? Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head to listen. It was Nie Xiaoer's voice. She couldn't help but be confused. Why did this guy suddenly appear? When she came out of the forest, she realized that the sun was already high up in the sky. Everyone else was preparing to go work in the herb field. He hadn't even eaten breakfast yet. Seeing He Tianshu's concerned gaze, Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, Captain He, I was practicing fist techniques in the forest and forgot the time. He Tianshu said, Zhang Xiaohua, do you know what it means to be hasty? Some things can't be done overnight. You have to learn to be down to earth and walk step by step. I support hard work, but I don't agree to practicing martial arts without using your body. You've been hiding in the forest by yourself these past few days. Are you still practicing your fist techniques? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, You can say that. He Tianshu smiled and said, I know that you're afraid that we'll laugh at you for practicing those incomplete fist techniques. Practice it if you want, but you have to think about your body. Your right hand hasn't completely recovered yet, so you have to pay attention to rest. If your right hand is worn out again, even if it's incomplete fist techniques, you can't practice them anymore. Zhang Xiaohua respectfully said, Captain He, I understand. I'll be careful in the future. He Tianshu patted her shoulder and said, Okay, it's good that you know. If you're not afraid of being embarrassed in the future, you should practice with us. We promise we won't laugh at you. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the three people beside her and couldn't help but smile. She still said, Forget it, Captain He. I'll practice by myself. He Tianshu said, Okay, up to you. I'll have Nie Xiao'er bring some breakfast to your room. Hurry up and eat, then go work in the herb field. Chapter 112. Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of warmth when he heard the faint tone and the ordinary words. Although it was a normal concern, there was a saying, Don't be afraid of not knowing the goods, be afraid of comparing the goods. He Tianshu and the others' daily care for Zhang Xiaohua was immediately different from the grievances Zhang Xiaohua suffered in the Qingyi and Little Hat room. It was no wonder that Zhang Xiaohua was grateful. After reminding Zhang Xiaohua, He Tianshu and the others hurriedly left. The daily cultivation of the herbal field was still very easy to handle. In fact, it didn't matter if Zhang Xiaohua wasn't there. However, those seeds that had never sprouted were still a big mountain in He Tianshu's heart. He couldn't rest until he removed them. Zhang Xiaohua saw that they had left and hurried back to the house. Although the food in the house was simple, Zhang Xiaohua still ate it with relish. He then went out to be a monk and hit his own clock. During the lunch break, Zhang Xiaohua stayed in his house. He took a branch and carefully simulated the feeling that he found in the morning. Sure enough, when his speed reached a certain level, the warm current immediately appeared. Zhang Xiaohua had a realization in his heart. Although the reason for the warm current's appearance was still unclear, one thing was certain. That was, the changes of this sword move should be performed at this speed. It was the best. Since he had this understanding, Zhang Xiaohua continued to perform the changes of this sword move at this speed. The warm current also continued to appear. Zhang Xiaohua then realized that from the beginning of his sword move changes, the warm current came out from a certain place on his left shoulder. As the sword move changes were performed, the warm current flowed along his shoulder to his palm. It didn't disappear until the sword move changes were performed and the warm current flowed to the branch in his left hand. After practicing for an entire afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua finally memorized the sword move changes with his left hand. The speed of the sword move had also stabilized. When he reached the point where he could casually perform a sword move change, the warm current would appear. Only then did he stop. The practice at night was out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Under Elder Yu's supervision, Zhang Xiaohua performed the sword move with his right hand again. He originally thought that he wouldn't be able to succeed like before. However, perhaps it was because he had been practicing with his left hand, but Zhang Xiaohua's right hand was also fixed at the same speed. Unexpectedly, he was able to perform the sword move successfully. Even though it was just a beginner and there were many areas that could be improved, Zhang Xiaohua's right hand had just recovered from its injury. It should have something to do with the inflexibility of his fingers. Elder Yu was also very surprised. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua practicing in the morning, he thought that with his aptitude, he would need a few more days of practice before he could master the sword move changes. However, it seemed like he had underestimated him. Elder Yu was very happy in his heart. He let Zhang Xiaohua practice again. When he saw that he had really mastered it, he said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I didn't think that you would be able to master it so quickly. This is a bit out of my expectations. However, you don't have to be proud. I only practiced this move for half a day. My aptitude is very ordinary in the Jianghu. If it was someone else with talent and intelligence, they would probably be able to master it after watching it twice." Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't feel any sense of pride. He immediately said, "Elder Yu, don't worry. I know my own aptitude. This is the result of practicing many times." Elder Yu was very satisfied. Actually, there are times when a person's strength is limited. You don't have to worry too much about it. Just do your best. You must have gone through a lot of hardships to be able to learn the first move. I also know that. Since you've already learned the first move, I'll teach you the second one in a while. However, you shouldn't exhaust your injured bones at this stage. As the saying goes, more haste, less speed. You must remember this. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy when he heard that he could learn the second move. He didn't pay too much attention to Elder Yu's words. Actually, Elder Yu had wanted to teach Zhang Xiaohua the first move in the morning. However, he was very happy when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua had learned the first move. He took advantage of the moonlight and practiced the second move in the forest. When Zhang Xiaohua roughly looked through it, he explained it in detail. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua's brows had relaxed, he knew that she had understood it. Only then did he slowly practice it again and let Zhang Xiaohua look at it carefully again. Although there were 19 variations to this sword move, they were all based on this sword move. The first variation was the hardest to learn. After learning the first variation, the other variations would all be very similar. Naturally, it would be very easy to learn the second variation. Therefore, Elder Yu spent much less time teaching the second variation than the first variation. It was a pity that Elder Yu had overestimated Zhang Xiaohua's comprehension ability. Although Zhang Xiaohua should know how to practice it, or perhaps he had already learned it in his heart, the branch in his hands couldn't move according to Elder Yu's requirements no matter what. Under Elder Yu's tightly furrowed brows, Zhang Xiaohua helplessly put down the branch. After all, his right hand was starting to hurt again. He couldn't neglect the fundamentals and focus on trifles. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's dejection, Elder Yu helplessly patted him on the shoulder. "It's fine. You should think about it more in your heart. This isn't the first time you've done this. Take a rest and continue practicing tomorrow." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little upset when he saw Elder Yu leave. No normal person liked to be looked down upon. Even if he knew that his aptitude wasn't good, he couldn't accept being looked down upon by others again and again. Thus, he picked up the branch again. However, this time, he had learned his lesson. He didn't use his right hand to practice it, but his left hand first. He first simulated the changes in his left hand in his mind before slowly moving his left hand. After repeating this a few times, he finally memorized the changes and found the feeling of noon. He followed the speed of the first move and as expected, the warm current appeared again, just like noon. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He knew that he had found the right path. Thus, he used the moonlight to practice. When he learned the second move, he practiced the first one again. He repeated this process repeatedly. It was as if Elder Yu was teaching him to use his left hand. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua still practiced a set of 100 incomplete fist moves and practiced the 2 sword moves while waiting for Elder Yu to arrive. However, after waiting for a while and seeing that no one was coming, Zhang Xiaohua didn't wait any longer. Zhang Xiaohua's right hand had recovered after a long rest and was no longer sore. He picked up the branch again and repeated the sword moves in his mind as he practiced the second move at a certain speed. It was strange. He couldn't complete the move no matter what last night, but after a long rest, he was able to perform it this morning. Although it wasn't as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water, he still managed to learn it. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have realized that to learn the second move, he had to use his left arm first. He had to learn it before he could use his right hand. This was really strange. Could it be that his right hand was injured? When Elder Yu checked on Zhang Xiaohua's progress at night, he also found it very strange. He couldn't help but blush. It was said that one should teach according to the student's aptitude. It seemed that his teaching method was wrong. Perhaps he really wasn't suitable for teaching. Why couldn't he explain such a simple change clearly? He still had to let Zhang Xiaohua go back and think about it carefully. Only then would he be able to learn it. Thus, he said a little embarrassedly, "Zhang Xiaohua, is my teaching not good?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. "No, Elder Yu. You taught me very well." Elder Yu said, "Don't say any more. I've taught a few disciples in the past, but they couldn't learn well and didn't make any name for themselves in the martial arts world. Today, I'll teach you a few sword moves, but you still can't understand them." Zhang Xiaohua was even more confused. He could only say, "Elder Yu, I'm very grateful that you're the only one teaching me sword moves. If I can't learn it, it's because my aptitude isn't good enough. I remember telling my second brother that if others can learn it once, I'll practice it 10 times, 20 times, 100 times until I learn it." When Elder Yu heard this, he agreed in his heart. "You're right. Although there's no lack of talented people in the martial arts world, they're still very rare. People like you and I are just ordinary people. Naturally, we have to put in more effort than others in order to achieve good results. Zhang Xiaohua, you've done very well." After that, Elder Yu didn't consider whether it was his teaching method or Zhang Xiaohua's comprehension. Just like a few days ago, he carefully explained the sword moves and slowly demonstrated them. When Zhang Xiaohua felt that she understood, he turned around and left, leaving Zhang Xiaohua alone to practice. He still didn't appear the next morning, letting Zhang Xiaohua experience it herself. He only appeared the next night to check on her learning progress. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua learned one move a day until she learned the 16th move. However, there was a problem with the 17th move. After Elder Yu taught her, Zhang Xiaohua memorized it in her heart. She could use her left hand, but the warm current didn't appear. Zhang Xiaohua thought that there was a problem with her speed. She tried again and again, but the warm current still didn't appear. Then, Zhang Xiaohua tried to use her right hand, but it just didn't work. There were always some details that she couldn't handle. Zhang Xiaohua practiced alone for another 2 days, but she still couldn't learn the 17th move. Elder Yu thought about it and concluded that it was because her right hand hadn't fully recovered and wasn't as nimble as a normal person. Thus, he began to teach her the 18th and 19th moves. As Elder Yu expected, Zhang Xiaohua still couldn't learn the last 2 moves. After a few days, Elder Yu called Zhang Xiaohua to the forest and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I've already taught you the 19 moves. Actually, I'm already very satisfied that you can learn 16 moves. To be honest, I thought that you could learn half of them, but you've already greatly exceeded my expectations." Zhang Xiaohua felt a little sour in her heart when she heard Elder Yu's words. However, the situation was as such and she couldn't refute it at all. Elder Yu continued, "You should have already memorized the remaining 3 moves. When your right hand fully recovers, you can continue to practice. Actually, the reason why I'm teaching you this move is to save your life. If you don't provoke someone too powerful, I believe that these 16 moves should be able to save your life. Also, what you've learned now is only the tip of the iceberg and doesn't have much power. You still have to memorize the sword technique diligently. When you learn inner strength one day, you'll be able to use it with the sword technique to display the true power of this sword technique." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, "Then what is its true power like?" Elder Yu smiled and said, "Look." As he spoke, he used all his strength to stab the big tree in front of him. The sharp edge of the sword pierced 3 centimeters into the tree. Then, Elder Yu circulated his qi and used a sword move to stab the tree. With a piercing sound, the long sword pierced deeply into the tree as if it was going to pierce through it. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The difference was too big. Elder Yu saw Zhang Xiaohua's expression and naturally knew what she was thinking. He said, "See, Zhang Xiaohua. If you don't learn inner strength, you're like a frog at the bottom of a well. You'll always be in a small circle and will never be able to understand the power of inner strength. Even if you learn the best sword technique in the world, the exquisite sword moves are still just a form. Without the soul of inner strength, you can never be considered a first-rate expert." Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's disappointed expression, he said, "I know you want to learn inner strength, but I can't teach it to you. I hope that you'll have the chance to learn a profound inner strength cultivation method in the future. Alright, this is all I can teach you. Practice well and hope that this sword move can help you in the future." With that, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but call out, "Elder Yu." Elder Yu turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth and said after a while, "Thank you, Elder Yu." Elder Yu smiled and said, "No need, Zhang Xiaohua. Practice well and I hope you'll succeed." With that, he floated away. Looking at Elder Yu's one-armed figure, Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely grateful. He wasn't related to Elder Yu in any way, and they didn't see each other often in the past. Yet, he had received such a huge favor from Elder Yu, and he had even imparted a sword technique to him. Although Elder Yu didn't mind it, how could he not take it seriously? Actually, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to tell Elder Yu about the sword in her left hand, but she didn't know where to start. Most of the 16 transformations on her left hand had changed beyond recognition. If she told Elder Yu now, would she let him know that she wasn't a good-for-nothing? If she could comprehend the side path, could she also use a sword with her left hand? However, when she thought about the might of Elder Yu's inner strength sword move, she didn't want to say it. What was her little bit of cleverness? She shouldn't show it off. However, Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to ask Elder Yu about the warm current. After standing for a while, Elder Yu was already far away. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua gather her thoughts and pick up the branch to practice in the forest. After practicing the transformations of the sword move, she felt bored and her right hand was sore, so she switched to her left hand. When she practiced the sword move with her left hand, it was different. The warm current flowed through her left arm, making it feel very comfortable. After the 16 transformations of the sword move had been mutated by Zhang Xiaohua, she could actually link them together. From the first to the 16th transformations, in addition to the changes in her footwork, it was really like a set of sword moves. Practicing to her heart's content, she started practicing non-stop and entered a very peaceful state. She only wanted to wave the sword in her left hand around, as though she was born for the sword. She practiced from the first to the 16th transformations, then continued to practice the first transformations. After practicing for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua felt that there was a stuffy feeling in her chest. She wanted to spit it out, but she couldn't find a way to vent it. As the sword moved, she seemed to have found a target. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and let out a long sigh of relief. Then, she followed the sword move and stabbed forward with the branch in her left hand. The warm current in her left arm naturally flowed along with it. Just as the branch was about to hit the tree in front of her, she heard a muffled sound and the branch actually pierced into the trunk. Then, she broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua wake up from her dream. She stared blankly at the branch in her hand and then at the branch in front of her. She couldn't believe that she had done this. If Elder Yu had used his strength to push the sword 3 inches into the tree trunk, Zhang Xiaohua felt that if she used her strength, she might be able to push the sword 5 inches into the tree trunk. However, it was impossible for Zhang Xiaohua to do it like how Elder Yu had used his internal energy. Furthermore, it was impossible for Zhang Xiaohua to do it. Was she considered an expert? However, when she walked forward and used her thumb and index finger to pinch the branch, she easily pulled it out without using much strength. Only then did she see that there was a hole in the tree trunk that was neither deep nor shallow. It was just a hole. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh at herself. She looked at herself as a poor person who had just received a few dozen taels of silver. She thought that she knew that she was the richest person in the world, but she didn't know that this amount of silver was a joke in the eyes of the real rich. She thought that her martial arts were so good that she could push the branch into the tree trunk, but now, it seemed that it was just a small hole. Shaking her head, Zhang Xiaohua casually threw away the branch in her hand. Feeling that the sky was getting dark, she picked up the lantern and slowly walked back into the house. Only that small hole was left in the tree trunk. The pitiful Zhang Xiaohua was regretting his arrogance, but he didn't know that he had really underestimated himself this time. Even if it was Elder Yu, he wouldn't dare to say that he could push the branch into the tree trunk and leave a hole. If Elder Yu saw Zhang Xiaohua's sword, his eyes would definitely pop out. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua only saw the sharpness of the sword. Although he knew that the blunt part of the branch wouldn't be easy to push into the tree trunk, his usual attitude confirmed that he had made a mistake in his judgment. Sigh, the details determine success or failure. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to still be very inexperienced. He still had a long way to go. However, Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking on the road, didn't have this awareness. He had long abandoned the joy from before and was muttering in his heart. I've already learned this sword technique from Elder Yu, so when should I go to Elder Yu to get the fist manual? Chapter 113. The next day, it was raining heavily. After the autumn rain and the cold, the weather had already turned cold. There wasn't much work to do in the medicine field, so Tianshu brought Nie Xiao Er and the rest to walk around the medicine field before returning. Zhang Xiaohua was still thinking about her fist technique. When Tianshu returned, she couldn't wait to find out where Elder Yu lived. She opened an umbrella and walked towards the backyard. Elder Yu lived quite a distance away from Zhang Xiaohua's courtyard, but it was very close to the dining hall. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think maliciously, was it because Elder Yu was old and couldn't walk properly? Was it because he didn't want to delay the meal? Even with Elder Yu's martial arts skills, he wasn't at the level where he could walk in the rain without getting wet. Thus, he stayed in the house and didn't go out. Zhang Xiaohua knocked on the door and entered the house. Elder Yu's house was very simple. It was even cleaner than Zhang Xiaohua's house, but there were a few more cabinets. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the house, Elder Yu was sitting cross-legged on the Kong bed. When he saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, he slowly got off the bed and looked at Zhang Xiaohua's wet shoulders. Zhang Xiaohua, it's raining so heavily. Why didn't you stay in the house and think about that sword technique? What are you doing here? Could it be that you've improved again after a night? Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, Elder Yu, do you think I'm a genius that only appears once every 50 years? Just those 16 transformations will take me a lifetime to learn, and I won't be able to master them like the back of my hand, not to mention the other 3 transformations. Look at my hand. As she spoke, she raised her right hand in front of Elder Yu and bent her fingers a few times. She continued, perhaps I'll only be able to learn the essence of the other 3 variations when my right hand can fully form a fist. Elder Yu comforted Zhang Xiaohua at this time, you don't have to give up. When the heavens are about to give you a great responsibility, they must first test your will. Perhaps this is the heavens' test for you. Zhang Xiaohua declined to comment and said, I've read this sentence in a book before. Maybe. Then, he frowned and said, Elder Yu, don't change the topic. I'm here today to borrow your fist manual. You promised me before. Elder Yu slapped his forehead and said, look at my memory, I'm really old now. I almost forgot. However, the fist art you are learning. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Elder Yu, are you trying to persuade me again? Elder Yu fell silent. Zhang Xiaohua said, in life, one must have some goals. Before I came to Pingyang City, I wanted to practice martial arts. If I gave up because of the injury on my arm, wouldn't it be too hasty? Moreover, my injuries aren't that serious. Elder Yu, don't you only have a right arm? Aren't you also a martial arts expert? Elder Yu smiled bitterly and said, I knew you would say this to me. Actually, you only know one thing and not the other. First of all, before I was injured, my martial arts were only second-rate in Jianghu. Now that I have lost my left arm, my martial arts have been reduced to less than 60% of my peak. Moreover, I only got injured after I achieved great success in my martial arts. Although it affected my martial arts, it wasn't as serious as yours. For someone like you to have such a big problem in your palm before you started practicing martial arts, it would be difficult for you to achieve great success no matter what martial arts you practice. It's just like how a person's family has declined before he reached adulthood. If you want him to revive his family business, it will be extremely difficult. However, if he succeeds in starting his own business and his family falls, it will naturally be much easier for him to start his own business. It will even be more glorious than the former. When Zhang Xiaohua heard Elder Yu's words, her face was as gloomy as the sky outside. After a while, she said, "But, I'm still unwilling to accept it." Elder Yu sighed and said, "Seeing how crazily you practice, I knew you wouldn't be able to let it go. That's why I taught you the sword moves. Hee, do as you wish. The martial arts manual is on the bookshelf over there. I haven't looked at it in a long time." Zhang Xiaohua followed his words and walked to a bookshelf. Sure enough, there were many books on the shelf. When she looked carefully, there were martial arts manuals and sword manuals. The collection was quite extensive. However, when Zhang Xiaohua flipped through the 10 or so manuals, she realized that they were all martial arts manuals that she had seen at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency before. They were also some of the more popular martial arts manuals in the martial arts world. Elder Yu also looked at Zhang Xiaohua flipping through this and that and felt that it was strange. He asked, "You can take whichever book you want to read. Remember to return it to me." Zhang Xiaohua turned around and asked, "Elder Yu, are there any other martial arts manuals? These seem to be common martial arts manuals in the martial arts world." Elder Yu smiled and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, although these martial arts manuals are common in the martial arts world, they aren't something that just anyone can find. You can pick one and look at it first. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I naturally don't have any of the martial arts manuals in the sect, so you don't have to look through them. If I could teach you, I would have told you long ago." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Then can you tell me what martial arts are taught in the sect? Or martial arts manuals?" Elder Yu thought for a while, but still shook his head and said, "These things, if you're fated, you'll know sooner or later. If not, what's the use of telling you? It'll only add to your worries." Then, he pointed to the martial arts manuals and said, "Don't look down on these manuals. Although they're the most common, they're also the most practical. After so many years and so many people's tests, if you can master them, it'll be an amazing thing." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but blush and said, "This, Elder Yu, you know my aptitude. I always forget the moves, so there's nothing I can do about it." Elder Yu blinked and said, "Then all the more you should read through a manual properly. Only then will you be able to memorize it properly." Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's not like that, Elder Yu. Sigh, forget it, I'll just read this one." Seeing that she couldn't win against Elder Yu, Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to explain and casually took out a manual. She didn't even look at the name and put it away. She bid farewell to Elder Yu and returned with a lack of interest. Elder Yu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's thin back and shook his head helplessly. He said in a low voice, "This child, sigh, she's really a little stubborn." Since he had some emotions, he stopped meditating and walked down from the Kong bed to the bookshelf that Zhang Xiaohua was looking at. Looking at the dusty bookshelf, Elder Yu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He didn't know how long it had been since he looked at these things. Ever since he was injured, he had lost a lot of his ambition and didn't have the same motivation as Zhang Xiaohua. Perhaps he should do something else? After Elder Yu finished sighing, he turned around and suddenly found a book wedged between the bookshelf. He carefully pulled it out with a stick and found that it was another martial arts manual. He didn't know when it had fallen in there. Elder Yu blew the dust off it and casually placed it back on the shelf. Zhang Xiaohua held onto the manual and held onto the umbrella as she walked back. She was very depressed. To be honest, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. She originally thought that she could get a few manuals from Elder Yu that she hadn't learned before to make up for her moves. Who knew that she would end up empty-handed? This result was something that she had never expected. But when he thought about it, this was normal. The Lotus Flower Escort Agency's martial arts training hall was a place for teaching and educating people. Naturally, there would be a sufficient collection of fist art manuals. Elder Yu, on the other hand, was merely interested in it. Since he could finish reading all the fist art manuals in the martial arts training hall, Elder Yu shouldn't have any new discoveries. In fact, it would be strange if Elder Yu really found a fist art manual that he hadn't seen in the escort agency. She had been too impatient before. Thinking up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua's depression lessened by half. The only thing left was where to find a manual. Did she have to go to the Misty School to find one? This was too unrealistic. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua walked back to the small courtyard. The moment she entered the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua saw that the door to her room was open from afar. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel strange. Could it be that she didn't close the door when she went out? That's not right. She seemed to have closed the door before leaving. When she got closer, she heard a familiar voice coming from the room. Although she couldn't hear it clearly due to the sound of the rain, Zhang Xiaohua still quickened her footsteps and ran to the door, shouting, "Second brother, is that you?" As expected, Zhang Xiaohu's voice sounded from inside the room, "Xiaohua, you're back?" When Zhang Xiaohua entered the room, she saw that other than Zhang Xiaohu, He Tianshu, and Li Jinfeng were also in the room. Zhang Xiaohu walked to the door and took the umbrella from Zhang Xiaohua's hands and helped her put it away. He was as attentive as when he was in Zhang Xiaohu's room at the escort agency. He Tianshu stood in the middle of the room. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua had returned, he said to Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jinfeng, "Zhang Xiaohua is back, so I won't keep you company. You're welcome to come by often in the future." Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jinfeng quickly said, "Thank you, Captain He. Let's talk more in the future if there's a chance." He Tianshu nodded at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Take good care of your brother and friends." Then, he went back to his room. Zhang Xiaohua watched as He Tianshu left. He turned around and asked excitedly, "Second brother, why did you suddenly come to my place today?" "Oh right, young Master Li, are you free too?" Li Jinfeng walked forward and said with a smile, "You little rascal, you ran quite fast. I said that I would send you back to the villa last time. When I arrived at the escort agency after you were almost recovered, you and your second brother were not there. I asked around and found out that you had returned long ago. Your second brother actually ran out too. I made a wasted trip. It's my day off today. I was bored at the academy, so I came out. I wanted to see you, but I didn't know how to find you. That's why I dragged your second brother over." Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Second brother, when did you come back? Did it go well?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "I've been back for a few days. Didn't I tell you that it was near Pingyang City? It's not that far. This is the influence of the Misty School. We just went out to gain experience. It's not a big deal." Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's right hand and said, "I've always wanted to come and see you. I don't know how your hand has recovered. There's nothing going on at the Heavy Rain Escort Agency today. We were just staying in the room when young Master Li came." We came to see you together." Zhang Xiaohua knew that her second brother and Li Jinfeng were worried about her. She stretched out her right hand and made a few forceful grabs. "Look, it's fine now." "Leader," he said, "that as long as I practice diligently, there's still hope for me to recover." Zhang Xiaohu did not expose her and said, "That's the best. Take your time and practice more." Li Jinfeng was also very happy. He said, "That's great. I'll be able to see you practice martial arts very soon." "Oh right, I saw that there were books on your bed and table. Looks like you're also very focused on your studies." "Not bad, you're actually proficient in both literature and martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. She said, I'm not as good as young Master Li said. I just blindly read when I have nothing to do. Then, Zhang Xiaohua talked about some of the problems she encountered when reading books with Li Jinfeng. There were many questions, but when Li Jinfeng finished answering them all, he couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Zhang Xiaohua. He said, Zhang Xiaohua, you're really not bad. If you didn't look at these questions in depth, you wouldn't have such deep feelings. You're really amazing. I admire you. Hearing Li Jinfeng praise his younger brother, Zhang Xiaohu was very happy. When the two finished their discussion, he interrupted and asked, Xiaohua, are you still practicing martial arts? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, I'm still practicing, but I haven't made any progress. Zhang Xiaohu misunderstood. He thought that he was still practicing forgetful things and didn't know about Zhang Xiaohua's true situation. He smiled and said, it's okay. Practice slowly. One day, you'll succeed. Zhang Xiaohua said, I know, second brother. I haven't given up. I'm still working hard. Oh right, what about that internal strength cultivation method of yours? Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's expectant face, Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and said, Sigh, don't be envious of me. This inner strength mantra is not that mysterious. You'll know when you start practicing it. Right now, I'm just barely able to sense qi. I've been running darts for a while now, so I haven't been practicing it myself. In my free time, I've been practicing my 6 complementary fists. However, I've listened to you and practiced the South Branch fists from time to time. After all, I've learned something from it. I've learned a lot from it. Zhang Xiaohua happily listened to his second brother's words. He was happy for his second brother's improvement. Suddenly, he seemed to have grasped something. But when he thought about it carefully, he didn't understand. Thus, he used his left hand to grab Zhang Xiaohu's arm and urgently asked, Second brother, what did you just say? Say it again? Zhang Xiaohu's mouth was crooked. He gasped in pain and said, Xiaohua, hurry and let go. Be gentle. Why did you use so much strength? Zhang Xiaohua finally realized that he had lost his composure. He quickly let go and said embarrassedly, second brother, I'm sorry. What you said just now seemed to have reminded me of something. Don't mind it. Hurry and say it again. Zhang Xiaohu was confused and said, Didn't I just say that I listened to your suggestion and practiced the Nanji Quan? It's a good idea to learn from my previous fist techniques. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, That's not it. What else? Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, Also, the internal strength cultivation method isn't as mysterious as you think. Right now, I only have a bit of qi. I didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment again, but still shook his head. Zhang Xiaohu had no choice and said, That's all. I didn't say anything else. When I was running darts, I couldn't calm down and practice the internal strength cultivation method. I could only practice fist techniques. Other than the Liuhe Quan and the Nanji Quan, I'm not very familiar with the others. Hearing the 3 words, Liuhe Quan, Zhang Xiaohua's mind flashed. That's right. It's this Liuhe Quan. No wonder second brother said something that moved him so much. He had practiced more than 100 fist techniques, but he didn't learn this Liuhe Quan. What did it mean to turn a blind eye to something familiar? It was probably referring to this kind of situation. Actually, this matter was extremely coincidental. When Tianshu was teaching Zhang Xiaohua fist techniques, Zhang Xiaohua mentioned that he had seen others execute the Liuhe Quan, but he didn't manage to master even half a move. Furthermore, the Liuhe Quan was famous for its complexity. When Tianshu saw Zhang Xiaohua's terrifying memory, he couldn't remember to teach him this fist technique no matter what. Perhaps he had chosen to forget. When Zhang Xiaohua was studying the fist technique manual at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, it wasn't that the agency didn't have a Liuhe Quan fist technique manual. However, Because Zhang Xiaohu was famous for practicing the Liuhe Quan, many people went to the library to borrow the Liuhe Quan fist technique manual to study, hoping to learn something from it. Therefore, the library's fist technique manual had long been borrowed, and Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't see it. During the days when Zhang Xiaohu was practicing the Liuhe Quan at the agency, Zhang Xiaohua was concentrating on studying other fist technique manuals. Of course, he didn't think of learning the fist technique that his second brother was so good at. In fact, the fist technique manual that fell from the gap of the bookshelf in Elder Yu's room might have been the Liuhe Quan fist technique manual. In short, due to various coincidences, Zhang Xiaohua finally remembered that he still had a fist technique that he was most familiar with. It was also the fist technique that he had seen for the first time, the Liuhe Quan fist technique. He hadn't learned it yet. Sigh, fate makes fools of people. However, since he found another fist technique that he hadn't learned yet, Zhang Xiaohua was still half happy and half worried. He might be able to complete the Liuhe Quan fist technique, or he might not. In short, he couldn't hold too much hope this time. He only hoped that he could learn a move or half a move from it. Since the person who could teach him this fist technique was his second brother, there was no need for Zhang Xiaohua to be polite. He immediately asked Zhang Xiaohu to set up a stance and teach him. Zhang Xiaohu was even more confused. They had only spoken for a short while, and this younger brother of his was already asking him to teach him the Liuhe Quan fist technique. Although he didn't mind, when he looked at Li Jinfeng standing beside him and sized up the slightly cramped room, Zhang Xiaohu was a little hesitant. Li Jinfeng seemed to have noticed Zhang Xiaohu's hesitation and hurriedly said, "Brother Zhang, you don't have to mind me. I know Xiaohua's temperament. Moreover, he is also my initiate student. I am also very happy to see his improvement." Zhang Xiaohua finally realized his rudeness and said, "My apologies, young Master Li. I will talk to you after I finish learning this fist technique." Zhang Xiaohu then said, "Xiaohua, isn't this room a little small? You might not be able to use it. My room at the escort agency is bigger than this, so I can use it in the room." Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his chin and said, "It's okay, second brother. You can practice slowly and just teach me. I will forget all these moves." Li Jinfeng was stunned when he heard this. What was this? He was teaching you a fist technique, and you said you would forget it. Then why was he teaching you? Zhang Xiaohu understood his meaning. He tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, "All right, since it's like this, I will start teaching you now." Chapter 114. Finally, Zhang Xiaohu found out about his brother's abnormal memory. Zhang Xiaohu slowly practiced the Liuhe Quan from beginning to end 3 times. When he asked Zhang Xiaohua, she said she didn't remember, so Zhang Xiaohu had no choice but to continue practicing for the 4th time. Just as he got into a fighting stance, he was stopped by Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Second brother, don't practice for now. Let me practice it once. Watch." Thus, under Zhang Xiaohu's guidance, Zhang Xiaohua finally practiced the Liuhe Quan from beginning to end. Zhang Xiaohua didn't feel anything, but Zhang Xiaohu's head was covered in sweat. It was more tiring than practicing 10 times himself. Li Jinfeng, who was beside him, was even more puzzled. He knew Zhang Xiaohua's talent in learning literature very well. It was because of his abnormal memory that he was able to finish reading Shuo Wen Jie Zi in such a short time. Why did it become like this when it came to learning fist techniques? He really didn't understand. The thing that made Li Jinfeng vomit blood was yet to come. When Zhang Xiaohu took a short break, he asked Zhang Xiaohua if she had mastered it. Did he need to teach her for a while more? His concern was expressed in his words. However, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "No need, second brother. It's fine as long as I can finish practicing it once." Li Jinfeng also chimed in, "Xiaohua, it's better if you practice a few more times. It's not easy for your second brother to come here. When he leaves, if you still want to learn, you won't be able to find him." Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, it's fine, I've already learned it. Zhang Xiaohu thought that he was afraid that he would be tired, so he smiled and said, Xiaohua, it's okay. Second brother isn't tired. Come, I'll practice again. Let's see. After saying that, he slowly practiced again. As he practiced, he explained his experience to her according to his moves, such as when to make a move, the angle of the move, the strength, and so on. Zhang Xiaohua nodded repeatedly as she listened. She thought, second brother is really good at practicing. However, he didn't seem to care. Li Jinfeng shook his head when he saw this. When Zhang Xiaohu was done, he withdrew his moves and stood to the side. He said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, why don't you practice once too? Let me see and give you some pointers. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hand and said, there's no need, second brother. You know that I've already learned it. I've also remembered what you said just now. Zhang Xiaohu was a little displeased and said, hurry up and practice. Let me see if you've learned it. Even at this point, Zhang Xiaohu still didn't really believe what Zhang Xiaohua had told him before. Not being able to learn all the fist techniques? Maybe it was because others didn't teach her well. He taught her in detail. If she had the aptitude that Li Jinfeng said that Zhang Xiaohua had, how could she not learn it? Unfortunately, the truth was really a blow to their confidence. Unable to withstand Zhang Xiaohu's urging, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to take up the starting position and practice the Liuhe Quan that she had just learned. What surprised the two of them was that the valiant Zhang Xiaohua had only practiced 6 moves before she forgot the following moves. Under Zhang Xiaohu's reminder, she continued to practice more than 10 moves. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohu reminded her again and again. Finally, after 5 or 6 reminders, Zhang Xiaohua finally finished practicing. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's innocent eyes, Zhang Xiaohu also asked helplessly, Xiaohua, do you always practice like this when you learn fist techniques? Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's affirmative nod, Zhang Xiaohu patted his shoulder and said, it's been hard on you, Xiaohua. Li Jinfeng came over and asked, Xiaohua, I think it's very strange. This move isn't very complicated. Although I haven't practiced fist techniques before, just based on my memory and watching the two of you demonstrate just now, I can also remember many moves. After saying that, Li Jinfeng rolled up his sleeves and practiced the Liuhe Quan. He was actually hit by more than 10 moves before he stopped. Then he asked Zhang Xiaohua, look, with my aptitude, I can learn more than 10 moves. How can you only remember 6 moves? It's really strange. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, brotherly, to be honest, I really don't know. All the fist techniques I practice are like this. I forget a lot of each set of fist techniques. Li Jinfeng seemed to have seen the most miraculous thing in the world and said, it's really inconceivable. You can even memorize the Shuo Wen Jie Zi, so how can you not even remember this? Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, brotherly, what's so strange about this? The Shuo Wen Jie Zi is just a book for young children. Practicing fist techniques is something that requires a lot of brain power. It can't be compared. Li Jinfeng smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu said, then what about the fist technique manual from the escort agency? It's also something written in words. Can you remember it? Zhang Xiaohua said, I remember that very clearly. Zhang Xiaohu slapped his forehead and said, then it's settled. Tomorrow I'll borrow the Liuhe Quan fist technique manual from the library. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, there's no need, second brother. I've already practiced all the fist techniques that I memorized a few months ago. I've basically forgotten all of them. Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jinfeng both opened their mouths wide. Zhang Xiaohua said, no matter if it's a fist technique manual or someone else's, as long as I practice it, I'll forget most of it. Those that I haven't forgotten, I won't forget them. As for how much I can remember, I'll only know tomorrow morning. Faint, Li Jinfeng screamed. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with reverence and muttered, could it be that this is the legendary, don't ask for a deep understanding? After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's explanation and thinking about the situation with Zhang Xiaohua just now, Zhang Xiaohu finally believed what his younger brother said. However, he could only spread out his hands and couldn't help. His younger brother said that everyone had their own path. Their own path was only suitable for themselves. Others couldn't help even if they wanted to. Lunch was eaten with Yi Tianshu and the others in the dining room. Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jinfeng were full of praise for the food at Huanxi Manor. However, during the meal, Li Jinfeng looked around, which made Zhang Xiaohua very puzzled. This scholar usually paid attention to etiquette. Why was he so careless today? However, before Zhang Xiaohua could figure it out, Li Jinfeng said it himself. On the way back to the small house, Li Jinfeng secretly pulled Zhang Xiaohua and whispered, "Xiaohua, why didn't I see Miss Chiu Tong when we were eating?" Only then did Zhang Xiaohua realize that he was not the only reason this scholar had come here. He said with a smile, "She was in the corner. Didn't you see her?" Li Jinfeng couldn't help but turn around and look at the dining room from afar. He wondered, why didn't I see her? That's strange. I looked around the dining room at that time. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, he said, "There are only 3 tables in the dining room. Where did the corner come from?" There was no sign of a woman at all. "Xiaohua, you're lying to me." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "It looks like Brother Li isn't muddle-headed." Big sister Chiu Tong seemed to be eating with the manor lord and the others. They weren't together at the same time, and they might not be in this dining room. I really don't know the specifics. Anyway, I've never seen Big Sister Chiu Tong when I was eating here. Seeing Li Jinfeng's disappointed look, Zhang Xiaohua said, "However, I think I met Big Sister Chiu Tong once when I was returning to the house after eating." Hearing this, Li Jinfeng's eyes immediately lit up. He really took one step at a time and kept looking back, hoping to see the figure he was looking forward to. It was a pity that he didn't see her even when he moved to the small courtyard. Sitting on the chair in the room, he really wanted Zhang Xiaohua to help him look for Chiu Tong. However, he also knew that Zhang Xiaohua was just a servant in the manor. He couldn't go wherever he wanted to go and look for Chiu Tong. Moreover, from Zhang Xiaohua's words, he hadn't seen Chiu Tong for a long time. Thus, he didn't think much of it. However, his eyes still glanced outside the room from time to time, hoping that something would happen. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. The rain didn't stop for the entire afternoon. A few people passed by the door, but there was no sign of the woman. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jinfeng reluctantly prepared to leave. Zhang Xiaohu naturally couldn't bear to part with his younger brother. He held his hand and reminded him of this and that, but Li Jinfeng couldn't bear to part with who? The security of Huanxi Manor was very strict. When Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jinfeng came in, they had taken a waste token and were escorted in by a guard. Naturally, they had to be escorted out. When the 3 of them walked out of the small house, the rain outside was already pattering. It seemed that it was going to stop. Out of courtesy, Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jinfeng went to Yi Tianshu's room to say goodbye before leaving the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohu also asked Yi Tianshu to take care of his younger brother in the future. Yi Tianshu naturally agreed and said some humble words before the 3 of them left the small courtyard. There was some distance from the small courtyard to the side door. The road was paved with bluestones, so it wasn't muddy. The 3 of them chatted as they walked. Li Jinfeng saw the fields by the side of the road and couldn't help but ask, "Xiaohua, what's planted in these fields?" "Some of them are crops. I recognize them." "What about those?" "They look like grass." "Are they vegetables?" Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and felt that it was better not to say. She stopped him from asking and said, "Brother Li, there are rules in the manor. There are many things that can't be told to outsiders. You don't have to ask too much." However, then she changed her mind and said, "If you have any books on growing herbs, you can help me collect some. I'm still willing to read more." When Li Jinfeng heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up and he smiled. Along the way, the sky was dark and the rain was no longer dripping. The sound of frogs and insects could be heard in the gully next to them. It seemed that the rain had stopped and they came out to get some fresh air. This scene reminded the two brothers of the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohu said first, "Xiaohua, you've been out for a long time. Do you miss home?" Zhang Xiaohua said sadly, "Of course, I miss it very much. But I haven't made any achievements yet. If my family knew about it, it would be a waste of effort." Zhang Xiaohu also sighed and said, "Yes, I think so too. However, we should at least let them know that we are safe. Otherwise, father and mother will be worried at home." Li Jinfeng frowned and said, "Brother Zhang, you can ask someone you know to pass a message to your family. Won't that do?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and said, "The two of us came here alone. We don't have any relatives or friends in Pingyang City. Where would we find someone we know to pass a message to?" Li Jinfeng smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, you seem to have forgotten that I'm from Pingyang City." Zhang Xiaohu said, "I know that young Master Li is from Lu Town. But haven't you been studying in the academy all this while?" "I remember that young master is also alone. How would you have the time to pass a message to us?" Li Jinfeng nodded and said, "You're right. However, the academy usually has holidays during the winter and summer. Although the time is not long, it is enough for me to go home. This summer, I'm studying in the academy and also helping Zhang Xiaohua with her enlightenment. Therefore, I didn't return to Lu Town. After some time, I can help you pass a message back." Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu said in unison, "Really, young Master Li? Thank you so much." Li Jinfeng waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite. We are all strangers in a foreign land. We should help each other. This is just a small matter. Why do you have to be so polite?" As they spoke, they arrived at the side door. The guard at the door verified the waist token and asked Zhang Xiaohua to sign a booklet. Only then did he let Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jinfeng out. The three of them stood outside the door. Zhang Xiaohu looked at his younger brother. Zhang Xiaohua also tugged on her second brother's clothes like when they were young, unwilling to let go. Although the two of them were not too far away, it was inevitable that they would be reluctant to part with each other after not seeing each other for a month. On the other hand, Li Jinfeng was more open-minded and said, "The two of us brothers live in the same Pingyang City. If Xiaohu is busy practicing martial arts and doesn't have time to come, I will ask you to come over when I have the time. We can come more often in the future." Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and agreed. She let go of her hand and said, "Brother Li, if my second brother doesn't have time, it's good that you can come too. When I see Sister Chiu Tong one day, I will tell her that you want to see her. Is that all right?" When Li Jinfeng heard this, he smiled and said, "I like what you said. Don't blame me for coming to see you. However, you don't have to be too deliberate and say that I want to see her. Just mention it a little and that will do." Zhang Xiaohua did not understand and asked, "Eh? Why is that?" Li Jinfeng said, "You don't understand. You are still a child. You will know in the future. Just do as I say." Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head in agreement. Then, Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jinfeng left Huanxi Mountain Village, looking back 3 times with every step. Zhang Xiaohua only turned and entered the village when the two of them could no longer be seen. The next morning, it was a sunny day and the sky was blue. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua ran to the big tree where she often practiced martial arts. She thought about what Zhang Xiaohu had taught her yesterday. Using both her hands and feet, she slowly practiced the 6 fists according to her memory. As Zhang Xiaohua expected, she had practiced the dozens of moves of the 6 fists very thoroughly. There were only 7 moves left. Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly practiced these 7 moves to ensure that she did not forget them. She then stopped and stood there in a horse stance. In her mind, she began to familiarize herself with the combination of moves. However, this combination was like building blocks. The closer she got to the end, the easier it became. There were 100 incomplete moves in the fists technique, which meant that there were 7 broken parts. She tried each part with the 7 moves one by one. As expected, the success rate was quite high. She only needed to try the first part 4 times before she found the incomplete move. Zhang Xiaohua perfectly integrated it into the fists technique. The next few parts were even simpler. Soon, there was only 1 move and the last broken part left. Zhang Xiaohua was happy but also nervous. She put them together in her mind with some trepidation. This time, the heavens took pity on her and did not disappoint Zhang Xiaohua. That move was perfectly integrated into the fists technique. In an instant, the fists technique that had been completed in Zhang Xiaohua's mind was like a waterfall hanging over a river. A little person in Zhang Xiaohua's mind smoothly practiced this nameless fists technique from beginning to end. After the little person practiced a few times, Zhang Xiaohua also could not restrain her hands and feet. Following her thoughts, she also practiced in the open space in the forest. This fists technique had a total of 108 moves. Although it was the first time that Zhang Xiaohua had performed it completely, she did not know how many times she had practiced these moves in her mind. Other than the last 7 moves, the other moves were also practiced countless times by Zhang Xiaohua in this open space. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had finally gathered all of them, she practiced from beginning to end in one go. It was as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. After Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing once, she was still not satisfied. She practiced 3 more times in a row before she finally stopped. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua not only felt relaxed and comfortable physically, but also incomparably happy mentally. It was as if she had let go of the golden chains and was incomparably free. The burden in her heart was finally thrown off. She could finally practice a complete set of fists technique like others. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were filled with light. During the day, when she was working in the fields, Zhang Xiaohua did not stop thinking about the 108 moves of the fists technique. She remembered that her second brother had once said that the fists technique had both offensive and defensive moves. Only then would it be perfect. What about the moves that she had forgotten from the 110 sets of fists technique? When Zhang Xiaohua finished thinking about them one by one, she realized that only 36 of the 108 moves were defensive moves. The other 72 moves were all offensive moves. Chapter 115. Looking at the twinkling stars in the sky, Zhang Xiaohua had endless thoughts. Suddenly, he felt that this twinkling was really familiar, but when he thought carefully, he still couldn't remember. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Recently, it was really strange. Occasionally, there would be some things that made him feel familiar, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't make sense of it. What did those stars in the distant sky have to do with him? How could they make him feel this way? Looking and looking, suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua saw the bright Big Dipper in the sky like a spoon. He remembered what the book said: in February, the elm falls, the chief arrives at the dawn. In August, the wheat grows, the heavenly spirit occupies the unitary. Also think of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, using the chief to cover the head, using the heavenly spirit to point forward. The moon of yin and yang, the first 3 stars are the heavenly spirit, the heavenly spirit is the river chief, the yin construction moon is the opposite. Heavenly spirit, isn't it the handle of the Big Dipper, and in the constellation of the Big Dipper, there are 36 heavenly spirit stars. Don't they coincide with his 36 defensive moves? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be happy. The name of the fist technique was Big Dipper Fist. As for the 72 offensive moves that coincided with the Earth Fiend, he threw it to the back of his mind and didn't think about it. That was because this Big Dipper Fist's name was so resounding. Hearing it, one would know that it was high-quality goods. As for where the moves included in it came from, who knew? If Zhang Xiaohua didn't say it, no matter how hard others racked their brains, they wouldn't be able to think that these moves were all pieced together from other fist techniques. thinking that these moves had been forgotten by Zhang Xiaohua would be full of mistakes. After thinking of the name of the fist technique, Zhang Xiaohua jumped up from the ground. He picked up his fighting spirit again and continued to practice his Big Dipper fist technique. After practicing for an unknown number of times, Zhang Xiaohua was a little tired. Just as she was about to practice for the last time, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred. When Zhang Xiaohua stood still with the pole and made the gesture to start the first move, he suddenly felt a very weak and slightly cold thing coming from his toes and flowing up his feet to his legs. Zhang Xiaohua was so scared that he quickly stopped. When he carefully felt it, the cold feeling immediately disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua was very strange. Was it his illusion? Thus, he changed to a dry place and started practicing again. Sure enough, as soon as he started practicing, that chilly feeling would come out, from his toes to the soles of his feet, and then flow up his legs. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and withdrew his stance. This inexplicable situation made him afraid. What if his cultivation went berserk? What would he do? Alas, it was really difficult to be self-taught. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even think about it. He didn't practice the mental cultivation method of internal strength at all. How could he be possessed by the devil? Maybe it was because he heard many people talking about it that he remembered this word. But Zhang Xiaohua thought for a long time and still couldn't figure it out. This fist technique was finally completed, but he couldn't practice it. What a headache. And didn't he practice for a long time just now? Why didn't he have this problem? Why not change to swordsmanship? Thinking of swordsmanship, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the warm current from the sword in his left hand. His heart lit up. Could it be that this chilly feeling was something similar to that warm current? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua understood a little. His fear gradually disappeared and he made up his mind. He wanted to see what this feeling was all about and how it could torment him. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua's expression turned cold. He got into a stance and started from the first stance. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, the chilly feeling changed with each stance. It changed with each stance. It appeared from the toes of his left foot, went up his calf, flowed through the left half of his body, and reached his head. It happened to be the 54th stance. Then, it flowed through the right half of his body. With the last 108 stances, it disappeared into the toes of his right foot. After finishing the fist technique, Zhang Xiaohua carefully felt his body. There didn't seem to be any discomfort, as if there was no cold current passing through his body. When he thought about how the cold current flowed through his body, there didn't seem to be any special feeling. It was very smooth. It was just that when it flowed through his right hand, it was a little sluggish. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. But he couldn't ask anyone else. He couldn't just go to He Tianshu and ask, Captain He, when I practice, do my toes feel cold? Perhaps He Tianshu would first ask Zhang Xiaohua, your shoes and socks don't leak air, right? Perhaps, this was internal energy? Zhang Xiaohua had a flash of thought. If it was internal energy, then that would be awesome. His fist technique could actually cultivate internal energy. And, the name of the Big Dipper fist didn't seem to suit such an awesome fist technique. Then what should he change it to? Zhang Xiaohua was very conflicted. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Alright, he'll call it the Big Dipper fist. What a resounding name. He really admired his own idea. As for whether that chilly feeling was internal energy, he would wait until he saw his second brother next time to ask him in detail about how he cultivated internal energy. Zhang Xiaohua made up his mind and prepared to go back. After all, it was already late at night and he still had work to do tomorrow. However, the chilly feeling urged Zhang Xiaohua to get into a stance again. He prepared to experience it one last time. But when Zhang Xiaohua started practicing, he was stunned. That cold current actually didn't appear. When Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing the 108 moves, it still didn't appear. Zhang Xiaohua was completely dizzy. He was speechless. He took the lantern and went back. Fortunately, he didn't think of telling He Tianshu. How could he explain this feeling to him? Walking on the road, Zhang Xiaohua kept thinking about this problem. Why did this feeling sometimes appear and sometimes not? Until late at night, when Zhang Xiaohua was sound asleep, there was still no result. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua came to the open space in the forest early. First, he practiced the sword in his left hand for a while. Now, the warm current in his left arm would appear from time to time. Although he didn't use a branch to stab a tree, Zhang Xiaohua felt that this warm current was beneficial to him. Then, he practiced the sword in his right hand for a while. Zhang Xiaohua felt that after many days of practice, his right hand's fingers seemed to be a little more flexible. It was just a feeling, but he didn't know whether it was true or not. When he finished practicing the sword moves, Zhang Xiaohua began to practice his set of Big Dipper magical fist. After practicing a few times, that cold current didn't appear. Zhang Xiaohua was very disappointed. He clearly knew that it wasn't his illusion, but it didn't appear again. There was really no good way. Seeing that it was still early, the green-clothed little hats probably hadn't woken up yet. He Tianshu and the others had just gotten up to practice, so Zhang Xiaohua began to practice again. There was no other way. Other than that sword move, he only knew this set of fist moves. If he practiced the sword move for a long time, his fingers would hurt, so he could only practice this. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was immersed in the pleasure of practicing, suddenly, that feeling appeared again. However, this time, it wasn't a cold feeling, but a bit of warmth. Zhang Xiaohua was immediately overjoyed. He carefully comprehended every move, afraid that he would miss something. However, everything was still yesterday's reenactment. There was nothing strange about it. When Zhang Xiaohua finished performing it and performed it again, the feeling was gone again. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua understood. Whether it was the appearance of the warm current or the cold current, it was related to the number of times he practiced. When he practiced to a certain number, that feeling would appear once. Then, he would have to count it again. When it accumulated to a certain number, it would appear again. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it carefully and understood. This morning, he had done it 10 times. It was on the 9th time that he felt the warm current. With this discovery, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to know that his set of Big Dipper magical fist was practiced 9 times each time. When the warm current flowed throughout the body, it would achieve the best effect. Zhang Xiaohua practiced every day in the morning and in the evening. The 108 moves took a lot of time. To be able to practice 9 times was already a big waste of time. No matter how hard he practiced, he couldn't practice the second 9 times. Then, practicing beyond 9 times might not be effective. Of course, these were all Zhang Xiaohua's guesses. In the next few days, Zhang Xiaohua hid in the forest to practice his Big Dipper magical fist. In order to practice better, Zhang Xiaohua would also come to the forest during his afternoon break. Moreover, after several attempts, Zhang Xiaohua found that when he practiced the Big Dipper magical fist in the morning, his toes would feel neither cold nor hot. At noon, it would feel hot, and at night, it would feel chilly. It was different 3 times a day. Zhang Xiaohua found it very strange. In the beginning, Zhang Xiaohua was still a little nervous. After all, it was something that fell from the sky. Who knew if it was good or bad? But after a few days of practice, his whole body didn't feel any discomfort. This meant that there was no harm. Zhang Xiaohua naturally felt relieved. Ever since Elder Yu finished teaching Zhang Xiaohua the sword moves, he would occasionally come to check on his practice in the first few days. However, he didn't come near and only watched from afar. He approved of Zhang Xiaohua's diligence and didn't come over anymore. Recently, Elder Yu found out that Zhang Xiaohua didn't even rest in the afternoon. His heart couldn't help but ache. In fact, Elder Yu's feelings towards Zhang Xiaohua were very ordinary at first. He only felt that this child was down to earth, hardworking, and had an unusual dedication towards martial arts. It was just that his aptitude was extremely poor, so he didn't have any other thoughts. Later on, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua's right hand was crippled and his bones were shattered by internal energy, he continued to practice his fist techniques as usual. Even though he didn't have a master to guide him, his fist was still full of energy. Thus, when he thought about his own left arm, he sympathized with him and taught him an unknown sword move that he had learned. Even though Zhang Xiaohua didn't learn it completely due to his aptitude, Elder Yu still liked this stubborn, stupid child. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was also practicing martial arts in the afternoon, he naturally knew that he wanted to improve his sword or fist techniques. However, Elder Yu understood the principle of not overdoing it. Elder Yu was worried that Zhang Xiaohua would hurt his body if he overdid it. Thus, one afternoon, when Zhang Xiaohua was practicing his sword, he quietly appeared. When Elder Yu appeared, Zhang Xiaohua was coincidentally practicing his sword with his right hand. When he saw Elder Yu's sneaky figure, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before she smiled. She didn't stop her sword technique, but picked up a tree branch and stabbed it at Elder Yu. When Elder Yu saw the tree branch coming over, he was also stunned for a moment before he shifted his body and dodged it. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop her attack. She took a step forward and changed into another form as she continued to stab. This sword technique was taught by Elder Yu, so he was naturally familiar with the changes within the technique. When he saw that Elder Yu was practicing with Zhang Xiaohua, he was delighted. He didn't retaliate and changed his body to match with Zhang Xiaohua's sword technique. By the time Zhang Xiaohua finished her 16 changes, not a single leaf or branch had touched her body. When Zhang Xiaohua stopped her sword technique and kept the tree branch, Elder Yu finally stopped and said with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohua, you've learned well. You're very sharp with these changes. If I wasn't familiar with the sword technique's changes, I would have been stabbed by your tree branch." Then, he said, "During this period of time, your right hand's fingers have become much more nimble. You're also very familiar with the sword technique's changes. However, your strength is still far from enough. It's probably because your fingers aren't strong enough yet." Zhang Xiaohua nodded with a smile. "That's right, Elder Yu. During this period of time, my fingers have become much more nimble after practicing the sword technique's changes. In the past, my fingers would ache after practicing once or twice, but now, they're much better." Elder Yu continued, "Then you don't have to be proud. Have you not mastered the last 3 changes yet?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face turned bitter. Elder Yu was right. No matter how hard Zhang Xiaohua practiced, she couldn't master the last 3 changes. It was either she couldn't keep up with the pace, or she couldn't use the tree branch to stab it out. In short, her entire body was uncoordinated. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, Elder Yu said, "Even if you can't master it, you don't have to practice day and night. Didn't I tell you to stop before it's too late? Sometimes, rest is the best way to cultivate." Zhang Xiaohua was extremely touched. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Elder Yu then asked kindly, "How's your recitation of the sword technique?" Zhang Xiaohua followed his instructions and recited the sword technique word by word. Elder Yu was even more gratified when he heard her reciting it word by word. He patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "Very good. You're actually able to recite it word by word. You must have put in a lot of effort. Alright, let's stop here for today. Rest well and don't tire yourself out. Come, let's go back together." Actually, Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to say, "Elder Yu, please let me off. I still haven't finished practicing the Big Dipper mystical fist. Can you let me practice for a while more?" But when she saw the elder's concerned expression, Zhang Xiaohua still lowered her head and obediently followed him back. In the following period of time, Zhang Xiaohua had already gotten used to this kind of lifestyle. She practiced martial arts 3 times in the morning, noon, and night, and worked in the medicinal field on a daily basis. Those tasks were simply too easy for a country bumpkin like Zhang Xiaohua. She only needed to be a little more careful and she could do it perfectly. As for the medicinal plants that he Tianshu and the others were worried about, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the slightest opinion about it. He only knew that the seeds would sprout once they were planted. How would he know why they wouldn't sprout? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood the feeling of her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, concentrating on practicing a set of martial arts. Those familiar moves were like flowing clouds and flowing water, like a dancing poem. Only with the whistling of his fists and kicks could Zhang Xiaohua feel a kind of true feeling. He liked this kind of feeling of movement. Late at night, under the oil lamp, Zhang Xiaohua would often read some miscellaneous notes and ancient books. From between the lines, he read about the life he had never experienced and the places he had never been to. It was as if there was another world in those books that was slowly opening up to him. He gradually fell in love with this kind of life. Although Zhang Xiaohua had always believed that the Big Dipper magical fist that he practiced could produce internal energy, he didn't know what internal energy was. He had always wanted to ask He Tianshu, but seeing He Tianshu frowning every day, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to disturb him. If he asked He Tianshu, he wouldn't want to. If he practiced internal energy, then so be it, but if he didn't, then wouldn't he be laughed to death by them? After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua still decided to make a trip to the Lotus Flower Escort Agency to listen to Zhang Xiaohu's opinion. He first asked for leave from He Tianshu, then Zhang Xiaohua received his waist token from the guard at the side door. Only then did he calmly walk out of Huanxi Manor. Walking on the road, the first thing that came to his mind was that, when the cart reaches the mountain, there must be a road. Where there is a road, there must be a swift carriage. Although Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to sit in a carriage, when he thought about the money in his arms and his parents in the countryside, he restrained his desire. In fact, with Zhang Xiaohua's current condition, even if he ran to the escort agency, it wouldn't be a problem. Sitting in a carriage was just a child's dream. After Zhang Xiaohua overcame this thought, he walked and ran, and soon arrived at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Today, the escort agency didn't seem to be busy. Sparrows could be seen in front of the door. The guard recognized Zhang Xiaohua. Looking at him, who looked more and more like Zhang Xiaohu, he greeted him and let him in. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at second brother's room, he found that Zhang Xiaohu wasn't in the room. Fortunately, the room wasn't locked. Guessing that he was at the escort agency, he pushed the door open and entered. The room was very clean. Zhang Xiaohu probably cleaned it every day. Thinking about how messy her room was, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but blush. The room was still the same as before. There weren't many changes. However, there was a stack of books on the table. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. When did second brother become literate? When he walked forward, he discovered that the books were actually about the cultivation of medicinal herbs. There were also a few thick history books. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Li Jinfeng really took what he said to her last time seriously. He actually found some books on this topic. He probably didn't have time to look for him, so he left them with second brother for now. With nothing to do, Zhang Xiaohua casually pulled out a book from the pile and read it with great interest. There was a lot of information written in the book. Most of it explained how certain herbalists cultivated and managed their plants. It was very related to what he did on a daily basis. Thus, when he compared his own experience with what he did on a daily basis, Zhang Xiaohua actually found quite a few mistakes that he usually overlooked. Thus, he began to read even more seriously. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was engrossed in reading, Zhang Xiaohu pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua in the room, he was very happy and called out, "Xiaohua, when did you get here?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and said, "I've been here for a while. You weren't in the room, so I was reading by myself." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Oh, those books were brought by young Master Li. He said that he would bring them over the next time we visit you. Since you're here this time, we'll save ourselves the trouble. You can take them with you when you leave. Please collect them. Thank you." Chapter 116. Zhang Xiaohua put down the book and roughly explained the situation to his second brother. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohu was still concerned about his right hand. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua could only raise his right hand in front of his second brother and bend his 5 fingers a few times. Looking at his brother's somewhat thin right hand and his somewhat nimble fingers, Zhang Xiaohu felt somewhat gratified. He was also filled with hope that Zhang Xiaohua's right hand would recover to its original state. After chatting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua finally asked the main question, "Second brother, how's your internal energy practice going?" Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes couldn't hide the excitement in them as he said, "Why don't you guess?" Seeing his second brother's expression, Zhang Xiaohua naturally knew. Pleasantly surprised, he said, "Second brother, did you succeed?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Yes, a few days after coming back from your place, I successfully found a sense of qi." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Then, second brother, does finding a sense of qi mean that you've successfully practiced the internal energy practice method?" Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, "It's still early. Finding a sense of qi is only the beginning. The road ahead is still very long. Being able to find a sense of qi means that I can practice internal energy. With a direction, I can gather qi in my dantian and lay the foundation for circulating qi in my body's meridians in the future. If I can't even find a sense of qi, then there's no way for me to practice the internal energy practice method." These words made Zhang Xiaohua's head full of fog. Although he had read a lot of books during this period of time, and even read books about wuxia, he had never come into contact with anything related to internal energy practice methods. Zhang Xiaohu's professional names made him scratch his head. He could only ask, "Second brother, can you tell me what is a sense of qi, dantian, and qi gathering and circulating qi?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's expression, Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment before getting up to take a look outside the door. Only after closing the door did he say to Zhang Xiaohua, "Actually, these names are very common things that anyone who wants to practice internal energy practice methods must know. It can't be considered confidential." Although the third Master Chu said that the contents of the internal energy practice method cannot be revealed, I don't think these common sense things should be covered in this scope. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he said, "Second brother, if you really can't tell me, then forget it. I'll go back and ask Captain." Zhang said, "If I can't tell you, then I won't tell you. Since I can tell you these things, why should I ask someone else?" Zhang Xiaohua happily jumped up and said, "I know that second brother is good to me. Then hurry up and tell me." Zhang Xiaohu organized his thoughts and tirelessly said, "When it comes to internal energy, first we have to talk about the meridians. The meridians are the channels in our body that can circulate qi. Through these channels, qi can be sent to all parts of the body. When you use qi to make moves, there is also internal energy. Do you understand?" Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I understand. When a normal person makes a punch, they only have their own strength. If there is qi in the meridians of the fist, then there is also internal energy. Is it like this?" Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "That's right. Therefore, cultivating internal energy is a process of accumulating qi. The accumulation of qi is a process from nothing. This process is called qi sensing. When there is qi sensing, then there is the first thread of qi. Usually, true qi was stored in a place called the dantian. It was right here, below the navel. When cultivating or exercising, true qi would come out of the dantian and flow along the meridians of the whole body or wherever you wanted it to go. Generally speaking, the process of circulating energy is the process of gathering qi. The more qi you use, the more internal energy you will have." Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be deep in thought as he said, "Last time, when Yudai used that purple sand palm, he used his inner strength. Could it be that he transferred his true qi from his dantian to his palm to produce such a large amount of power?" Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "Yes, the transfer of qi is a strict process. It has to follow a fixed route and cannot be disturbed. If there is a slight disturbance, then it will deviate from the original route and run into a fork in the road. If it is light, then it will lose control of the body. If it is heavy, then it will lose its life. This is what is often called qi deviation. Actually, when we practiced before, we didn't use qi, so we wouldn't have qi deviation, hee. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua realize that this was what qi deviation looked like. Then, Zhang Xiaohua continued to ask, then how is qi produced? Is it from the soles of the feet? Or is it produced from the fingers? Connecting it to the sudden hot and cold feeling and the way it moved in his body, Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that it wasn't the qi that second brother was talking about. Instead, it was the warm current produced when he used the sword that was similar to qi. However, it did come from his shoulder and not from his dantian. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a bit and said, this question, I don't know if every qi cultivation method is the same. When I practice, I sit there with my 5 hearts facing the sky. My nose looks at my mouth and my mouth looks at my heart. Then I place my tongue on the top of my mouth and imagine the qi flowing from my forehead. Then I swallow it with the saliva in my mouth and guide the qi to my dantian. This process is very important. I have been doing this for a while and only recently have I truly gathered qi in my dantian. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. This process was very different from his own. However, he still didn't give up and asked, second brother, does qi have to be stored in the dantian? Does it go in from one part of the body and out from another part of the body? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and frowned, this, I can't say. However, I heard from the third master Chu that the dantian is the center of qi. Without the dantian, you can't practice qi cultivation. Moreover, the martial arts of the Jianghu crippled people are aimed at breaking that person's dantian. I think that without the dantian, it might not be possible. Also, qi is transported out from the dantian when you want to use it. If it goes in from one part of the body and out from another, then how do you use it? Can it be called qi? Then, he asked, Xiaohua, why do you ask so many unimaginable things? Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth and wanted to tell the truth. However, when he thought of what second brother said about the consequences of qi deviation, he was afraid that it would affect second brother's cultivation. Moreover, he didn't know what it was, and if he told him, second brother would be worried. He might as well hide it from him. It wouldn't be too late to tell him after he figured it out. After making up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, aren't I just curious about qi cultivation? It's not easy to find someone who knows about it, so why don't I ask a bit more? Zhang Xiaohu patted his chest and said with a worried expression, the third master Chu also said that qi cultivation is very dangerous. Usually, it has to be done under the guidance of an experienced master. Otherwise, it's very easy to go into qi deviation. You can't blindly cultivate it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I know, second brother. I do want to cultivate it, but where would I get the qi cultivation method? Zhang Xiaohu also smiled and said, that's true. Then, Zhang Xiaohu asked about Zhang Xiaohua's Liuhe fist. When he heard that Zhang Xiaohua only remembered 7 moves, he was flabbergasted and didn't know how to comfort Zhang Xiaohua. However, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua himself didn't think much of it, he didn't say anything. In fact, he still wanted to ask him how he was doing with the fist technique. However, he thought that it wouldn't be good news. He was afraid that he would reopen the scar in his brother's heart and make him sad, so he didn't mention it again. The 2 brothers met and chatted casually. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. When the sky was almost dark, Zhang Xiaohua said goodbye to her second brother and returned to Huanxi Manor. When she returned to Huanxi Manor, the sky was already dark. Walking on the small path of Huanxi Manor with a few books on medicinal herbs in her hands, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel amused. She remembered that she had made a joke to Li Jinfeng last time and he actually took it seriously. He was really... No, when she thought of the last time Li Jinfeng came to Huanxi Manor, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that this young Master Li was really considerate. However, when she thought of elder sister Qiudong's kindness to her and Li Jinfeng's honesty and simplicity, Zhang Xiaohua was still willing to do something for them. However, she still didn't know how elder sister Qiudong felt about young Master Li. She would talk about it when she had the chance in the future. Entering the small courtyard and passing by He Tianshu's house, Zhang Xiaohua knew that He Tianshu should be inside when she saw that the lights were on. She looked at the books in her hands and came to the door. Before she could knock, He Tianshu's slightly hoarse voice came from inside. "Who is it? Come in." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She pushed the door open and entered the house. She asked curiously, "Captain He, I haven't knocked yet." "How did you know that someone was here?" Seeing that it was Zhang Xiaohua, He Tianshu smiled and said, "Well, you'll know when you practice inner strength. When you channel your inner strength to your ears, you'll be able to hear movements within a few feet." Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, "Ah. It's that magical." He Tianshu said, "It depends on the depth of your inner strength. Some people can even hear over 100 feet. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes sparkled as she looked up at him. However, she immediately remembered that she seemed to be able to feel the movements of people outside sometimes. However, it seemed that it was just a feeling. Then, He Tianshu asked, "You took leave to go to the Lotus Escort Agency today, right? How is your brother?" Zhang Xiaohua happily said, "Yes, Captain He. I haven't seen my second brother in a while. Let's go see him. He's pretty good. He's practicing inner strength." He Tianshu was a bit surprised and said, "You're able to sense qi so quickly?" Zhang Xiaohua proudly said, "Yes, didn't I say that my second brother is a genius?" He Tianshu knocked her on the head and said, "I just didn't think that your second brother would be able to sense qi so quickly. I didn't say that he was a genius. Sensing qi is something that is difficult for people with distracting thoughts. However, people like your second brother can't be considered a genius. Most of the Misty School's disciples will be able to sense qi in 2 or 3 days." "Oh, so it's like that." Zhang Xiaohua's mouth was wide open. She thought that her second brother was already her idol. If that was the case, then wouldn't all the Misty School's disciples be her idols? Idols were too cheap. Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu and asked, "Captain He, how long did it take you to sense qi?" He Tianshu scratched his head and pretended to be deep in thought and said, "I think it was 4 days ago. I wasn't very talented, so I was assigned to the pharmacy hall." Sigh, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and lowered her head and said, "I think I'll have to go to the cafeteria." "That's enough. It's not that easy to get into the Misty School's cafeteria." He Tianshu didn't hold back and said honestly. It hurt her pride. Zhang Xiaohua's expression didn't look too good. Unexpectedly, He Tianshu said, "If you were admitted to the Misty School when you were young, you might have been assigned to the Divine Engineering Hall." Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up and said, "Divine Engineering Hall? That sounds very impressive. What's it for?" He Tianshu said, "The Misty sect has long had weapons. The strength of your hands is something they envy." "Ah, I see." Zhang Xiaohua completely understood that He Tianshu wasn't interested in her talent. However, it was strange. She didn't have such great strength in the past. How did she become so powerful now? Could it be because of the spring water? Just as she was thinking, He Tianshu asked, "By the way, why are you here?" Zhang Xiaohua then remembered why she came into the room and asked, "Captain He, I've noticed that you've been frowning recently. I heard from Nye that it's because of those medicinal herbs that won't germinate." "Yes, it's been almost a year. I'm a little worried." He Tianshu sighed and couldn't help but tell Zhang Xiaohua, "These medicinal herbs were planted at the beginning of this year. I don't know why, but they won't germinate. Actually, it's fine for me to stay here, but if I go on like this, I'll ruin the sect's important matters. Many medicines rely on these medicinal herbs, so..." As he spoke, he suddenly stopped and seemed to realize that he had lost his composure. He said embarrassedly, "Anyway, I feel a little guilty." Zhang Xiaohua raised the book in her hand and said, "Oh, when I went to the escort agency to look for second brother, young Master Li Jinfeng gave me a few books on medicinal herbs. I wanted to show them to you to see if they would be of any help." He Tianshu heard this and smiled as he patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, Zhang Xiaohua, thank you. You really put in a lot of effort. However, He Tianshu took the books and roughly skimmed through them. He said apologetically, although I can read, it's only limited to martial arts books. I can't understand these things. Moreover, the group of elders in the pharmacy hall study this every day. They probably read a lot. If there was a solution to this, they would have discovered it long ago. However, Zhang Xiaohua disagreed and said, the contents of these books were written by people. Everyone may not see the same things and experience the same things. The ancients said that there are benefits to pooling the wisdom of the masses. He Tianshu was speechless. He didn't have the experience of learning the Fist of the North Star from an ordinary fist manual. Naturally, he scoffed. However, he immediately thought of something and said, how about this, Zhang Xiaohua, among us, you are the only one who has an outstanding talent in literature, meaning, your martial arts talent is a mess. This task will be handed to you. Take a look at these books first. Then, if it's not enough, I'll borrow more from the pharmacy hall for you. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What was this? I was only kindly recommending an idea to you, and you're putting this task on me? Will you still let me speak in the future? Every time she provided a reasonable suggestion, he would say, good idea, I'll leave it to you. Who could stand this? It was purely bureaucratic. However, regarding He Tianshu's orders, Zhang Xiaohua was unable to refuse. She could only nod and agree. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's helpless expression, He Tianshu was equally helpless. Giving such a burden to a half-grown child was because he didn't want to extinguish Zhang Xiaohua's enthusiasm. It was also because he wanted to make a Hail Mary effort. It would be best if he could find a solution, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. It was just letting him read a few more books. However, the outcome was probably the latter. He Tianshu could guess it even with his heels. Zhang Xiaohua's head drooped. She carried a few books back to her house and lit an oil lamp. She didn't rush to open the books. Instead, she turned around and lit the lantern. She went out to the woods to practice her fist and sword techniques. Sword techniques were used to protect one's life. Naturally, the more proficient one was, the better. After many days of practice, the speed at which the warm current flowed from her shoulder to her fingertips seemed to have sped up. The speed at which she drew the sword with her left hand also seemed to have sped up. Moreover, the angle at which she drew the sword seemed to be stranger than before. Zhang Xiaohua simply couldn't figure out how she practiced the sword with her left hand. Could it be that the changes in this move would evolve as she practiced? The sword in her right hand was still the same. It didn't change along with the sword in her left hand. However, her right hand's fingers clearly felt more flexible. The injury was developing in the expected direction. What made Zhang Xiaohua most excited was the Big Dipper magical fist that she had pieced together. The 108 moves didn't have any changes like the sword in her left hand. Instead, it was the same as what she had learned before. Although it was different from what was taught or recorded in the fist manual, it had already been fixed. The feeling of flowing still appeared once after 9 consecutive practice. The only change was that in her perception, the flow seemed to have grown a little stronger. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still a little depressed. How good would it be if this flow could stay in her body? She could also use it. What was the use of it appearing and disappearing for no reason? Could it be that it was traveling in her body? She really couldn't understand. After her daily practice, Zhang Xiaohua returned to her house. She found the book she had already read in the morning and continued to read it with relish. Anyway, she had finished reading all the books in her house, and there was no place to find something to read for the time being. Now, Zhang Xiaohua had developed a good habit of reading. It was impossible not to read on weekdays. She would just treat these professional books as a pastime in her spare time. Therefore, in Zhang Xiaohua's life, in addition to the daily 3 times of practice in the morning, afternoon, and evening, there was an additional subject of reading. Other than working in the medicinal field, Zhang Xiaohua was holding a book. Zhang Xiaohua didn't just simply read. Most of the time, she also compared the contents of the book with the combination of theory and practice. However, the medicinal field managed by He Tianshu was small after all, and there were not many varieties. Moreover, there were many medicinal herbs that were not recorded in the book. As a last resort, Zhang Xiaohua often went to Tian Zhongxi's medicinal field to look for the real thing. Tian Zhongxi didn't mind. After all, he was a manager. He never got tired of asking. He appreciated Zhang Xiaohua's learning attitude very much. However, Ma Jing and the others in green didn't think so. Perhaps they were jealous that Zhang Xiaohua had a first-class meal, or perhaps they were jealous that Zhang Xiaohua could read and write. Their sarcastic words were endless. How could Zhang Xiaohua listen to them? She just treated it as a dog barking. Just in this constant barking and the ground full of chicken feathers, the days passed day by day. Chapter 117. However, when Zhang Xiaohua finished reading those books, she discovered that these books seemed to be too basic. She had a feeling that they were not enough to quench her thirst. If she wanted to use the things she learned from these books to solve the problem of medicinal herbs not germinating, it would be wishful thinking. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua could only throw these books on the Kong bed. When she was bored, she would flip through them again. Without new books to read, Zhang Xiaohua once again lived a monotonous life of working and cultivating. Although reading books was a good habit, Zhang Xiaohua would never buy books for the sake of reading. Books could not be read unless they were borrowed. Zhang Xiaohua felt the same way in her heart. On the other hand, He Tianshu was used to seeing Zhang Xiaohua running around with books. Not long after, he discovered Zhang Xiaohua's abnormality. He asked with interest, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua had given up on her research. However, when he heard Zhang Xiaohua's reason, he didn't believe it at first. However, when he thought about how this person in front of him used Shuo Wen Jie Zi to enlighten her, his brows relaxed. He snapped his right hand and said, "Isn't that easy?" Then he muttered in Nie Xiao'er's ear for a moment. Nie Xiao'er listened while sizing up Zhang Xiaohua from the corner of his eyes, making Zhang Xiaohua's hair stand on end. What was he doing? After he finished muttering, Nie Xiao'er left to carry out his orders. He Tianshu beamed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "All right, you wait. I'll show you my methods in a while." Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and curled her lips, saying, "What methods are you playing? Making it so mysterious." "I'll just wait." This Nie Xiao'er left for half a day. He only returned to the small courtyard empty-handed in the evening. Seeing Nie Xiao'er return empty-handed, He Tianshu was very shocked and asked, "You didn't do it?" Nie Xiao'er said, "Elder, he said that our hall's books are only for the disciples to read. They cannot be borrowed from outsiders." He Tianshu frowned. "You didn't look for hall master Bai?" Nie Xiao'er smiled bitterly and said, "I did, but hall master Bai didn't pay much attention to me. He only said that you're trying to find any doctor when you're seriously ill. How can a child without any foundation solve the problem by just reading books? He told you to think of another way. He also told me to tell you that he's also discussing this problem with the elders in the hall. He told you not to mess around." He Tianshu's face alternated between red and green as he looked into Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. He felt very embarrassed, but he seemed to have thought of something. His face relaxed as he said, "Zhang Xiaohua, go back to your room first. I'll bring you those books in a while." Zhang Xiaohua looked at him curiously, nodded in agreement, and went straight back into the house. Since someone wanted to find books for him to read, of course he wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, not long after, He Tianshu came back with a grin on his face carrying a pile of books. He piled them on Zhang Xiaohua's Kong. He clapped his hands and said, "All right, Zhang Xiaohua, I finally found the books for you. Read them well." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the pile of books on her Kong in surprise and asked curiously, so many, where did Captain He get them? He Tianshu pretended to be mysterious. Look at how powerful his methods are. How can such a small problem not be solved? He, read carefully. Zhang Xiaohua, don't mind our hall master's words. I still say the same thing. It's best if it can be solved, but it's fine if it can't be solved. Just treat it as you reading books to broaden your horizons. Also, He Tianshu muttered to himself. The Jianghu is dangerous. What can a child like you rely on? Learn more and you'll be able to live a good life. Zhang Xiaohua finally understood He Tianshu's painstaking efforts. She couldn't help but feel grateful. Humans weren't plants. How could they be emotionless? She and He Tianshu were neither relatives nor friends. Just living together for a short period of time, he took care of her in every possible way. Not only did he teach her fist techniques, he even pointed out the path for her future. It could be seen that this dangerous Jianghu wasn't just filled with traps and arrows. There was also warmth and care. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I understand, Captain He. I won't let you down. At least I have to learn more, right? He Tianshu nodded. It's good that you understand. Read your books yourself. I'm leaving. After saying that, he smiled and walked out. Zhang Xiaohua sent him to the door. When he left the house, she was about to turn around when she saw He Tianshu turn his head and say, oh right, Zhang Xiaohua, I almost forgot. How's your practice of fist techniques? We haven't practiced together in a long time. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, it's all right, Captain He. I mixed the fist techniques you taught me and some of the fist techniques my second brother taught me together. I can practice them too. He Tianshu smiled and said, not bad, Zhang Xiaohua. You know how to create your own techniques. You're promising. Practice well. When you have the chance, let me see it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, okay, no problem, Captain He. I can do it anytime. He Tianshu said, you won't forget this time? Zhang Xiaohua said, I won't. Don't worry. He Tianshu said, okay then. When I have the time, I'll see it. You read your books too. I'm leaving. After saying that, he walked out of the house. Zhang Xiaohua saw him leave and was about to turn around when He Tianshu turned his head again and said, oh, I almost forgot. Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She turned around again and said, what is it, Captain He? He Tianshu said, I borrowed the book from the village head. When she heard that you were reading it, she was very happy. She said that when you're done, she has more. You can go and get it. You can ask Xiao Tong for it. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was very happy and said, really? That's great. Thank you, Captain He. He Tianshu smiled and said, what are you thanking me for? Okay, go and read your books. After saying that, he walked out of the house. Zhang Xiaohua watched him leave. This time, she didn't turn around and waited quietly. He Tianshu was about to leave when he remembered something. He turned around and said, oh, I almost forgot. Zhang Xiaohua, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still standing there and looking at him with a smile and didn't turn around, he was stunned and said, Zhang Xiaohua, why aren't you reading? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm waiting for Captain He to tell me about, I almost forgot, again. He Tianshu smiled and said, I see. It's like this, then, his expression became very strange. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, what's wrong? He Tianshu pursed his lips and said, I really forgot this time. Forget it, I won't talk about it. I'll tell you when I remember. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the house. Zhang Xiaohua didn't move. She quietly waited for He Tianshu to leave. Then, she stuck her head out and watched as He Tianshu walked away and patted his forehead. When he entered his room, Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved. She closed the door and went to read on the Kong bed. He Tianshu entered the room. He was still thinking about what he wanted to say just now. He Tianshu kept tossing and turning in bed until it was very late at night. He Tianshu frowned and thought until a ray of light appeared on the horizon. He Tianshu suddenly sat up and laughed. I finally remembered. I want to tell Zhang Xiaohua not to read too late and to pay attention to rest. With the new program, Zhang Xiaohua was naturally happy and forgot about home. Every day, he read and practiced martial arts. He only hoped that these days would last. However, the more he read, the more he felt that the cultivation of medicinal herbs was complicated and profound. He really admired someone who could write so many things. At the same time, he was very grateful to Li Jinfeng for teaching him how to read. He was also very grateful to Huanxi Manor for giving him the opportunity to read. He was very grateful to the Manor Lord for lending these books to him. Finally, he also wanted to thank his parents for letting him out. Well, if he put his parents last, no one would say anything. By the way, when he saw the Manor Lord one day, should he mention to her to find a job for his parents? The more he knew, the more he didn't know. Zhang Xiaohua was now in this state. As He Tianshu brought those books to read, Zhang Xiaohua felt more and more that he knew too little. In fact, he had forgotten his main purpose. He had forgotten to find the reason why those seeds didn't germinate. He actually agreed with the pharmacy hall master's words. It was impossible to solve the problem that He Tianshu and the others encountered by simply reading a few books. In fact, if it could be solved by just reading books, then the pharmacy hall elder would have done it long ago. However, Zhang Xiaohua was already infatuated with this magical world of medicinal herbs. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the house after practicing the fist technique. As usual, he picked up more books and prepared more. Only then did he remember that he had finished reading all the books last night. Zhang Xiaohua flipped through the books and felt very bored. Zhang Xiaohua had a bad habit of reading books. He didn't like to read a book a second time after reading it. Although He Tianshu brought over a lot of books, it couldn't stop Zhang Xiaohua from reading them day and night. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that when He Tianshu brought the books over, he said that if he finished reading all these books, he could go to the Manor Lord to borrow more. He could also find Qiu Tong. Thinking that he hadn't seen elder sister Qiu Tong for a long time, he wanted to take this opportunity to see her. After making up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua carried the books and went to look for He Tianshu. The door to He Tianshu's house was tightly shut. Zhang Xiaohua shouted outside for a long time, but no one answered. He must have gone out. This made Zhang Xiaohua worried. He had never entered the inner manor. He didn't know where elder sister Qiu Tong was, let alone the Manor Lord. Just as he was about to return to his house, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that he had looked for Elder Yu last time. Elder Yu definitely knew about it. He carried the books and entered through the small round door, walking towards the inner courtyard. After passing through a few courtyards, he arrived at Elder Yu's residence. Unfortunately, Elder Yu wasn't there either. Zhang Xiaohua felt discouraged. What day was it today? He didn't look at the almanac. Everything was going wrong. However, since he had already entered, he might as well continue to look around. If he saw one or two people, he could ask. He was also a member of the Misty Mountain Villa, so he wasn't afraid of being misunderstood. However, he forgot that the people in green clothes and hats and the few people from the medicine hall rarely entered the inner courtyard. That was where the girls lived. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to barge in, he suddenly heard someone scream, "Where did this child come from? Why are you here?" Zhang Xiaohua froze and couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Could they be talking about him? When he turned to look, there was indeed a girl standing under the shed in the small courtyard. She had washed clothes and was about to dry them. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly bowed and said, "I'm Captain He Tianshu's subordinate from the medicine fields outside." I want to come in to look for elder sister Chiu Tong. When the girl heard this, she looked puzzled. She put down the clothes and walked over. She looked Zhang Xiaohua up and down and said, Captain, he's subordinate? Why haven't I heard of you before? You're so young. How did you come out of the medicine hall? Zhang Xiaohua naturally knew that she had misunderstood him as someone from the Misty School. It wasn't easy for him to explain, so he said, I just came here not long ago. I'm not from the medicine hall, so elder sister probably doesn't know me. You just have to look for elder sister Chiu Tong and you'll naturally know. The girl felt that it made sense and said, since you're new here, you might not know the rules of the villa. You can't trespass into the inner courtyard without orders. Seeing that you're still young, Captain, he must have been careless. You mustn't do this again. If the villa head finds out, you'll be caned. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He stuck out his tongue and said, it's that serious. I really didn't know. However, he cursed inwardly, seriously, Captain he. Why didn't he tell me in detail and made me look for the villa head myself? The feeling of being caned on the butt is probably not good. Why didn't Tian Zhongxi say anything? How strange. Actually, this was also a misunderstanding. Tian Zhongxi and Tian Shu knew that he was someone brought in by Chiu Tong and thought that Chiu Tong had already explained the rules of the villa to him. Chiu Tong also saw him as her younger brother and naturally felt that there was nothing to hide. Moreover, after bringing Zhang Xiaohua in, they originally wanted to give her some instructions. However, they were stopped by the villa head's words of work on your own, and had long forgotten about it. What was even more amazing was that Zhang Xiaohua had been recuperating in the escort agency for several months. In everyone's eyes, he was already an old person. In fact, he was still very fresh. However, he was indeed young and the girl didn't mind. She said, don't go in any further. I'll help you look for Chiu Tong. Then, she quickly walked in. Zhang Xiaohua could only wait there and look curiously at the small courtyard. This courtyard was slightly smaller than the one Zhang Xiaohua and the others were staying in. However, it was unusually clean and there were even some flowers and plants planted in the corners. It was easy for Zhang Xiaohua to think of his sister-in-law. Didn't Lu Qian like to plant flowers and plants in the courtyard? When he saw the clothes that the girl was about to dry, he lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he walked forward and placed the books he was carrying on the stone table. He washed his hands with the clean water in the basin and helped to dry the clothes in the basin one by one. Zhang Xiaohua used to help his mother do these things when he was at home. Naturally, he was familiar with the process and finished it in a short while. Moreover, when he was drying the clothes, he couldn't help but think about his family. Then, Zhang Xiaohua hugged the books and waited at the door. He felt very strange. Although he often missed home, it wasn't as frequent when he was in the medicinal field. He had only entered the inner courtyard for a short while, but if he wasn't missing his parents, then he was missing his sister-in-law. What was going on? Just as he was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua felt someone walking over from afar. Although he didn't hear the footsteps, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly feel it. As expected, the girl soon led Chiu Tong over. Chiu Tong saw Zhang Xiaohua from afar and said happily, "It really is you, Zhang Xiaohua. Qiu Ju said that a child was looking for you, but she couldn't say the name. I guessed it was you." Seeing Qiu Ju's flushed face, Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. This girl was really careless. She didn't even ask for his name before running in. He could only say, "Big sister Qiu Ju ran too fast. I forgot to tell her." Chiu Tong smiled and said, "Xiaohua is a sensible child. She knows how to cover for others." However, everyone in the village knows about Qiu Ju's carelessness. "Alright, come in with me. Why did you suddenly come to find me today?" After speaking, she led Zhang Xiaohua inside. As Qiu Ju watched the two of them walk away, the blush on her face faded away. She secretly scolded herself for being careless. However, when she lifted her leg to continue with her work, she saw the clothes that were being hung out to dry. Her face turned even redder. This little brat was rather diligent and knew how to help others. However, how could a girl's clothes be hung out to dry by a man? The sudden change was that of a teenage boy. Xiao Ju stood in the courtyard. She didn't know if she should take down some of the clothes and wash them again. Endless confusion. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking into the inner courtyard, didn't know that her good deed had turned into a bad one. She happily told Xiao Tong the reason for her visit. When Xiao Tong heard that Zhang Xiaohua was reading a book about medicinal herbs, she was very happy. She couldn't help but rub Zhang Xiaohua's head like a little brother. She smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you're really amazing. When you first arrived, you didn't even know how to read. Now, you can actually read. If you can really help the village heads solve the problem of the seeds, that would be great." Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "Big sister Qiu Tong, I can read thanks to that young Master Li you met last time." "Oh, right, he came to our village with my second brother last time. He even said that he wanted to meet you." Qiu Tong was stunned. She immediately understood and said with a smile, "Did young Master Li tell you to say that?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly explained, "I wanted to tell you that, but young Master Li didn't let me. He just told me to mention him casually. Why don't you ask him the next time he comes?" Qiu Tong smiled and said, "We'll talk about it later. Right now, it's better to help the village heads solve the problem." Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, "Young Master Li also gave me a few books like this at the beginning." However, seeing that Qiu Tong didn't seem to want to talk about this, she quickly added, "However, I think that just reading these books and only studying the theory isn't enough. It's best to combine it with practice. This theory comes from practice, but it's better than practice. Experts record their practice into books for us to study. After we've finished learning, we still have to return to practice. Only then can we truly test the theory and turn it into our own knowledge. This is true knowledge from practice." When Qiu Tong heard this, she couldn't help but stop and say, "Who told you this?" When Zhang Xiaohua saw that Qiu Tong had stopped, she also stopped and said, "I learned all of this from reading these books. Am I wrong?" Qiu Tong smiled and said, "You're not wrong. It seems that the village head often says these things. I thought that someone else told you. Alright, let's go." The village head and the others seem to have something to do in the hall. "I'll help you find the books. Please bookmark it, thank you." Chapter 118. However, Qiu Tong changed her mind after walking a short distance with Zhang Xiaohua. Yan had not told Qiu Tong what books she was going to give to Zhang Xiaohua. Moreover, it was inappropriate to bring someone into the Manor Master's study without the Manor Master's permission. Therefore, Qiu Tong brought Zhang Xiaohua to the main hall. As soon as they got close to the main hall, Zhang Xiaohua heard two people talking inside. One of them had a very pleasant voice, like an oriole flying out of a valley. One would never get tired of listening to it for a long time. The other person's enunciation was smooth and unhurried, but it did not have that kind of charm. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think that the person with the pleasant voice was the Manor Master, Yan. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had already started guessing Yan's appearance and voice when she came to the inner courtyard. She had been at Huanqi Manor for several months, and Yan had treated her very well. However, she had never seen her before. This time, she was here not only to return the books, but also to thank Yan in person for taking care of her. Qiu Tong asked Zhang Xiaohua to wait outside the room while she went in to report. After Qiu Tong entered the main hall, the two people inside stopped talking. Zhang Xiaohua heard Qiu Tong say from inside, "Manor Master, Zhang Xiaohua from the herb field is here to return your books. He wants to borrow some more. What books do you want to borrow from him?" At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's ears perked up. She wanted to know who the voice was. Unfortunately, to her disappointment, the gentle voice said, "Eh? He's finished reading so quickly. Could it be that this fellow was just randomly flipping through the books? Let him in. I'll ask him. If he really reads them and understands them, it won't be too late to borrow them then." It turned out that the extremely pleasant voice was not Yan's voice. Qiu Tong came out and gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to enter the room. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the room carefully, she saw a dignified and beautiful woman in her 20s sitting at the front of the hall. Her temperament was similar to Lu Qian's, and her skin was fair and smooth. If it weren't for the fact that the woman in front of her had phoenix eyes and Lu Qian's almond-shaped eyes, Zhang Xiaohua would have called her sister-in-law. On the other side of the hall sat a middle-aged woman with ordinary features. Her skin was dark and coarse, and although her clothes were bright, they couldn't hide her bucket-like waist. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Could it be that the voice that had been reverberating for 3 days had come from this woman? At this moment, Yan spoke. "Are you Zhang Xiaohua?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly retracted her gaze and bowed deeply. "Yes, Sister Mannerhead, I am Zhang Xiaohua." Yan was a little stunned and almost laughed out loud. "Sister? Huh, it's been a long time since someone called me sister." "Zhang Xiaohua, your little mouth is really sweet." Zhang Xiaohua didn't think much of it and couldn't help but scratch her head. "Is there a problem?" "Sister Mannerhead." Yan didn't get angry and only asked, "Why did you suddenly think of calling me sister?" Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, "Mannerhead is older than me, so I have to call you sister. Moreover, Mannerhead looks very similar to my sister-in-law. Just now, I almost called her sister-in-law. That's right, my sister-in-law's name is Lu Qian. Before she married my big brother, I called her Sister Lu. So, I feel that Mannerhead is very close to me, so of course I should call you sister." The dark and coarse woman next to her spoke. Her clear voice rang in Zhang Xiaohua's ears. "Huh, this Xiaohua is really interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen such a simple child." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the woman and couldn't help but say, "Sister's voice is really nice." Yan smiled and said, "Just call her Sister Qin. If you call her Sister Qin a few more times, she'll talk to you more and let you listen more." The woman turned out to be Aunt Qin from the Misty School's Ming Chui Hall. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he obediently said to the woman, "Hello, Sister Qin." Aunt Qin couldn't help but be stunned. She smiled and said, "Everyone calls me Aunt Qin, but you actually called me sister. That's fine, it sounds very comfortable. If you need sister's help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." Yan smiled even more and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, why aren't you thanking Sister Qin? She doesn't open her mouth easily." Zhang Xiaohua was confused. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Sister Qin." Actually, he didn't think much of it in his heart. There was no such thing as a free lunch. It was his first time meeting her, so she definitely wouldn't help him just because of a title. He also didn't know what Yan meant. She was probably joking. Everyone teased and said a few more words. Only then did Yan ask Zhang Xiaohua, "Zhang Xiaohua, have you read these books? Do you understand them?" Zhang Xiaohua honestly said, "I've read them, Mannerhead sister." This time, Yan frowned and said, "Big Sister Manner Lord sounds awkward. You can call me Big Sister O or Big Sister Yan." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "I understand, Sister O." However, Yan didn't quite believe Zhang Xiaohua's words and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, the most taboo thing when reading books is not to ask for a thorough understanding. You shouldn't bite off more than you can chew. Last time, I heard from He Tianshu that you've already read a lot of books. This time, you took so many books and finished reading them so quickly. Can you remember and understand them?" Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious and said, "Really, Sister O, I understand them all. But because I understood these books, I realized that there are too many things I don't understand." Yan heard him say this and her expression relaxed and said, "If that's the case, I'll ask you a few questions. After saying this, Yen flipped through the books and picked a few questions for Zhang Xiaohua to answer. In Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, these questions weren't questions at all. They were written clearly in the books, so he answered them fluently without thinking. When Yen saw that Zhang Xiaohua answered quickly, she was very happy and picked a few questions that weren't in the books for him to answer. This time, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and answered the questions that he thought were appropriate based on the knowledge he had read. Yen was even more happy when she heard this. After pointing out the inconsistencies in Zhang Xiaohua's answers, she said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I didn't expect you to be so proficient in these books." "Very good. Wait here, I'll bring out more books for you to read. If there's anything you don't understand, come and ask me." After saying this, she excused herself from Aunt Qin and left with Chiu Tong with a face full of smiles. Only Aunt Qin and Zhang Xiaohua were left in the main hall. When Aunt Qin saw Zhang Xiaohua standing there obediently with his head lowered, she started chatting with him and asked about Zhang Xiaohua's recent situation. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide anything from this good-natured older sister. He told her about how he came to Pingyang City, how he came to Huanxi Mountain Villa, and how he got injured. He only left out the part about the Fist of the North Star and the sword technique. When Aunt Qin heard about Zhang Xiaohua's encounter, she couldn't help but sigh. She thought about her own childhood and couldn't help but feel closer to Zhang Xiaohua. Just as they were talking, Yen returned. Behind her, Chiu Tong actually carried a white cloth bag that looked very heavy. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly ran over to take it. It was heavy in his hands too. He guessed that there were many books inside. Yen sat down and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, these are the books I picked out according to your situation. Read them well. Just now, I heard from Chiu Tong that you actually know how to combine theory with practice. That's really not bad. You have to continue on this path. Go as far as you can. It will be beneficial for both you and the villa." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Okay, Sister O. I will work hard to read and practice. I hope I can help Sister O solve the problem of the seeds." At the mention of the seeds, Yen couldn't hide the frown on her face. She said, "Your hopes are good. However, if I could find the reason just by reading these books, would have found it long ago." Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. It seemed like she had made up her mind at the wrong time. She said, "As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than zhuge liang. If we all think of a solution together, there might be hope." Yen smiled and said, "What you said makes sense, but many things can't be solved with more people. We still need senior people to deal with it." Then, Yen pondered for a moment and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, read these books first. After a while, I will take you to see a real expert. You can see how they treat herbs." Hearing this, Chiu Tong's expression changed. She said, "Young miss, you've decided to go alone?" Aunt Qin also said, "Yen, you have to think carefully. The journey is long, thousands of miles. Can your body handle it?" Yen smiled and said, "Big Sister Qin, you don't have to worry about me. Although the journey is a little long, didn't Chiu Tong go there last time? My body isn't any weaker than Chiu Tong's. Why can't I go?" Chiu Tong begged, "Young miss, let me go again. You shoulder the fate of the villa. It's better for you to stay in the villa and take care of the situation. Let us do the running." Yen smiled bitterly and said, "A year has passed and there is still no movement from these seeds. This is a huge problem that concerns the strength of the Misty School. That day, I made a promise in front of Big Brother. If I can't solve it, won't I become a sinner in the sect?" Aunt Qin also advised, "These seeds have been lost for a long time. The specific method of planting them may have been lost long ago. Although you made a promise in front of the sect leader that day, most of them have been planted. Why care about this little bit?" Yen smiled bitterly and said, "This little bit is the most important thing. Last time, Chiu Tong went, they closed the door and refused to see us. They must think that we don't care enough. If I don't go, won't this path be cut off? Seeing that they couldn't persuade Yan, Aunt Qin and Qiu Tong didn't say anything else. Only Zhang Xiaohua listened to the three of them as if she was listening to a book from heaven. She didn't know what they were talking about. It seemed that when she was injured, Qiu Tong said that she went to the south and didn't come to see her. From what she heard, she went to ask someone to solve the problem of the seeds. However, that person felt that Qiu Tong's identity wasn't right and refused to see her. Qiu Tong returned empty-handed. Now, Yan wanted to go personally. From what she heard, she wanted to bring her along. The other two felt that Yan's identity was noble and were afraid that something would happen, so they stopped her. Zhang Xiaohua understood. Seeing that the three of them weren't interested, she quickly thanked Yan for borrowing the book and was about to leave. Yan smiled and said a few more words of encouragement before letting Qiu Tong take her away. Qiu Tong wasn't in a good mood. She brought Zhang Xiaohua to Qiuju's courtyard with a dark expression and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, next time if you want to find me or the manor head, don't rush in rashly. Although you're young, you still have to abide by the manor's rules. If you see Qiuju or anyone else here, let them come in to find me, alright?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I know, big sister Qiu Tong. Don't be unhappy. I'm sure there'll be a solution." Qiu Tong forced a smile and said, "I know. Xiaohua, you should work hard too. I hope you can help." Qiu Tong watched as Zhang Xiaohua walked away with a bag of books. Only then did she turn and walk away quickly. Zhang Xiaohua walked back with a large bag of books in her left hand. Luckily, Zhang Xiaohua had the strength of 250 kilograms in one arm. That was why she seemed so light. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult. She didn't know how Qiu Tong had carried the books from the study to the living room. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the room, she threw the bag on the Kong bed and drank some water. When she opened it, her eyes widened involuntarily. My goodness, there really are a lot of books. There are at least a few dozen books. No wonder it's so heavy. However, Zhang Xiaohua was immediately overjoyed. With so many books, she would have something to rely on for the long night. At night, when Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing martial arts and casually opened a book, she suddenly realized that it was different from the previous books. First of all, the previous books were more basic, but these new books were obviously more profound. It was just right for Zhang Xiaohua's current level. Just a casual glance was enough to tickle Zhang Xiaohua's heart. She couldn't bear to let go of them. Secondly, the blank spaces of the previous books were as clean as before. However, these new books had more or less fine writing in the blank spaces of every page. There were only a few words in a few places, but there were many densely packed words that filled the entire page. When Zhang Xiaohua squinted her eyes to take a closer look, she realized that these words were written about the insights and experiences of reading this page. This was the first time that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered such a way of reading. Her eyes lit up and she began to read carefully. The more Zhang Xiaohua read, the more shocked she was, and the more she admired the person who wrote this. The notes in the blank spaces not only highlighted the main points of the page, but also quoted from classics, and wrote a lot of things by analogy. It was enough to show that the reader's knowledge was profound. As she read, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. She put down the book in her hand, picked up another book from the Kong, and opened it. Sure enough, that book was also densely packed with notes. Then, Zhang Xiaohua casually picked up a few more books, and they were all the same. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that such beautiful handwriting belonged to none other than the manor lord, Yan. Looking at such a large pile of books, Zhang Xiaohua was actually able to read them in such detail. Zhang Xiaohua felt admiration from the bottom of her heart. Also, she was filled with gratitude. This sister manor lord really treated her as an outsider and generously lent her the books that she usually read. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua really put Sister O on the same level as her sister-in-law. With enough books to read, Zhang Xiaohua's life became rich. She worked in the herbal field, practiced martial arts in the forest, and read books under the light. With these 3 activities, Zhang Xiaohua was not lonely at all. However, in her free time, Zhang Xiaohua was also looking forward to a long journey. Previously, Sister Qiu Tong went on a long journey for a few months. She said that she was going to the south, and she really wanted to go out and take a look. The furthest she had ever been to in her life was Pingyang City, and it was only a few days' journey. From the books, the climate and living habits of the south were very different from Pingyang City. Moreover, many of the medicinal herbs were different from Pingyang City as well. If she could go and take a look personally, it would definitely be better than just reading books. Scholars often said that reading 10,000 books was equivalent to traveling 10,000 miles. Even Zhang Xiaohua now had this kind of pursuit. Scrolls were really good things to cultivate people's minds. However, the long journey did not come quickly because of Zhang Xiaohua's longing. After a few days, there was no news from anyone. Gradually, Zhang Xiaohua stopped thinking about it. One day, Zhang Xiaohua was working in the fields as usual when she saw He Tianshu bringing a few people over. The 2 people in front were old men with white hair and beards. Behind them were a few slightly younger people. Some of them looked gentle, while others looked strong and powerful. However, their attitude was the same as He Tianshu's. They were all very respectful to the 2 people. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. She had never seen team leader He like this before. These 2 people must be the higher-ups of the pharmacy hall. Anyway, she was not from the Misty School and did not need to be so respectful to them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua lowered her body and carefully moved the soil and weeded the grass. She carefully looked at each herb and observed their condition. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. He Tianshu saw her from afar and did not intend to let her go. He was leading the group of people over. When they got closer, He Tianshu called out, "Zhang Xiaohua, come over here for a while." Zhang Xiaohua looked up helplessly. She picked up the hoe and walked over. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua approaching, He Tianshu said to her, "Zhang Xiaohua, quickly come and greet Hall Master Bai and Elder He from the pharmacy hall." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly bowed deeply and said, "Greetings, Hall Master Bai, Elder He." He Tianshu smiled obsequiously and said to the purple-faced old man, "Hall Master Bai, this is Zhang Xiaohua that I mentioned to you before. She is very practical and capable. She is also extremely smart and has already read many books about medicinal herbs." The 2 people did not return the greeting. Only Hall Master Bai waved his hands slightly. Elder He nodded in agreement and did not say anything. He Tianshu still said somewhat tactfully, "Hall Master Bai, you see, Zhang Xiaohua is very eager to learn. There are many books in our pharmacy. Do you think you can lend 1 or 2 to her to broaden her horizons? After all, she also works in the medicine field. It is always good to learn more." Before Hall Master Bai could say anything, a middle-aged man next to him spoke up, "He Tianshu, I think you have stayed in Huanxi Mountain Villa for too long and have long forgotten the rules of our Misty School. How can the books in this pharmacy be open to outsiders?" He Tianshu said with a wry smile, "I know this rule, Senior Brother Chang. But isn't this Zhang Xiaohua also a member of Huanxi Mountain Villa? She is not an outsider. Everyone, do you want to vote for the author? Please collect, thank you." Chapter 119. Senior Brother Chang said, "Are the people from Huanxi Mountain Villa part of the Misty School?" He Tianshu, who told you this? He Tianshu was stunned by the rebuttal. This question really hit the nail on the head and He Tianshu couldn't answer. Another younger person said, "Senior Brother He, you don't need to waste your time. Our Misty School is very strict when it comes to accepting disciples. Our aptitude is the first choice. This junior brother isn't talented. Although my aptitude isn't the best among the younger generation, it's still above average. I can't be worse than you, Zhang Xiaohua. I've read the medicine books in our hall since I was young, but I couldn't find a solution from these books. Does senior brother he really think he can bring you a miracle? Then, senior brother Chang opened his mouth again and said, this seed didn't germinate, but we didn't put all the blame on you. At worst, you can stay in Huanxi Mountain Villa next year. After he finished speaking, he chuckled. He Tianshu's face turned purple from the two's words. Zhang Xiaohua stood beside He Tianshu and carefully tugged on his clothes. She whispered, you don't have to help me borrow books, Captain He. The villa master has already given me some books. When Hall Master Bai heard this, his eyes flashed and then disappeared. After all, in the Misty School's medicine hall, there were many young elites who were better than Zhang Xiaohua. Any one of them was trained from a young age. When it came to theoretical knowledge, they were 100 times better than Zhang Xiaohua. Although he was a little surprised by Ou Yan's attitude towards Zhang Xiaohua, he didn't care too much. Hall Master Bai waved his hand and said, don't quarrel. He Tianshu's intentions are good, but he's too anxious for success. We still have to abide by the sex rules. It's better not to lend these books. Let's go, let's take a look at those medicine fields. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the seemingly barren medicinal field at the side. Elder He followed closely behind, as if he couldn't hear their quarrel at all. Senior apprentice brother Chang and the other junior apprentice brother glanced at He Tianshu proudly and followed him. They didn't even bother to look at Zhang Xiaohua. He Tianshu patted Zhang Xiaohua apologetically and followed closely behind. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care too much. He had seen this kind of look many times and had long been used to it. He had his own path, so why should he care about other people's looks? After that, Zhang Xiaohua worked nearby and watched from afar. Everyone seemed to be arguing very fiercely, but they couldn't convince each other. They only dispersed when the sky turned dark. When it was time to eat, Zhang Xiaohua finally saw He Tianshu. He Tianshu's face was very gloomy. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Flattery was also a skill. The next few days were quite ordinary, and there was nothing to talk about. That night, Zhang Xiaohua was reading his book as usual. He Tianshu walked in with a tired face and said, Zhang Xiaohua, hurry and pack your things. You're going out with me tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't surprised and said, okay, Captain He. Why are you in such a hurry? Why didn't you tell me during the day? He Tianshu smiled bitterly and said, I also just got the news. How could I tell you earlier? After he finished speaking, he turned and prepared to leave. However, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked back in surprise. Why didn't you ask where we were going? You seemed to know beforehand that we were going out. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I already gave a heads up when I went to borrow books from the village head. I thought we would leave early, but it dragged on for so long that I thought we weren't going. He Tianshu smiled and said, I see. However, as you said, it won't be easy to go out this time. I heard that our boss didn't agree, but he couldn't win against the village head. After a few arguments, he finally let us go. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Boss? Who? He Tianshu said, it's the leader of our Misty School. He's our village head's biological brother. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder Huanxi Manor was so close to the Misty School. It should be the case since they were related by blood. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's expression, He Tianshu said, there have always been a lot of bloodshed in the pugilistic world. The leader of the Misty School felt sorry for his sister and didn't want her to go far away. Originally, he sent Hall Master Bai from our pharmacy to go, but unfortunately, Hall Master Bai had some grudges with the person the village head was visiting. So, it wasn't only our hall master, but also the people from the pharmacy hall. Since the medicinal herbs were planted in Huanxi Manor, the village head felt that he didn't fulfill his duty and insisted on going. Also, I want to tell you something. As he spoke, He Tianshu's expression became mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, it's not a secret, is it? Captain if it is, then don't tell me. I'm worried about my life. Tianshu laughed and scolded, what kind of life-threatening news do you think I have? I want to know, but I don't have any channels or sources. Then, he said with a look of longing, the village head is very knowledgeable and has deep attainments in many aspects. Her research on medicinal herbs alone is not inferior to our hall master Bai. This is also one of the reasons why she wants to go to the south. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, what kind of secret is this? I already knew. Tianshu said in disbelief, how do you know this? The people in the manor know very little. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the book she was reading from the Kong and handed it to Tianshu, saying, you'll know after you read it. Tianshu opened it and couldn't help but be stunned. He shook his head as he read and muttered, amazing, amazing, very pertinent. Then, he said to Zhang Xiaohua, Brother Xiaohua, aren't we good brothers? Looking at Tianshu's warm smile, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. A bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart and he probed, Captain you're my teacher, how would I dare to call you my brother? Is there something you need? Tianshu laughed, don't talk about master. From today onwards, you're my little brother. If there's anything you need, just tell me. Big brother will definitely help you. Zhang Xiaohua was even more certain that Tianshu was a weasel paying a visit to the chicken. He said carefully, then, Big brother do you need anything? Tianshu said embarrassedly, this, little brother, can you lend me these books to read? Then, he pointed at the large pile of books on the table in embarrassment. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. He rolled his eyes and said, there shouldn't be any problem. But, it's not good to not have the village head's approval. Tianshu was a little disappointed. Zhang Xiaohua said, aren't we going to the south together tomorrow? I'll bring these books with me, so we'll definitely be together. You can read them together. When there's a chance on the road, I'll ask the village head. We're both eager to learn, so I'm sure the village head will agree. Tianshu was overjoyed when he heard this. Only then did he reluctantly return the books in his hands to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua saw Tianshu's appearance and couldn't help but feel sad. He casually spread out the white paper on the table and skillfully picked up a pen with his left hand and wrote a few words on the paper. Tianshu saw it and couldn't help but clap his hands and say, not bad, that's what a scholar of my generation should do. The sun shone through the window, and the words on the paper were shining brightly. It said, no comments, no reading. In fact, Tianshu might have read a few books that Yan lent to Zhang Xiaohua. But in Tianshu's eyes, the important thing wasn't these books, but Yan's notes on the books. This was Yan's learning method. If he could learn Yan's learning method from these books, he would naturally be able to learn more things. It would be of great help to his development in the pharmacy hall. However, how did Zhang Xiaohua know these? She despised Tianshu from the bottom of her heart. A dignified person from the pharmacy hall of the Misty School didn't even read these books, but he actually came to compete with her. After Tianshu left, Zhang Xiaohua simply packed up her belongings. She took out the package that she took from the inner courtyard that day and packed all the books on the table. She heard that she would be gone for a few months. She estimated that she would finish reading these books when she came back. Looking at the big package on the table and the small bag that contained her belongings, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. The night gradually deepened. Zhang Xiaohua was lying on the Kong. She was still thinking about Tianshu's instructions before he went out. Don't tell anyone about going out tomorrow. I will call you tomorrow morning, and we will leave quietly. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. Isn't it just going out? Why does he have to keep it a secret? It's not to avoid debts. Moreover, I don't have two close friends in the villa. Who can I tell? However, Zhang Xiaohua, who was on the Kong bed, did not know that in the deep night, a figure had quietly come out of the manor's inner courtyard. She came to the edge of a forest and carefully looked around. She placed a small piece of paper in a certain spot on a tree and then quietly left. Judging from the figure, it seemed to be a woman. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up very early. After she finished practicing her fist and sword techniques, she returned to the house to wait for He Tianshu. Not long after Zhang Xiaohua returned to the house, a small servant in green clothes and a small hat quietly came to the forest. It was the tree where the woman hid the note last night. He took the note from the tree and carefully looked at it. He slightly frowned and put it into his clothes. He also looked around before carefully leaving. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the house. Not long after, He Tianshu came to call Zhang Xiaohua with a package on his back. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua carrying a small bag in one hand and a large package in the other, he couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Why are you carrying so many things? What are they?" Zhang Xiaohua said innocently, "Don't you want to read books? Aren't these books for you?" He Tianshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "You don't have to bring so many books. How many books can I read?" "But, can I read?" Zhang Xiaohua said as she blinked. He Tianshu said helplessly, "All right, let's go." He said that he wanted to help Zhang Xiaohua carry the large package. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him carry it? Naturally, she refused. He Tianshu said, "If other people see a child like you carrying 2 packages and following me, won't they criticize me? Although they are all people I know, I can't let them laugh at me." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and gave the small package in her right hand to He Tianshu. She said, "It's better to help me carry this. No one will gossip." He Tianshu helplessly took it and urged Zhang Xiaohua to quickly leave the house. The two of them took the packages and went out the door. Then, they followed the small path and walked towards the forest. Not long after, they arrived at the side of another courtyard. When they entered the courtyard, it was a very large courtyard. Right in the middle, there were 4 carriages parked. There were many people in the courtyard who were busy working. However, when Zhang Xiaohua walked into the courtyard, the first thing she saw was a large man standing in front of the first carriage. That large man was taller than the average person by a head. His body was huge and his bare arms revealed strong muscles. He stood there silently like an iron tower. The figures in the courtyard were vague, but he was like a pillar that attracted everyone's attention. Other than Zhang Xiaohua, everyone looked at him with admiration and reverence. Zhang Xiaohua also saw He Tianshu's expression. She carefully pulled on his sleeve and asked, "Who is this? Your boss?" He Tianshu flung his sleeve and said in a small voice, "Zhang Xiaohua, don't talk nonsense. This is our Misty School's #1 strongman called Xianxia. His outer martial arts are very strong. It's said that he has the strength of a few thousand pounds with one arm. He's many times stronger than you." "Oh, a few thousand pounds?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Although she wanted to approach him, she saw that the people around the carriages were far away from him. He Tianshu also didn't go over to greet him, so she didn't dare to approach him. At this time, Qiu Tong came out with some things. When she saw the big package in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, she couldn't help but feel angry and amused. She complained, "Xiaohua, you're not going to travel. Why are you carrying such a big package? Don't tell me it's the books I gave you last time. I remember that it's very heavy. Aren't you afraid that it'll crush the carriage?" Qiu Tong's voice wasn't low, so it attracted Xianxia's attention. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was carrying a big package in her left hand, he couldn't help but be surprised. When Zhang Xiaohua heard Qiu Tong talking about her, she replied embarrassedly, "Didn't you say that you'll be gone for a few months? I want to use this time to study. I think I can finish reading all these books, so I brought them with me." Qiu Tong and Xianxia were both surprised to hear that. Qiu Tong knew how many books she gave him last time. When she heard that he wanted to finish reading all of them in a few months, she couldn't help but be surprised. She thought to herself, even if he reads one book every 3 days, he might not be able to finish it. But if he has to read one book every 3 days, how can he completely understand it? When Xianxia heard that the package was full of books, he knew how heavy the package was. He couldn't help but be surprised. This child was very young, but he could easily pick up such a heavy package with one hand. He wasn't simple at all. Perhaps he wasn't as good as Xianxia when he was young, but there wasn't much difference. Whose disciple was this child? Qiu Tong continued, "All right, put your package in the last carriage. But you have to read carefully. There's no point in flipping through the books casually. Don't waste the manor master's good intentions." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." After speaking, she followed He Tianshu to the last carriage. The carriage was very spacious. It was even more spacious than the ones Zhang Xiaohua had sat in before. There was actually a space similar to a bookcase. It was probably for storing things. Zhang Xiaohua opened the package and put some books on it. She put the package to one side. He Tianshu put his own package and Zhang Xiaohua's small package on the carriage and then got down. After Zhang Xiaohua tidied up a little and got down from the carriage, there were a lot fewer people in the courtyard. They were probably ready to stop. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua felt that someone was looking at her. When she turned her head, she saw that it was Xianxia. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and smiled at him. Just as she was about to go over and talk to him, a group of people came out from the small door in the courtyard. At the front was the manor master of Huanxi Manor, Yan. Behind Yan was big sister Qin, who Zhang Xiaohua saw in the inner courtyard. Why did she look so special? It was because there were a few young women with good figures following behind her. They were all dressed in tight clothes and had swords at their waists. They looked valiant and formidable. Even though Zhang Xiaohua wasn't at the age of first awakening of love, she still wanted to take a few more glances at them. In such an atmosphere, how could Big Sister Qin not stand out? However, Big Sister Qin was calm. She followed Yan down the steps. The few women behind her kept a distance from them. Their expressions were very respectful. Yan walked in front of Xianxia and said with a smile, "Xianxia, you must have been here a long time ago." Xianxia said naively, "Manor Master, you're early." "Not too early. I've been here for an hour." Yan continued, "Then I'll have to trouble you along the way." Xianxia said, "It's my duty." Big sect leader said that I must ensure Manor Master's safety. Otherwise, I won't be allowed to drink when I return. Yan smiled faintly and looked around. She asked Qiu Tong, who was walking over, "Is everything ready?" Qiu Tong said in a low voice, "Yes, Mississippi. Everything is ready." Yan nodded in satisfaction, "Then let's go. The journey is long. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can return." With that, she boarded the first carriage with Qiu Tong's help. After that, Big Sister Qin and Qiu Tong also boarded the first carriage. The remaining female disciples sat in the second carriage. Zhang Xiaohua, He Tianshu, and the rest of the people sat in the last two carriages. After everyone had boarded the carriages, Xianxia boarded the first carriage. He picked up his whip and drove the carriage out of the courtyard. The other coachmen followed him. Just like that, Zhang Xiaohua's journey to the south officially began. Not long after Yan's carriage left the manor, a few servants in green clothes and hats asked for leave and left Huanxi Manor together. When they reached Pingyang City, they went their separate ways. One of them went to the provision store. He had gone to the forest to retrieve the note in the morning. Not long after, that servant came out with the things he bought and disappeared into the crowd. Just like that, news of Yan's journey was secretly found out by people with ulterior motives. However, no one knew what they were up to. However, all this had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua sat in the carriage curiously and looked at the scenery by the roadside. Although Lu Town was in the south of Pingyang City, it was slightly to the west. Yan's destination this time was to the east. Hence, after leaving the manor, she did not head to Pingyang City. Instead, she took a shortcut and headed to the main road in the east. It was already late autumn and everything was withering. The crops in the fields had already been harvested and the empty fields could be seen far away. The terrain near Pingyang City was similar to that of Lu Town. It was mostly mountainous and there were still many wild fruits and weeds on the undulating hills. From time to time, one could see villagers carrying small baskets or herding a flock of sheep. They shrunk their necks as they walked back and forth on the hills. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua felt sad for Gu Jingji. She thought of her hometown and her parents. It had been almost a year since she last saw them. How were they doing? No book reviews, no reading. Haha. Everyone, please do a survey on the author and vote. Please vote. Please bookmark it. Thank you. Chapter 120. Shernyo steered the carriage steadily through a short path and soon entered the main road. At this time, there were not many people and carriages on the road. Shernyo drove the carriage even faster. The 3 carriages behind were also chasing after them. However, the driver's skills were quickly shown and the 3 carriages were left far behind. Shernyo did not seem to know and continued to ride at full speed. He was enjoying this long-awaited feeling. Fortunately, the attentive Chiao Tong noticed and stopped him. Shernyo said embarrassedly, "I haven't driven in a long time. It was an accident. I will drive slower next time." Shernyo slowed down and the carriages behind finally caught up. Elder sister Qin frowned and said, "Shernyo, it's right to drive faster. However, you must ensure the safety of the village head. If you do this, won't there be no one to protect the village head?" Shernyo did not like to hear this and said, "If we meet an enemy, how can we rely on the people behind us? Won't we still have to rely on our strength?" Elder sister Qin smiled and said, "I know it's hard to talk to people like you. In this martial world, not only is there strength, there is also intelligence. You have to know that it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to defend against a stab in the dark. It's better to be careful." Shernyo was also somewhat fearful and respectful of elder sister Qin. He did not say anything else but carefully controlled the speed of the carriage so that the carriages behind did not have to spend much effort to catch up. After traveling for a while, they were already far away from Pingyang City. There were fewer people on the road and more carriages. There were also many fields by the roadside and from time to time, villages appeared in their vision. The sun was high up in the sky, shining down on the earth. It was a good day with clear skies. Shernyo seemed to be in high spirits as he drove the carriage and sang, "Sister, you take the bow. I will walk on the shore." Shernyo's voice was as loud as his body and everyone in the 4 carriages could hear him. They could not help but look at him in a different light. They did not expect such a boorish man to be so gentle. A few of the female disciples also showed gentleness in their eyes. However, it was not long before Shernyo's tale was revealed. Shernyo only knew this one song. Along the way, from morning to night, he only sang a few lines. Sigh, even the most delicious food could not withstand eating it every day, let alone a few simple songs. At night, when it was time to find lodging, except for the stone cow, everyone had the thought of foaming at the mouth. For a long journey, the most important thing was to arrange food and lodging. Fortunately, Chiao Tong had taken this route some time ago. Before they left the manor, everyone had already discussed the route, resting, eating, and lodging. They just had to follow the plan. That night, they stayed in an inn in a small town. Although it was an inn, it was much better than the carriage house Zhang Xiaohua used to stay in. Huanxi Villa's people had booked the only small courtyard of the inn, which made the chubby boss of the inn smile so much that his eyes narrowed into slits. He was busy in front and behind of people, for fear that he would offend the rare distinguished guests. Unfortunately, when the people from the villa entered the small courtyard, 2 disciples guarded the courtyard door, preventing others from entering or leaving. Even the boss of the inn was stopped outside the door. Everyone's food was bought from the town, which made the boss, who was guarding the door, feel a bit of heartache. This was not a small amount of income. However, when he thought about it, the money they gave to stay in the inn was far beyond his expectations. He quickly dismissed the idea of complaining. Although it was already late, the people in the manor were truly capable. Not long after, they brought back a lot of things from town. The chef who followed them started the fire, and not long after, they made 2 or 3 tables of food. Zhang Xiaohua was not a manservant of the manor, but he could not eat with Yen and the others in the main hall like He Tianshu. He could only eat a simple meal with everyone in the small room. After eating, lanterns were lit all over the small courtyard. This courtyard was not small and there were many rooms. Zhang Xiaohua could actually stay in one room with He Tianshu. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to read by the light, He Tianshu called out to her and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, do you want to go out with me?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "It's already so late. Why don't you go to bed early? Why go out?" He Tianshu smiled and said, "Of course there is a reason. Do you want to go?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned and suddenly thought of Ma Jing. Could it be that Captain He also had such a hobby? Zhang Xiaohua advised, "Captain He, you've been walking for a whole day. Aren't you tired? It's better to rest early. Also, I heard that those places are not clean. It's better not to go there." He Tianshu was stunned and immediately laughed. He knocked Zhang Xiaohua's head and said, "You little child, you know quite a lot. It's said that scholars are more scheming." Sure enough, the Zhang Xiaohua before learning to read didn't know these things. Zhang Xiaohua covered her head and said with grievance, "So what if I know? It's better than you going there." He Tianshu smiled and said, "What are you thinking? I think it's still early. You should know the principle that fists don't leave your hands and music doesn't leave your mouth. Can you practice your fists today? We can go out and relax." Zhang Xiaohua finally understood He Tianshu's meaning. She was even more embarrassed and said, "It's better not to go. What time is it? I still want to go to bed early." He Tianshu said, "Zhang Xiaohua, you don't know the best time to practice. It's best to practice martial arts during the 8 hours of the meridian period. The meridian period is the time when yin and yang alternate. It's the most suitable time to practice internal energy. Although you don't know how to practice internal energy, it's still very beneficial for you to practice fist techniques. Forget it, are you going or not?" Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and said, "Captain He, I sleep early. I don't think I've made it past the meridian period." "Alright, since I don't have time to practice at noon and at night, I'll go with you." Thus, He Tianshu brought Zhang Xiaohua out. There were a few disciples standing guard outside the small courtyard. He Tianshu told them and then left the small courtyard. Just as they left the small courtyard, they bumped into the chubby inn owner. Seeing someone come out of the small courtyard, the chubby owner greeted them with a smile. When he heard that He Tianshu wanted to find a place with a forest, he was stunned. After thinking for a long time, he pointed out the location and even wanted a waiter to lead them there. He Tianshu naturally didn't want others to follow them. He rejected the chubby owner's good intentions and brought Zhang Xiaohua out of the inn. Zhang Xiaohua didn't really remember the way. She didn't hear what the inn owner said. With Captain He leading the way, she didn't need to worry about this kind of thing. But not long after, Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. In front of her, He Tianshu would hesitate every time he walked to a street. Zhang Xiaohua suspected that He Tianshu was lost. Sure enough, after walking a few streets, He Tianshu stopped and turned around to ask Zhang Xiaohua, "Are we going the right way?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "You're the one leading the way. How would I know if it's right or not? Moreover, I'm born with a poor sense of direction. I can't remember from the medicine field to the entrance of the villa, let alone this unfamiliar place." He Tianshu smiled bitterly and said, I see. We have to find someone to ask for directions. But it was late at night and there were few people on the road. No one knew where He Tianshu went. It was dark, so where could they find someone to ask? He Tianshu looked around and pointed to a small lantern in front of them and said, let's go. We'll take a look there and find someone to ask. If it doesn't work, then we'll go back to the inn. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't have any objections and followed He Tianshu to the lantern. When they walked to the light, they found that it was actually a small weapon store. It was so late yet it wasn't closed. He Tianshu also felt strange. He Tianshu walked into the store. Although it wasn't completely dark inside, there was only one oil lamp. He couldn't see clearly, but as soon as he walked into the store, he could smell the smell of alcohol. When he looked again, he saw a person dressed as a blacksmith sleeping soundly on the table. The two suddenly realized that it wasn't that the owner was diligent, but that he went to bed too early and forgot to close the door. There were a lot of swords and knives in the store. They must have been made by this blacksmith. He Tianshu didn't rush to wake up the owner. He picked up a steel knife and looked at it with interest. In fact, there was nothing strange about it. It was like a scholar who would go to a bookstore on the street to take a look. But whether they would buy books or not, it was inevitable that they would find a few books to flip through. It was the same for people who practiced martial arts. When they entered a weapons store, they couldn't not take a few weapons to appreciate. This wasn't pretending to be cultured. It must be the same for people who were gay. However, when he looked at the steel knife in his hand, He Tianshu's casual expression changed a lot. He didn't expect that the small store he casually walked into would have such good quality weapons. Immediately, He Tianshu began to chew seriously. He wanted to look carefully to see if there was anything better. Zhang Xiaohua was not interested in these. However, the street was very deserted. The store was better. There were snoring sounds and people's shadows. He also walked around casually. He Tianshu was a swordsman. Of course, he chose a steel sword. He picked from one end of the shelf to the other end, but he didn't find anything better. When it came to the quality of the sword, there was nothing to say. It was very good. However, compared to the sword He Tianshu used, it was still a little worse. It was difficult for him to have the idea of paying for it. When he reached the end, he saw a dagger-like object at the bottom of the shelf. It was so dark that he couldn't see it clearly, so he bent down and picked it up. The dagger was cold to the touch and was quite heavy. When He Tianshu held it in front of his eyes, he saw that it wasn't an ordinary dagger. Instead of saying that it was a dagger, it was better to say that it was a small sword. Ordinary daggers had a wooden handle and a sharp blade in front, but this dagger looked the same as a sword. The hilt and the blade were one piece. They were both made of a kind of metal. However, the ratio of the blade and the hilt was not coordinated. The hilt was smaller than a common sword, but the blade was much smaller than a common sword. He Tianshu carefully touched the blade with his hand. It seemed that there was no edge. He couldn't help but frown. What is this? A child's toy? He raised his head and was about to wake the shopkeeper up when he saw Zhang Xiaohua walking around in boredom. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and looked at the sword hilt in his hand, which was one size smaller. He called out, Zhang Xiaohua, come over here. I have something good for you. Zhang Xiaohua responded and came over. She looked at the thing that He Tianshu handed over and asked curiously, Captain He, what is this? It looks like a toy sword. But it's much bigger than the one I played with when I was young. He Tianshu smiled and said, it's probably something that the blacksmith made for fun. Take a look. If you like it, I'll buy it for you to play with. Zhang Xiaohua didn't take it and said, I'm not a child. If you want to buy it, buy me a real sword. He Tianshu said, you didn't learn any sword skills. Why buy a sword? Moreover. He suddenly stopped. He wanted to say, "Can you still use a sword with your hand?" But when he thought that this would hurt Zhang Xiaohua's heart, he quickly shut his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and asked, "Moreover, what's wrong?" He Tianshu quickly covered it up and said, "Moreover, I don't know how expensive this sword is. I'll think about it." Zhang Xiaohua made a pft sound and turned to leave, saying, "Then I don't want this toy either." However, when he turned around, he accidentally touched a sword. Clang! The sword fell to the ground. The sound wasn't soft. The blacksmith who was sleeping suddenly raised his head and shouted, "Catch the thief!" When he saw He Tianshu holding a small sword and Zhang Xiaohua standing there, he hurriedly wiped the saliva from his mouth and walked over with a smile, saying, "Excuse me, dear guest, what have you taken a fancy to?" "I was just dreaming." Sorry. Zhang Xiaohua bent down and picked up the sword with her left hand. She held it in her hand and said, "If you didn't wake up, we would have taken this sword away." The blacksmith smiled and said, "Look at the two of you. How could you be that kind of person? You must be joking. The light in the shop was dim, but he could still see that the other people's temperament was not ordinary. This blacksmith's eyes were not ordinary. The blacksmith looked at the small sword in He Tianshu's hand and said, "Dear customer's eyes are really unique. This is our shop's treasure. It has been passed down for 100 years. Today, you took a fancy to it at first glance. This one will have to bear the pain and part with it." He Tianshu smiled and used his hand to rub the dust off the small sword, saying, "This is the treatment of a shop's treasure? Why didn't you cover it with something? Moreover, what are you using this shop's treasure for? Is it a dagger? Why don't you have a blade? Is it a treasure sword? Why is it so small?" The blacksmith was speechless and said embarrassedly, "All right, then I can only tell the truth. 100 years ago, when my grandfather's grandfather was still alive, an old man with white hair and beard pawned it in our shop. He said it was an immortal's treasure. If you don't believe me, you can weigh it. How heavy is it? Would a normal metal weigh this much?" He Tianshu was still smiling, saying, "I find it strange. Why didn't he pawn it at a pawn shop? Why did he come here? Forget it, I originally wanted to buy a treasure sword, but I won't look." As he said this, he put the small sword on the shelf and prepared to leave. The blacksmith quickly stopped him, saying, "All right, dear customer, you are really amazing. I will tell you the truth. This is a toy that I found in the countryside. It looks quite heavy. I originally wanted to put it in the furnace to melt a weapon, but no matter how hard I tried, it wouldn't melt. So I just left it there. I wanted to sell it to children, but it was too heavy. Not many children would like to play with it, so I left it there for many years. Dear customer, if you take a look at other weapons and buy a lot, I will give this toy to you for free. How about it?" He Tianshu curled his lips, saying, "Buy a lot? I see that your shop is so remote. How much business can you have? Moreover, I am just one person. How many treasured swords can I buy? However, seeing that your craftsmanship is not bad, I will take a look first." After he finished speaking, he casually handed the small sword to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's left hand was holding the treasured sword, so she could only use her right hand to take it. Just as the blacksmith said, it was quite heavy. No wonder children couldn't play with it. Then, she also casually handed the treasured sword in her left hand to He Tianshu. He Tianshu took the treasured sword that Zhang Xiaohua handed over and carefully looked at it, saying, "This treasured sword is really not bad. Shopkeeper, what is the price?" When the blacksmith saw that He Tianshu had taken a liking to it, he said, "Customer, you really have a good eye. This is my shop's treasure." As he said this, he saw He Tianshu frown and hurriedly changed his words, "Oh, I'm wrong. This is my grandfather's work and it has been here for many years. You really have a good eye. Just based on your eye, I won't give you a lower price." He Tianshu smiled, saying, "Is your grandfather Oyezi?" The blacksmith was stunned, saying, "No." He Tianshu said, "If it is yezi, not to mention 20 taels, even if it is 2,000 taels, I will buy it. However, if it is not, then the price is too expensive." The blacksmith asked, "Then how much does dear customer think is suitable?" He Tianshu said, 2 taels is enough." The blacksmith angrily said, "Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? You have no sincerity at all." After he finished speaking, he pretended to snatch the sword. He Tianshu did not make a move and let him grab the treasured sword. However, the blacksmith did not take it over and only said, "If dear customer is sincere, you might as well add a little more." Zhang Xiaohua watched the two talk from the side and felt that it was very boring. She took the small sword in her hand and looked at it in front of her eyes. Although this small sword was full of dust, it looked dark and there was a faint reflection inside. Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was very strange and used her left hand to brush off the dust on the small sword. However, when her left hand touched the small sword, she suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if this small sword had a connection with her left hand. But when she took her left hand away, the feeling immediately disappeared. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua transferred the small sword from her right hand to her left hand. The moment she touched it, a blood connection was born from the bottom of her heart. It was as if this small sword was her left hand, or it could be said that a small sword grew out of her left hand. It was very strange. When Zhang Xiaohua used her right hand to brush off the dust on the sword and looked carefully, she did not find anything. It was just that the dark metal did not reflect any light. Occasionally, she could see a trace of light from the small sword's body. She did not know if it was because she saw it under the light. However, no matter what this small sword was, whether it was a toy or a dagger, Zhang Xiaohua decided that she must have it. At this time, the blacksmith and He Tianshu's confrontation had basically ended. He Tianshu said, "How about this, let's not talk anymore. Let's each take a step back." 7 taels of silver. Chapter 121. The blacksmith seemed to have found an organization and his face was full of joy as he said, "Good, brother, since you're so straightforward, I can't bear to part with my treasure. I'll be friends with you. 7 taels it is, 7 taels it is. In the future, you must visit my store more often." He Tianshu smiled and said, "Of course, I still have a group of brothers. If I take it back and they like it, I'll definitely pull them over. However, when the time comes, boss must give me a discount." The blacksmith also smiled and said, "No problem. The first time it's unfamiliar, the second time it's familiar. If you become a regular customer, there will naturally be benefits." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua pulled on the corner of He Tianshu's clothes. He Tianshu looked back at the small sword in Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said to the blacksmith, "This small sword, my little brother likes it. Why don't you let him pick it up and play with it?" The blacksmith didn't mind. He waved his hand and said, "No problem. Didn't I just say that this toy is a gift from me to the little brother? Just bring a few more people to patronize another day." Everyone was happy. He Tianshu paid the money and asked for the way back to the inn. Only then did he leave the weapons store with Zhang Xiaohua. Along the way, He Tianshu was very happy. At such a cheap price, he found a very good treasure sword. It was much better than going to the forest to practice martial arts. It seemed that in the future, it would be better to come out more often. Zhang Xiaohua was also very happy. She held the small sword in her left hand and kept waving it around as if her arm had suddenly grown. However, she didn't notice that at this time, it was indeed too late. There was no one on the street. As she walked, Zhang Xiaohua felt sleepy and couldn't help but close her eyes. She softly laid on the ground and tightly held the small sword in her hand. He Tianshu was even more amused. Along the way, he lovingly looked at his treasure sword. After walking for a while, he found that Zhang Xiaohua's footsteps were gone. When he looked back, he couldn't find her figure. Tianshu couldn't help but feel anxious. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Where did this expert come from? He didn't even notice it. Could it be one of the top experts in Jianghu? When Tianshu arrived with his sword in hand, he saw Zhang Xiaohua lying motionless on the ground from afar. He became even more nervous and cautious. Seeing that there was no movement in the surroundings, he took a few steps forward and felt a little bitter. This child was fine just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he had fallen into such a state. How was he going to explain this to his brother? When he arrived in front of him, he carefully examined him, but did not find any injuries on his body. He could not help but think, could this be the legendary acupoint strike? Did someone hit his Achilles heel? In the midst of his nervousness, a very familiar sound suddenly came from Zhang Xiaohua's nose. Tianshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been worried for half a day in vain. It turned out that this fellow had fallen asleep. But when Tianshu went forward and kicked Zhang Xiaohua a few times, Tianshu was worried. He couldn't even kick him awake. Could it be that he had to carry him back? The next morning, the sun rose from the horizon. As usual, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and blankly looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. Only then did she remember that she was not in the familiar little house. Then she realized that her left hand was still firmly holding onto something. When she picked it up, it turned out to be a toy sword. Only then did she remember the situation last night, but she didn't know how she came back. How strange. Looking at Tianshu, who was still sleeping on the Kong bed, Zhang Xiaohua quietly got off the bed, still holding the little sword in her hand. When she walked out of the house, the sky was already bright. But it was still early, so no one had gotten up. Only 2 misty school disciples were standing in a hidden corner, loyally guarding their duty. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua leave the house, they ignored her and continued to vigilantly observe their surroundings. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the middle of the yard and carefully looked at the little sword in her hand. Last night, the lights in the shop were dim, so she didn't get a good look. Now that she looked at it, she realized that it was originally just a toy. The sword was not long, about 4 to 5 inches long and 2 fingers wide. The hilt was also very small, just right for Zhang Xiaohua's small hand to hold. The whole body of the little sword was black, as if it was made of a kind of metal. It was cold to the touch and didn't warm up because of holding it for a long time. The dark body of the sword couldn't be seen, but Zhang Xiaohua clearly felt that there seemed to be blood in the sword. The blade of the sword wasn't opened, so it felt blunt to the touch. If it wasn't for the fact that it was very heavy, Zhang Xiaohua would really think that it was a toy for children. Zhang Xiaohua's left hand was very strong, so the weight of the little sword was negligible. He casually held the little sword and waved it left and right. He felt very comfortable and happy in his heart. He couldn't help but think that if he used this little sword as a treasure sword to practice swordsmanship, wouldn't it be better than holding a tree branch every day? Thinking of sword moves, Zhang Xiaohua's hand couldn't help but feel a little itchy. He practiced swordsmanship yesterday morning and didn't practice it in the afternoon and at night. Now that he got a toy as strong as a tree branch, of course, he wanted to show off his skills. In fact, the yard was quite spacious. It was okay to practice boxing and swordsmanship, but how could Zhang Xiaohua let others see his boxing skills behind closed doors? Therefore, he still left the small yard. The inn was located at the end of a street, next to a small river and a small bridge. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the river and looked along the river. Just behind the inn was a pond. Opposite the pond was just like Zhang Xiaohua's home in the Guizhuang house. There was a small bamboo forest. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he walked towards the bamboo forest. Sure enough, as Zhang Xiaohua thought, there was an empty space in the bamboo forest. Moreover, there was no one here. Zhang Xiaohua got into a fighting stance and practiced the Big Dipper magical fist 9 times. He let the thicker and thicker flow throughout his body before he stopped. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked around to make sure there was no one around. Only then did he use the small sword and perform the 16 sword moves. He didn't know if it was because he changed the tree branch or because he was in a good mood, but these few sword moves were very smooth. The nameless warm flow happily flowed from his shoulder to Zhang Xiaohua's left hand. In the past, the warm flow would disappear when it reached his left hand, but it didn't disappear now. All of it flowed into the small sword in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. That small sword, under Zhang Xiaohua's brandishing, actually gradually emitted a black light, but it was very thin and not noticeable. At the end of Zhang Xiaohua's practice, the sword moves were very exciting. Just like that night at the mountain villa, he changed the moves and stabbed towards the bamboo that was as thick as a small bowl in front of him. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua thought that he could use the tree branch to pierce a small hole in the big tree. Although the bamboo was hollow, its surface was much harder than the big tree. Even if he changed the tree branch, with the small sword's stick-like tip, he would only be able to pierce a small hole in the bamboo. However, the result was greatly out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. When the blunt tip of the sword pierced the hard bamboo, the bamboo's outer shell was like paper. The small sword pierced through the bamboo without any hindrance and came out from the other side. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He quickly withdrew the small sword and looked at the bamboo in disbelief. However, the hole in the bamboo was still there, so he couldn't doubt it. Thus, he went up again and carefully touched the bamboo until he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the bamboo and that it was very hard. Only then did he look at his left hand and the small sword in it. Since when did he become so powerful? Elder Yu used a long sword to pierce through a big tree was very powerful, but he could actually use this stick-like small sword to pierce through the hard bamboo. Although it was not as good as Elder Yu's, it was far, far better than others. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to think about this. After all, he had never seen others practice the sword and didn't know the power of other swords. At least, he knew that he had far exceeded his expectations. At this time, there was already a commotion by the bamboo forest. Zhang Xiaohua quickly came out of the bamboo forest. This wasn't the mountain villa. Looking at the time, maybe the people in the mountain villa had already packed up and were preparing to leave. When Zhang Xiaohua quickly ran back to the inn, most of the people had already eaten breakfast and were packing up. He Tianshu was also standing there with a frown. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua come in, his frown loosened and he asked with some anger, "Zhang Xiaohua, where did you run off to so early in the morning? Why did you let everyone wait for you?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly apologized and said, "Captain He, didn't you say yesterday that you can't leave your mouth and your fists? I went out early in the morning to practice my fists." He Tianshu looked at the small sword in his hand and found it funny in his heart. He knew that he had a child's temperament and that he would definitely play with this toy. So he seriously said, "Practicing your fists is a good thing, but it also depends on the occasion. We are outside, so we must be careful and don't cause any trouble. It's better to keep this toy close to your chest. Don't hold it in your hand every day and make others laugh at you. Alright, let's go eat." The village head has already finished eating and is preparing to leave. Zhang Xiaohua put the small sword into his chest and hurriedly ate his breakfast. He simply packed up his things and boarded the carriage. The 4 carriages gradually went further and further away. The fat boss was still standing there, reluctant to part. What a good guest. He only stayed for one night and did not eat the inn's food, but he was actually given so much money. If he had such a guest every day, it would be hard for him not to become rich. Originally, the fat boss thought that he would keep this beautiful memory in his heart and slowly savor it in the future. But before noon, a man in embroidered clothes riding a handsome horse came to the inn to inquire about the whereabouts of yesterday's group of people. His face was full of temptation and the fat boss couldn't help but recall yesterday's beautiful time in full detail. When the brocade-clothed man left in satisfaction, the fat boss once again sighed in admiration. What a good customer. Even after the man had left, he could still bring him fortune. He really had to thank the spirits of his ancestors. The people of Huanxi Mountain Villa naturally didn't know about this and were still hurrying on their way. However, today wasn't as fresh as yesterday. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who didn't go out much, didn't really enjoy the scenery outside. It was only a day's journey away from Pingyang City. The scenery and culture along the way were really not much different from the place where she lived. After seeing so much, of course, she would get tired of it. Moreover, Shernyo's voice was really good. From yesterday to today, it was still very loud and clear. Those few lines of the lyrics always lingered in their ears. It must be that he drank a lot of wine in the inn last night and his throat was well nourished. Therefore, a few disciples secretly muttered that when they stayed the night again, they must reduce the amount of wine Shernyo drank so that his voice would become hoarse. His singing was good, but if they kept hearing these few lines, how could they live in the future? Zhang Xiaohua and He Tianshu sat in the third carriage. There were a few disciples beside them and they were chatting about something. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind. His left hand was playing with the small sword and his right hand was holding a book, reading it with great interest. Zhang Xiaohua's right hand hadn't fully recovered. From the outside, it looked the same as when he first returned to the villa. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew very well that his right hand wasn't like what Elder Yu said. His bones and meridians weren't destroyed by his inner energy and couldn't return to normal. He could feel that his hand was recovering at a perceptible speed. Moreover, he often tried to use his right hand now. He believed that one day, he would give everyone an unexpected surprise. He Tianshu sat in the innermost part of the carriage, resting with his eyes closed. He was also holding a book in his hand. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, a smile appeared on his face and he opened his eyes. He raised his eyes to look at the scenery outside the window and frowned. Although there was some distance between them and the stone cow, the singing voice traveled quite far and he could hear it clearly. When his gaze landed on Zhang Xiaohua, he couldn't help but smile. He looked at the small sword in Zhang Xiaohua's left hand and said with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohua, this toy isn't bad, right? It seems like you like it very much." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he put down his book and looked at the small sword in his hand. He said sincerely, "Yes, Captain He. I really like this small sword. Thank you for giving it to me." He Tianshu waved his hand and said, "Actually, I didn't spend a single silver. It's just a gift. I don't need it so naturally, I'm giving it to you to play with. Luckily, this toy doesn't have a blade so I'm not afraid of hurting you." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Didn't you still buy a treasured sword? I see that you already have one in your hand. Why do you still want to buy another one?" He Tianshu smiled and said, "My original sword isn't some famous weapon. It's just a low-value and consumable item. I have to change it every once in a while. I saw that the steel sword in the shop is pretty good. It's worth at least 15 taels of silver in Pingyang City. I bought it for 7 taels of silver. Of course, it's worth it. Moreover, the owner of the shop even gave me a buy one get one free. Although it's a toy, it still makes me very happy. So you don't have to specially thank me." What he didn't know was that in the small town far away, the blacksmith arrogantly came to the pork shop. He generously threw a few silver taels to the butcher and called out, "Lao Lu, I'll return you the money from a few days ago. Also, give me some offal. Hurry up, I still have to go to the wine shop to buy some wine." The butcher said in surprise, "Old Tai, why are you so generous today? Did you open a shop?" The blacksmith said proudly, "Yesterday, a big head came out of nowhere and actually bought a steel sword for 7 taels of silver. Don't you think I'm lucky?" The butcher smacked his tongue and said, "What a spendthrift. Usually, no one would buy your steel sword for 2 or 3 taels of silver. You actually managed to get such a good price." As he said that, he didn't delay and quickly prepared food for the blacksmith. Then, the blacksmith seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh right, the toy that your mistress picked up on the mountain 2 years ago. Yesterday, I gave it to that person. I told you that if you could sell it, I would give you money. However, I gave you a buy one get one free deal. Let's just take it as 5 copper coins. The butcher said unhappily, that customer must have bought your steel sword at such a high price because you gave it to him. How can he just give me 5 copper coins to dismiss me? The blacksmith angrily said, the toy that your mistress picked up was left in my shop for 3 years and no one paid attention to it. If you don't want these 5 copper coins, I will chase after that customer and get it back. The butcher smiled apologetically and said, then 5 copper coins is too little. No matter what, you have to add a little more. The blacksmith laughed and scolded, I knew that you had such thoughts. I'll give you 15 copper coins. It can be considered as not letting your mistress down. After saying that, he took out a handful of copper coins from his bosom and placed them on the meat table. The butcher used lightning speed to put away the copper coins and said with a smile, since it was all picked up, this money is also free. When your mistress picks up something again, she will let you sell it. The blacksmith repeatedly waved his hand and said, don't, let's go to a pawn shop. That toy has been in my shop for 3 years. I don't want to get involved in this kind of business. Hurry up and get me into the water. I still have wine to sell. Today's weather is good. It's a good day to get drunk. The blacksmith took the meat and hurriedly left. The butcher also carried on with his business. As for Zhang Xiaohua, she did not know that the small sword that she loved so much was only worth 15 copper coins. Zhang Xiaohua was still very grateful to He Tianshu and said, Captain He, I won't say any more words of thanks. If there is anything in the future, just let me know. He Tianshu smiled and raised the book in his hand and slightly waved it. Zhang Xiaohua understood and also laughed and did not say anything more. After a while, He Tianshu said, Zhang Xiaohua, why did you sleep on the street last night? Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, really? Captain He, I have always wanted to ask you. When I woke up in the morning, I only remembered what happened in the weapon shop. I don't know anything after that. So it was me who slept on the street. He Tianshu smiled and said, that's right. You were walking behind me and I suddenly lost sight of you. I was scared. When I turned around to look, I found you lying on the ground and actually sleeping. You don't know? Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, I really don't know. Captain He, my brother said that when I sleep, you can't wake me up. He didn't say that I would suddenly fall asleep. Also, I have never gone out so late. He Tianshu frowned and said, this is a problem. I don't know if you fall asleep at midnight every day. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, how troublesome? He Tianshu explained, midnight is the time when yin and yang are alternating. Many inner strength cultivation methods require you to cultivate at midnight. If you are like this, how can you cultivate these inner strength cultivation methods? Zhang Xiaohua said somewhat anxiously, then what do I do? He Tianshu smiled and said, there is no need to be so anxious. There are many inner strength cultivation methods that do not require you to cultivate at that time. We'll talk about it again when you find the opportunity to cultivate your inner force. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and did not ask any more. Chapter 122. The days on the road were extremely boring. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have high requirements. She had books to read every day, so she didn't care whether she was in the carriage or in her own room. On the contrary, she didn't have to work in the fields, so she had more time to study. The carriage traveled for another 10 days. During this time, the stone cow's singing didn't stop. At first, everyone admired it, but later, they hated it. In the end, they couldn't bear it anymore. Finally, Manor Lord O took action. Under the Manor Lord's obstruction, the stone cow stopped singing for half a day. However, when it was almost evening, the stone cow couldn't hold back and started singing again when it saw the splendid sunset. Oh Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only let Aunt Chin talk to her to relieve her boredom. As for the people behind, they slightly distanced themselves from the stone cow. After listening for a long time, they turned a blind eye to it. They just treated it as a giant human-shaped crow making noise. In the first few days, Zhang Xiaohua would drag He Tianshu out to find a place to practice martial arts every night. However, He Tianshu seemed to have learned his lesson from the first day and always refused. Zhang Xiaohua could only go out to practice martial arts by herself. After a few days, she felt strange and secretly asked He Tianshu the reason. He Tianshu smiled and asked Zhang Xiaohua if she saw the other disciples go out to practice martial arts or practice in the yard. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it carefully. She really hadn't seen them practice martial arts. Only then did He Tianshu tell her the reason. It turned out that He Tianshu was the same as the other disciples. They all practiced internal strength. Those who practiced martial arts knew that they trained their muscles, bones, and skin externally and their qi internally. Most of the internal strength practice was to meditate, gather qi, and circulate the internal strength. In fact, practicing martial arts was to exercise the muscles and bones. Just like Nie Shao and the others in Huanxi Manor, they also practiced internal strength at night. Practicing martial arts in the morning and evening was to exercise the muscles and bones and also to familiarize themselves with the martial arts. Since they were far away and had no place to exercise, they could naturally cancel the practice of martial arts and focus on practicing internal strength. Moreover, according to He Tianshu, when the internal strength practice reached a certain level, it could replace sleep at night. They just needed to meditate for a few hours at night. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of admiration. If she didn't need to sleep by meditating, how interesting would that be? However, when she thought about her habit of sleeping at night and not being able to wake her up, she couldn't help but feel depressed. The disciples of the Misty School didn't need to practice martial arts early or late, but Zhang Xiaohua couldn't. He didn't know any internal strength and could only find a place to practice martial arts. Moreover, he was afraid of being seen by others. Every time he arrived at a place, the first thing he did after dinner was to find a slightly hidden place to practice his martial arts. And ever since Zhang Xiaohua got the toy sword, his swordsmanship improved. He knew the 16 changes in his mind, and as soon as he thought about it, he could use them at will. Moreover, the angle and speed of his swordsmanship became faster and faster. The small sword was as nimble as his own arm, and the warm current was much thicker. The power also exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Ever since one time when he practiced his swordsmanship in the suburbs, Zhang Xiaohua didn't use his full strength to stab anything. He was afraid that if he knocked down the tree, people would ask him for compensation. However, Zhang Xiaohua's worries quickly disappeared. The road to the south wasn't all official roads. After a few days, they started to take some dirt roads and mountain paths. Moreover, they didn't always stay at the town's inns at night. Sometimes, they set up their own tents and slept in the wild. On this day, Shernyo was the first to drive the carriage. The group of people arrived at a mountain. The mountain was not very high, but there was only a small path for the carriage to move forward. It meandered around the mountain. There were many shrubs and dried-up trees on the mountain. At a glance, nothing could be seen clearly. Shernyo drove the carriage to a stop. He turned around and asked, "Miss Chiu Tong, how did you get here last time? This mountain is very dangerous. If there's an ambush, we'll definitely be at a disadvantage." Chiu Tong looked at the mountain and frowned. "Last time, we passed through the mountain. There wasn't any danger. It seems that there's a path from the foot of the mountain. However, it's a long detour. I asked the guide before, and he said that it would take an extra day. Last time, I was in a hurry, so I didn't take the detour." Aunt Chin thought for a moment, then said, "This time, the village lord is in the carriage. It's better not to take any risks. Look at the mountain. If there's a big rock falling down, no matter how high your martial arts are, it's useless. It's better to take a detour." Oh Yen didn't quite agree. She felt that it wasn't worth it to take a detour for safety. However, Aunt Chin said, it's only an extra day's journey. It's not a matter of days to reach Rejuvenation Valley. Also, your seed won't germinate in winter. Why should we take a risk for an insignificant day? Everyone in the carriage agreed. Fortunately, Yen was also a person who readily accepted good advice. She didn't stubbornly insist on her views. Seeing that everyone was persuading her, she also agreed to take a detour. When the carriage had gone far along the small path in front of the mountain, several men in black appeared from the forest. Looking at the carriage that was getting further and further away, they made a hand signal. Then, they all used their qinggong and leaped up the mountain. The people in the carriage didn't know that they had avoided a disaster because of their caution. They continued to move forward. The next day, they went around the mountain and re-entered the planned route. The following journey was still not on the official road. They continued to pass through the mountains and forests. However, it wasn't as dangerous as this time. However, Xianxia, Aunt Qin, and the other disciples were extremely careful, afraid that something unexpected would happen. However, the heavens didn't let them. On this day, they were in front of a forest. Although there was a saying in the Jianghu, "Don't enter a forest." Looking at the forest in front of them, there weren't many trees. Most of the leaves had fallen off. The cold wind blew, making a whistling sound. It didn't seem to be dangerous, so everyone let down their guard. Just as Xianxia was singing a ballad and driving the carriage into the forest, a sound was heard. A whistling arrow was shot out from the forest and nailed to the ground about 10 zhang in front of the carriage. The sudden arrow interrupted Xianxia's song. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. With a "yu" sound, he forcefully pulled on the horse's reins and stopped the carriage. Everyone in the carriage was chatting, so they all stopped talking. Even Zhang Xiaohua and the others in the carriage behind them were startled by this sudden situation. Many disciples were also stunned. They immediately took out their weapons and jumped out of the carriage, preparing to fight. Just as everyone was feeling nervous, a man came out of the forest on a horse. He was tall and was dressed very simply. He held a spear in his hand. The horse he sat on was not very handsome. It was only moving forward slowly with a dee-da-dee-dee sound. When he got closer, everyone could see clearly that the man had a square face. His face was thin, but his eyes were very lively. His eyes were staring at the 4 carriages that were spinning around. When he reached the whistling arrow, he stopped and held the spear with both hands. Everyone was shocked and thought, could it be that this person came to challenge us alone? They couldn't help but tighten their grip on their weapons. However, after a while, they still didn't see that person urging his horse. Just as they were puzzled, they heard that person shout. His voice was even louder than Xianxia's. He shouted, "This mountain was opened by me. These trees were planted by me. If you want to pass by, you have to pay the toll." His voice was extremely loud and clear. It was so loud that some birds in the forest flew away. However, the people in the carriages looked at this person and laughed in their hearts. It was as if they were watching a joke. They didn't answer. When that person saw that the other party didn't respond to his shout, and that the driver of the carriage didn't have any expression on his face, he coldly stared at him. He couldn't help but become angry. "What are you looking at? Were you the one who sang just now? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You are dirtying my ears for no reason at all. Hurry up and hand over the money, and I'll let you pass. Otherwise..." At this point, the spear in his hand swayed in the air threateningly. The stone ox wanted to see what kind of skills this robber had, but when he heard him say that his singing was bad, it was simply exposing his reverse scale. The stone ox was furious. He jumped down from the carriage and walked toward the robber with his bare hands. The robber saw the coachman jump down from the carriage and walk toward him. He was stunned. When the stone ox got closer, he raised his spear and pulled the reins of his horse. Everyone in Huanxi Manor thought that he was going to drive his horse forward and stab Xianxia with his spear. Although everyone knew that Xianxia's external martial arts were at the peak of perfection, they were still worried for him when he faced a spear with his bare hands. However, that person pulled the reins. He didn't rush forward. Instead, he turned his horse and drove it back. Not only Xianxia, but the crowd was also in an uproar. What was he doing? While everyone was in a daze, that person returned to the forest and disappeared in a flash. Stone Ox frowned. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard the sound of a gong in the forest. 4 large horses rushed out from the forest. Behind the horses were a dozen or so men wielding weapons. They followed the horses as they galloped out. The people on the horses stopped in front of the stone cow. There were 4 people in a row. Other than the weak-looking scholar at the side, the other 3 were burly men. They were dressed in martial attire, and each of them held a sword in their hands. They stood on the horses and did not speak. The scholar urged his horse forward and said, "Where did you come from? You actually have guts. You can still keep calm in front of no air. You must also be a martial artist." Xianxia frowned and said, "Why do you care where I come from? If you know what's good for you, quickly get out of the way and let us pass. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The scholar hadn't laughed yet. The group of strong men who surrounded them first roared with laughter. It seemed that they had never seen such an arrogant robber. The scholar said again, "This brother, I see that you are tall and have an imposing appearance. You must be a martial artist and have some unique skills. But, didn't you see the opponents in front of you? These are the 3 leaders of our families, and there are more than 10 brothers. Even if you have strong martial arts skills and a body made of steel, how many nails can you twist? Why don't you leave the gold and silver early? Everyone will have a face and it will be easier to meet in the future." Xianxia laughed out loud and said, "Your grandpa sure has always been the one to rob other people's masters. It's not other people's turn to be noisy in front of me. If you provoke me, I will directly break into your nest and take your gold and silver." At this time, the man on the horse frowned and said, "Military advisor, why are you being long-winded with him? We will swarm him. Why are we afraid of his martial arts? Let's rob the carriage first. If there is money, we will rob. If there is a woman, we will rob. Isn't it fun?" The people of Huanxi Mountain Manor originally had some people outside the carriage and some people inside. They were all watching the fun. When they heard the leader's words, they felt that it was insulting the manor lord and the others. They couldn't help but be angry. They all took their weapons and jumped off the carriage. Except for a few female disciples guarding around the carriage, everyone else lined up behind Xianxia. He Tianshu whispered to Zhang Xiaohua. He also took out his long sword and guarded beside Oyan's carriage. Zhang Xiaohua didn't get off the carriage. She went to the front of the carriage and sat with the disciple driving the carriage. She watched the scene with interest. When the military advisor saw the military advisor change his expression, he changed his expression and changed his expression. Then, he said to the leader with a smile, "Don't be angry. The Jianghu today is not the same as before. The barbaric killing has passed. Now we talk about gentleness and using martial arts to convince people. Although we rob the poor and give to the rich, we have to follow the trend of the times and keep pace with the times. Otherwise, we will be ridiculed by our peers. As the ancient people said, it is better to lose 10 taels of silver than to lose an inch of face. Even if we can't win this time, we have to be ambitious, thoughtful, and ambitious strong men." One of the leaders at the side spat and said, "I used to rob as much as I wanted, but what happened to me now? You still want to talk about gentleness? Do you want to see others talk to you? You all have weapons. Why don't you do it?" The leader said, "Second brother, don't be impatient. Now we talk about group and scale. If we don't have a reputation, who will come to join us? If we don't do it ourselves, won't we be swallowed by others in the end? I think what the military advisor said is reasonable. If we can't convince people with martial arts, it's not too late for us to do it. Either way, we will use weapons. It's a different soup but not the same medicine. The strong men's words were not hidden from the people of Huanxi Mountain Villa. Everyone was stunned and didn't know what to do. Were they robbers or preachers? At this time, the military advisor urged the horse forward and shouted to the stone ox, "Brother, as you can see, we are not unscrupulous people, but we have to do the duty of enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. We have to do this. We can negotiate and let you go after you take the gold and silver. Look at your attitude, you don't seem to be happy. Fortunately, you're lucky to have met us. I'm not that talented, but I've just returned from overseas last year. I've learned a new type of robbery from overseas, and I want to show my ambition here. Since you've come to my territory, I'm the one who makes the decision. If you pass, our leader is a gentleman and will definitely let you pass. But if you lose, don't blame us for being rude. Leave behind the gold, silver, and beauties. What do you think?" Everyone understood what he said, but they didn't know how to answer. Usually, when they encountered robbers, they just fought with their weapons. Now, this overseas returnee was talking about rules, which made everyone feel uneasy. At this time, Yan, who didn't show up in the carriage, stretched out her hand and waved to a female disciple outside the carriage. The disciple looked over and after Yan said a few words, the female disciple walked to the stone ox and whispered in his ear. The stone ox frowned and said to the group of experts, "Fine, my master said to let you come. We'll take you all. Let's see if you're sent out by the government or if you're smuggled out." The military advisor was overjoyed and said, "That's good. Let's fight peacefully. Don't shed blood." Alas, there are still some people in Jianghu who want to see blood. It's not good. Even if they can't hurt people, it's not good to hurt flowers and plants. It's inevitable to destroy the ecological environment. Oh, let's not talk too much. We have our own rules in our territory. Do you see the 3 heroes in front of you? These are the 3 tests. If 3 of you fight against 3 of our leaders, you will pass if you win 2 rounds. If you lose 2 rounds, you will have to leave behind 4 carriages and a group of women. What do you think?" When the people in the villa heard this, they all slapped their foreheads. Oh my God, after talking for so long, wasn't it just 3 battles? Luckily, they were overseas returnees. If they weren't smuggled out, then they must be from some random sect. They were so long-winded. However, to be able to rob people to such a level, it was amazing. Of course, the stone ox didn't dare to agree casually. He quickly walked to the front of the carriage. Yan glanced at him. This strong man knew how to calculate. Including He Tianshu, there were 3 people. Even if there was one more, it wouldn't be easy to get together. However, the stone ox didn't want to. He said, "Villa Lord, I can handle this group of brats alone. Why do we have to go through so much trouble?" Aunt Chin smiled and said, "We've been out for so long and feel so bored. We only know how to travel all day. Now that there's a ready-made fun of us, why don't we enjoy it? I haven't seen such interesting bandits in so many years." The stone ox was originally an unromantic person. Hearing the villa lord and Aunt Chin's words, he couldn't be bothered with them. He returned to the front and said, "All right, my master agrees. However, we still have a question. What if we win? What will you do?" The military advisor smiled embarrassedly and said, "We didn't think about that. But I'm the master of my territory. I set the rules. If you win, I'll let you pass through my territory. That should be fine, right?" The stone ox was too lazy to say more. He waved his hand and said, 3 battles at the same time or 1 at a time?" The military advisor rolled his eyes and said, "Naturally, it's better to start at the same time. Time is money. The earlier you finish, the earlier you can rest. That way, you can go earlier. What do you think?" The stone ox was about to agree when a voice like an oriole came from the carriage. "That's not right. When the strong men heard this, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They stared at the carriage, waiting for the beautiful woman to appear. Unfortunately, when Aunt Chin appeared, everyone's heads drooped. They were filled with endless melancholy. Her voice was so beautiful, but why was she so ordinary? Aunt Chin stood at the front of the carriage and said, "If all 3 battles are held at the same time, won't they be split into 3 places? If your subordinates don't keep their promise and attack together, won't our carriage be in danger? We suggest that we compete one at a time." This chapter was written very reluctantly. It was written very slowly. It stuck. Please collect it. Thank you. Chapter 123. The strategist didn't seem embarrassed at having his scheme exposed. He only shook his head and said, "Sigh, you really can't talk to a summer bug. Time is so precious and you guys are wasting it. You even look down on our character. You're looking down on the new generation of mountain kings. Forget it, since you came from afar to deliver supplies, we'll just put up with it. We'll listen to you this time." Afterwards, Zhou Ma came to the head commander's side and whispered in his ear for a while. The head commander nodded. Only then did the military advisor speak again. "Since it's decided, who will you send for the first round? Is it this big guy?" The stone ox glared angrily and raised its head to walk forward. However, it was stopped by Aunt Chin. The stone ox walked back to the carriage in confusion. Oh Yen said, "Stone ox, don't be angry. We're just having fun. Is there anyone among the mountain bandits who can beat you and Aunt Chin? However, I'm afraid they'll use tricks. It's better to let He Tianshu go first." The stone ox was startled. He Tianshu? Can he do it? Aunt Chin smiled. Although He Tianshu isn't a high-ranking disciple, he's still a team leader. He's much stronger than the other disciples. He's just right to go. There aren't many in this wilderness who can beat him. Even if he loses, we don't have to worry. Don't we still have you? Let's see if these 3 people are your match. The stone ox didn't have many ideas in this regard. You guys are the ones making the decisions. If you say it's okay, then it's okay. Afterwards, Aunt Chin called He Tianshu to the front of the carriage and also gave him some instructions. He Tianshu was somewhat prepared to let himself go. Among all the people in the manor, he was now ranked 3rd. His little vanity was temporarily satisfied. When He Tianshu came to the front of the formation, he said to the strategist on the horse, "My surname is He. I'm here to ask for advice. Who will dismount?" The strategist looked He Tianshu up and down and smiled. This person in front of us has an imposing appearance. He must be an expert. We'll treat him seriously. Please wait a moment. Then, he cupped his hands to the person beside him and said, "Second leader, please show them your strength." The second leader didn't say anything. He took out his sword and got off the horse. He walked in front of He Tianshu and took up a stance. "Please." He Tianshu saw that they were ready to fight and didn't hold back. He formed a sword sign and thrust it into the opponent's stance. Thus, the 2 of them exchanged moves. Although He Tianshu was very cautious when he attacked, he was actually somewhat contemptuous in his heart. As a disciple of the ethereal sect, he had always been a proud person. Although he was not a core disciple of the sect, he had always been very confident and did not think that this robber would be a match for him. However, after a few moves, he discovered that the man was not as weak as he had imagined. The man's attack and defense were good, and he was able to fight with ease. He Tianshu could not help but immediately restrain his thoughts and treat the man seriously. His sword moves were shwa shwa, one move after another, and he attacked the second head non-stop. When the second head saw the changes in He Tianshu's moves, he also revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He actually used offense as defense, and He Tianshu did not have the slightest advantage. The people of Huanxi Manor were in the same mood as He Tianshu at first. But when they saw that He Tianshu didn't gain the upper hand, they were shocked. When they carefully looked at the man's sword skills, they were even more surprised. Oh Yen frowned and said to Aunt Qin, when did such an expert appear in the wilderness? Could it be that in a few days, the martial arts in Jianghu have improved so much? Our Misty School's disciples can't even take down a robber. Did the sun rise from the west? Aunt Qin was also confused and said, Manor Lord is wise. It's really like this. Looking at the situation, this man isn't any weaker than He Tianshu. How can someone with such skills become a bandit? It's really strange. The layman watched the show while the expert watched the skill. Everyone was worried, but only Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Why? Ever since He Tianshu started fighting with the man, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't stop muttering in her heart, what's this Captain He doing? Why is he playing with him? Didn't he use the third variation of the sword move that Elder Yu taught him? Didn't he just stab him from the side? There's also this move. He already swung his sword forward and used the 10th variation of the sword move. Didn't he just stab into the man's chest and injure him with one strike? Damn, there's also this move. Using the first variation is so simple. I think Captain He is just playing with him. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua was only an armchair strategist. She only knew what to do after watching from the side. If she really went up to meet the enemy, she wouldn't know what to do when the other party swung his sword, let alone think of a move. Moreover, the onlooker saw more clearly. Being in the middle of a battle, one's life was always in danger. How would one have the time to observe other people's thoughts? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua could see this. More importantly, the variation of the sword move that Elder Yu taught her was indeed a top-notch move. It was something that the other party used to protect his life. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was cursing in her heart, there was a new change in the battle. He Tianshu couldn't help but feel annoyed when he saw that he couldn't win after attacking for a long time. His face seemed to be a little noisy. He moved his body and displayed another secret sword move from the Misty School. The moment he used this move, the second in charge couldn't help but feel a little pressured. He blocked left and right and actually retreated step by step. However, after retreating for a while, he changed his sword move and changed his style. He changed his sword move and moved around like He Tianshu at the beginning. The momentum of his sword move was also a little strange. Not long after, he regained control of the situation. The two of them fought like this for a long time, but there was still no winner. The people in Huanxi Manor were a little relieved. Only O Yen and Aunt Qin were puzzled. They didn't know who the thief was. At this time, the military advisor at the side said, Stop, stop. When the second in charge heard this, he used his padao to knock He Tianshu's sword. Then, he moved out of the circle and silently looked at the military advisor. He Tianshu saw that the second in charge left and didn't chase after him. He only took a defensive stance and carefully took precautions. He was afraid of any tricks. That military counselor loudly said, This brother's martial arts skill is actually so high that he is able to be on par with our second master. This is really unexpected. However, the two of you are evenly matched. If you continue to fight, it will inevitably take a lot of time. Why don't we call this a draw? He Tianshu didn't understand and turned to look at Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin was at the side and naturally saw it clearly. That person was indeed not inferior to He Tianshu. Suggesting a draw was beneficial to her. Thus, she also said loudly, All right, the military advisor is a straightforward person. Then it's settled. After a short rest, we will prepare for the second round. He Tianshu put away his sword and walked back to the carriage. The second in charge also got on his horse and returned to their side. Aunt Qin waited for He Tianshu to come closer and quietly asked, Captain He, what do you think of the opponent's skills? He Tianshu blushed slightly and said, This person is very strong. After fighting with me for so long, he still looked like he wanted to continue. Perhaps he still has some tricks up his sleeve. Where did this expert come from? It's really hard to understand. Hall Master Qin, this one has let everyone down and didn't win this round. I am ashamed. Aunt Qin smiled and said, Captain He, you don't need to mind. This is just a pastime. It's good that you came back without any mishap. There is always a mountain higher than the one before. There will always be experts in Jianghu. Captain He, you don't need to belittle yourself. After a while, the military advisor shouted again, on the other side, have you finished your discussion? How about we start the second round now? Aunt Qin looked at the stone ox and said, are you going up or should I? Before the stone ox could reply, Oh Yen said from the side, Stone ox, you go up. Aunt Qin doesn't like to gamble in front of others. If you win, we will have victory in our hands. At worst, it will be a draw. We will give up on the third round and see what these experts plan to do. The stone ox nodded and steadily walked forward. The military advisor looked at the stone ox and smiled quietly. He said to the first in charge, it's up to you now. Let them see your heroic fighting style. The first in charge chuckled and also dismounted from his horse. He held his sword and walked towards the stone ox. When he got close, although the first in charge wasn't short, he was still half a head shorter than the stone ox. He slightly raised his head and looked at the stone ox's silent eyes. He smiled and said, This brother, what is your name? Can you let me know? The stone ox shook his head and didn't say anything. The first in charge didn't force him and said, Then, this brother, please make your move. You don't need a weapon? When the stone ox heard this, he still shook his head and said, My fist is a weapon. You just have to be careful. The first in charge narrowed his eyes and said, If that's the case, then I won't be polite. When he finished speaking, he held his sword and chopped down. The stone ox saw the ferocious power of the sword and wasn't afraid. He slightly tilted his body and dodged the blade. He punched the back of the sword. How could the first in charge let him have his way? He twisted his wrist and changed his stance. The blade sliced towards the stone ox's wrist. Although the stone ox was careless, it didn't mean he was stupid. Although his mighty King Kong hand wasn't afraid of weapons, who knew if his opponent's sword was a rare divine weapon? If he was injured because of carelessness, then he wouldn't be able to live up to his decades of experience. The stone ox quickly changed his stance and dodged the blade. He sent a palm towards the first in charge's chest. The first in charge couldn't dodge in time. He clenched his left hand and punched towards the stone ox's palm. Thus, after a few rounds, the two people's fists and palms collided. It was a simple collision of fists and palms, but the result was out of everyone's expectations. The first in charge's fist hit the stone ox's palm. Just like Zhang Xiaohua and Yudei that day, the stone ox flew out diagonally. When his body was in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The first in charge didn't faint on the spot like Zhang Xiaohua. Instead, he quickly walked to his horse, picked up the stirrups and got on the horse. He waved his hand at the military counselor. The military counselor shouted, "Retreat!" Then, the second in charge and the third in charge who didn't make a move, as well as the rest of the people, scattered and ran towards the woods. They were as fast as the ebbing tide and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The people of the Huanxi mountain villa looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. They all looked at the open space in front of them. A moment ago, there were many ferocious experts who wanted to rob them and even proposed 3 rounds of competition. Now, there was not a single person. It was as if nothing had happened at all. After a while, everyone cheered in unison as if they had really gone through a life and death duel. The stone ox wasn't too proud. He raised his palm and looked it up and down. Then, he turned around and walked back. There was no expression on his face, as if he didn't care about his victory. When the stone ox returned to the carriage, Aunt Qin asked with concern, "Stone ox, that person didn't use any tricks, right?" The stone ox shook his head and said, "No. But looking at this person's bladesmanship, it doesn't seem simple. Why is his internal energy so weak? Although my mighty King Kong palm is powerful and can injure muscles and break bones, if he has profound internal energy, he should be able to resist it. Looking at his appearance, he didn't learn any profound internal energy cultivation method. It should be an extremely common cultivation method in Jianghu. Aunt Qin nodded and said, I reckon that this first master's martial arts are about the same as the second master's. That second master was able to fight evenly with He Tianshu, but compared to you, he's definitely much weaker. It's possible that he was sent flying with a palm strike. However, I still feel that this group of bandits is very strange. They set up a best out of 3 match, but ended up with a weak finish. It's rather strange. Chiu Tong said in a low voice, maybe they saw Brother Shi's martial arts and knew that they were no match for him. That's why they ran away in fear. Who knows? Oh Yen smiled and said, it's probably like what Chiu Tong said. You guys have been in Jianghu for a long time and are used to thinking on a deeper level. Many things, perhaps from a simple point of view, this is a group of bandits who thought themselves clever. They first used the empty fort strategy to scare us. Then, a group of people came out to see our reaction. If we retreated, they would probably swarm us. But when they saw that we were prepared to fight back, they set up a trick and challenged us. When they saw our strength, they immediately ran away like a stray dog. When everyone heard this, they understood and agreed in unison. Although Aunt Qin still had some doubts, the crisis had passed. There was no point in saying more, so she closed her mouth. Although the strong people had retreated, they still had to pass through the forest. In order to prevent an ambush in the forest, He Tianshu and a few disciples used their lightness skills to explore the forest. Although the forest wasn't big, it wasn't small either. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they returned safely. The forest was empty, without a trace of a person. Thus, everyone packed up again. The group of disciples got off the carriage and walked on foot with weapons in hand. But when the carriage slowly passed through the forest, they didn't see any ambush. Only then did they believe that the group of bandits had really run away. Then, everyone got on the carriage and sped away. In a valley not far from the forest, the group of bandits got off their horses and sat cross-legged on the grass. The military advisor smiled and said to the big boss, Old Zhao, how's my acting as a military advisor? Old Zhao smiled and said, very good. You're worthy of being called a genius. This skill is something that we can't learn. Unlike Old Hong, who has the face of a dead man and doesn't dare to say anything for fear of giving the game away. The third boss said unhappily, I'm not here to act. I'm fine with fighting and killing, but it's hard for me to get into character as a bandit. Since you guys insist on making me do it, then I can only keep quiet. The second boss said, this Misty School's disciples are really good. The one who fought with me just now is surnamed He, right? He's a nobody, but he actually has good swordsmanship. He almost forced me to use my ultimate move. Luckily, Qi Xiaotsai stopped me in time and didn't give the game away. Qi Xiaotsai said, I knew it. Brother Ma won't admit defeat. We agreed beforehand to find out their strength, so it doesn't matter if we lose. Brother Ma, why take it so seriously? But Old Zhao, is that stone cow really so powerful that he could make you vomit blood with one palm? Old Zhao looked at their concern and smiled mysteriously, saying, if you guys really think that I was injured by that stone cow, then our act will be extremely successful. According to reliable information, this stone cow has the highest martial arts in their group. If he really used his full strength, he might not be able to win within 100 moves. However, if he wants to make me vomit blood with one palm, then he must be dreaming. I just bit my tongue a little and spit out a little bit of blood, that's all. Everyone suddenly understood and gave him a thumbs up. Then, Qi Xiaotsai said, other than Stone Cow who has the highest martial arts in this group, we already know that. Next is Aunt Qin, we already know her martial arts. However, according to our information, she has been diligent in her studies these past few years, so there shouldn't be too many discrepancies. Old Zhao narrowed his eyes and said, "Our Lord has said that we don't need to test her too much. This woman has always been cunning, so I'm afraid that she might see through something. Her martial arts have improved, but it's still not as good as stone cows. Don't worry. However, this extra surnamed he is troublesome. Although his martial arts aren't that high, he can still tie down one of our experts. In this way, we don't have enough people. The other disciples are probably the same, so our subordinates should be able to handle them. Qi Xiaotsai, what do you think? Should we wait for our Lord to send more people over, or?" Qi Xiaotsai smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Our Lord has his own plans. Our operation must be foolproof and must succeed in one strike. No one can escape." Otherwise, if O Peng from the Misty School finds out about this, it will be no small matter. Actually, their strength is only at this level. Our Lord has 10,000 ways to deal with them, but in order to not reveal any flaws, he is being careful. Everyone, rest up and wait for our Lord's next plan. Everyone sat up quietly without saying a word. Qi Xiaotsai walked to a secluded area and took out a pen and paper. He wrote something on a slip of paper, then called a man in embroidered clothes and gave him the slip of paper. He then whispered something into his ear before letting him go. The man in embroidered clothes untied the reins from the tree and mounted his horse. He galloped in a certain direction and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that the horse he rode was very handsome. Please add it to your collection, thank you. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.